Our story begins in the ancient city of Lin Tian. On the empty streets, a few people are strolling. Lin Hao is sitting on a stone bench, lost in thought. Suddenly, he squints his eyes at the scene before him. A massive monster is wreaking havoc on the city. And the people around are starting to panic. They scatter in all directions, screaming loudly. Lin Hao's backside remains glued to the stone bench. His legs feel weak, unable to run. From the cracks, a giant monster with sharp teeth emerges. Its body is made of tightly connected bones, resembling a giant centipede. Behind it is a pair of enormous wings, wildly sweeping away everything in its path. Showing no mercy to anyone. It brings death and despair. Wherever it goes, destruction follows. Even more terrifying, it is charging straight toward Lin Hao. Witnessing this, Lin Hao is completely stunned. As he watches lives being taken one by one, he can't believe this is real. His trembling hands grip his phone tightly. The phone keeps vibrating, someone is calling. The screen displays the name Xiao Xue. But now, facing those eyes locked onto him, he has no mind for anything else. No one can escape. Run! There's a monster. The people around are still fleeing in panic. Meanwhile, Lin Hao stares blankly at it. He can't die here. Today is the day he reunites with his girlfriend after 3 years apart. Lin Hao reminds himself. The will to survive burns fiercely within him, like a raging flame. The monster spews a massive fireball. The flames consume everything in their path, heading straight for Lin Hao. He tries to raise his hands to block it, but it's futile. Lin Hao is instantly engulfed in the inferno. In that moment, he still remembers the promise they made. He has so much he wants to ask her. Yet the fireball completely consumes him. Before closing his eyes, he still clung to the unresolved obsession. He never got to see her again. Others met the same fate, burned to ashes by the raging flames, just like him. Lin Hao mustered his last bit of strength, reaching out with his charred hand toward the phone ahead, but it seemed he was truly going to die here. He recalled their intimate moments in the mountains, but this time, he wouldn't get to see her again. His soul left his scorched body, drifting with the current until it sank to the lakebed. People seem to have forgotten when these strange events first began. Rumors of aliens quietly invading Earth had once surfaced. At the time, everyone dismissed them as nonsense until disaster truly struck. In 1934, a massive object fell from the sky, crashing into the North Sea in Dongchuan. Capsizing fishing boats docked along the shore. Just a day later, the corpse mysteriously vanished. In 1947, a crab-like monstrosity appeared off the U.S. West Coast, claiming 15 lives, with hundreds of witnesses. In 2021, a water creature was spotted in the southeast region of the Dragon Nation. That night, a blood-red moon hung in the sky, but the creatures always vanished by dawn, as if they had never existed. For some reason, all these deadly incidents were eventually blamed on human causes. Heard the news? Something happened again. Another disaster. The ancient city of Lintian was leveled overnight. Someone captured footage of the scene with a drone. People say strange occurrences are happening more and more lately. We should leave soon, there'll be a huge crowd going to pray later. We won't even be able to get in. Another person said Lin Hao had woken up from his coma, feeling the damp and chaos around him. Where was he? Was it a school of fish? Just a glance, and he saw something utterly bizarre. No way had he turned into a fish? What in the world was going on? Stunned, he soon found a shard of a mirror. Oh no, he was a little carp. Wait, he clearly remembered dying. Right before he died, he even saw a giant. Could it be because of that thing that I ended up like this? What happened to that blizzard afterward? What ultimately became of that monster? I really want to go out and see, but my current form is too limiting. If only I could leave this place, Lin Hao muttered to himself. Just as he began looking around, it was too late. A huge bug had already noticed him. All Lin Hao could do was frantically swim away, thrashing his tail. Just as he was about to become sashimi, an even larger shadow suddenly loomed over him. A bigger fish charged in from somewhere and bit down on the bug. He thought that would be the end of it. But an even more massive shadow appeared. The fish from earlier was nothing more than a snack to it. Lin Hao spotted an empty can and quickly hid inside it. Forget about leaving, just staying alive is hard enough, he thought. This area of the water was full of dangerous creatures. Just as he was sinking into despair, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Invincible upgrade system connected successfully. A stunning mermaid appeared before him. Lin Hao was stunned. He had no idea what was happening. What was she? He asked, but the system didn't answer. It just grabbed his fin. He was dragged away at lightning speed. Where are you taking me? He shouted, surrounded by schools of fish, panicking like never before. It turned out the system had brought him to the shallows. As soon as they stopped, he vomited uncontrollably. Lin Hao eyed the system suspiciously. Who are you? Before he could ask more, the system spoke. I am your system. An information panel appeared in the water. Host, Lin Hao. Level, 1, Species, Lantern Carp. Size, 3 centimeters long, 0.4 G combat power, 0.1. Skills, 0, techniques, 0. Evolution points, 0/50. How do I level up, then? Lin Hao asked. The system immediately pointed at a piece of bread. By eating, of course. After Lin Hao took a bite, the system reminded him to chew the crumbs properly. Bread earns 0.1 evolution points. Eating food can lead to evolution. He stared at the system for a full 5 seconds before saying, I'm going to eat all of this. With that, he rushed forward and devoured every last crumb. Another girl was feeding the fish while standing on the bridge, quietly watching him swim back and forth. That girl was none other than Lin Hao's girlfriend, whom he hadn't seen in 3 years. The girl he had missed day and night was also thinking of him at that very moment, gazing at a photo of the two of them. In the picture, they looked incredibly happy. She was holding Lin Hao's arm, a faint smile on her lips, her eyes brimming with tears. Looking at the photo, her emotions surged, and she whispered painfully. We were supposed to see each other soon. You promised you'd wait for me, Lin Hao. Finally, the girl could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping one by one into the lake where Lin Hao was. Every word she spoke reached Lin Hao's ears, yet he didn't recognize his own girlfriend. He muttered to himself, Lin Hao, the name's exactly like mine. Was he her late husband? Why does this feel so heartbreaking? The watch on the girl's wrist suddenly slipped, and she frantically reached out to catch it, but it was too late. The watch plunged straight into the lake. Her heart skipped a beat as the watch sank, and even Lin Hao and the other fish scattered to avoid it. Losing Lin Hao had already shattered her, and now their photo was gone too. The girl bowed her head in despair, silently weeping. Behind her, a co-worker called out, Team Leader Luo, it's time to leave. Startled by the sudden voice, she quickly wiped her tears and replied, okay. Without hesitation, Luo Shui turned and walked away, whispering in her heart. Don't worry, Lin Hao. Once everything is over, I'll come find you. The photo from the watch appeared before Lin Hao's eyes. Only then did he realize the girl from earlier was the one he loved most. Though he still couldn't be sure. Xiao Shui, Lin Hao swam closer, trying to get a better look. By now, he was certain it was his girlfriend, Xiao Shui. Lin Hao hurriedly surfaced, wanting to call out to the girl he loved. As he swam, he shouted with all his might, Xiao Shui, don't do anything reckless. I'm coming up. Lin Hao pleaded desperately in his heart, don't leave, Xiao Shui. Wait for me. He had just broken the surface. Lin Hao quickly shouted, I'm still alive, Xiao Shui. I'm Lin Hao. But she was already gone, and disappointment welled up in Lin Hao's heart. The person he wanted to see had appeared right before him, yet he hadn't recognized her at all. Lin Hao called out her name in a daze, Xiao Shui. His voice broke as he choked back sobs. It's so frustrating not being able to speak properly. Xiao Shui, how am I supposed to live without you? Lin Hao suddenly remembered the only keepsake he had left, the pocket watch that had just fallen. He looked down at the water and shouted, pocket watch. Lin Hao was in the shallow water, the area around him bright, but the pocket watch seemed to have sunk to the depths of the lake, where darkness reigned. Menacing fish lurked, waiting to devour any prey. Lin Hao swallowed hard, reminding himself that the watch was Xiao Shui's token. He had to retrieve it no matter what. Beads of sweat formed as fear rose within him, clashing with his burning love for Xiao Shui. He thought to himself, but I'm too weak right now. I refuse to accept this. Our hearts are connected. Yet they were always kept apart, unable to meet. Bitter tears streamed down his face. Lin Hao asked himself, why do we always miss each other? But another thought surfaced in his mind. Lin Hao wiped away his tears and looked up resolutely toward where Xiao Shui had just stood. With a firm voice, he said, wait for me, Xiao Shui. The space fell silent once more. Moonlight filtered through the lake's surface, creating a poetic scene beneath the water. There were not only fish but also shrimp, and suddenly, something flickered. Something swiftly darted through the sleeping shrimp, while a mermaid watched in confusion as Lin Hao frantically swam around, devouring the shrimp and rapidly growing stronger. The mermaid felt a twinge of envy at Lin Hao's passion. Usually, he just drifts with the current. This is the first time I've seen someone work so hard from the start, and he's just a fish. After a while, a system notification arrived. Contractor has met evolution conditions. Evolved now? Lin Hao's body began to change. He looked at himself and replied, I don't know. He felt like he had grown a little, and his fins had lengthened. The mermaid teased immediately, asking, where is bigger? Lin Hao was put on the spot. Now I'm the fish, where do you think is bigger? Lin Hao checked his updated personal info again, contractor, Lin Hao. Level 3, species, black carp, body length, 4.5 centimeters, weight, 4 kilograms, combat power, 1.2, skills, powerful tail whip, steel scales, divine ability, none. Evolution points were still under 200, but what really caught Lin Hao's attention was his skill section. He turned to the mermaid with hopeful eyes, eager for an explanation of those two skills. The mermaid explained, within 3 seconds, your scales will harden like rock. But there's a 10-second cooldown. Lin Hao cheered happily, a 10-second shield? Not bad. Sensing danger approaching, Lin Hao looked up and saw a group of fish tearing into a carp, with other creatures joining in the feast. Lin Hao charged forward without hesitation. One fish noticed him and turned, but he swiftly knocked 2 nearby fish away. Soon, the other fish were in disarray, dazed by Lin Hao's attacks. One fish tried to ambush him from behind, opening its mouth wide to swallow him. Lin Hao spotted it just in time. He turned and glared with fiery eyes, and the fish recoiled before it could bite, feeling a searing burn in its mouth. Suddenly, Lin Hao's body ignited, or rather, he was engulfed in blue flames. The attacking fish froze, then fled in agony. The other fish scattered in terror as the flames grew fiercer. Lin Hao smirked, pleased with himself, while the mermaid smiled approvingly. She pulled up the system panel and issued Lin Hao a new task. Mission refreshed, normal task. Defeat 100 grass shrimp, 0/100ths. Reward, enhanced night vision. Difficult task. Defeat a mutated creature. Reward, random skill. Lin Hao gasped in surprise. What? There are even quests? He read it again, still feeling a little confused. The mermaid smiled. The rewards for completing tasks go far beyond this. He continued to ask, is it possible to turn back into a human? The mermaid immediately replied, still with the same answer, anything is possible. Upon hearing this, a fire blazed fiercely in Lin Hao's heart. He turned to look at the deep water, saying nothing. Lin Hao dove straight down, thinking to himself, so I can even evolve into a human. The most important thing for him right now was to retrieve his keepsake in Xiaoshui. The mermaid panicked and chased after him, shouting, are you trying to get yourself killed by going into the deep? Lin Hao remained determined as he continued diving to search for his keepsake. The rock-like creature nearby spotted Lin Hao again. Its blood-red eyes locked onto him, sending a chill down Lin Hao's spine. His face turned pale, as if he were reliving the terror of facing death in his memories. He recalled how, back in the ancient city of Tianlin, he had frozen in fear just like this. The mermaid quickly swam down to pull him back up, scolding him. Look at you, so hell-bent on rushing to your doom. Don't you realize the danger? But Lin Hao was beyond listening to anything. His mood was at rock bottom, his mind consumed by self-blame. Lin Hao said in a trembling voice, filled with sorrow, I'm so useless. Unable to even retrieve a pocket watch, he thought back to the past, when he and his girlfriend had lived happily together. Back then, his girlfriend had just finished showering. She was wrapped in a towel, her hair still damp. Tiptoeing out quietly so he wouldn't notice, while Lin Hao was focused on his laptop. He hadn't noticed her until she suddenly hugged him from behind, startling him. His girlfriend teased, Lin Hao, I'm hungry. Lin Hao let her damp hair drip onto him as he gently asked, what would you like to eat? She pouted, let's have noodles. Lin Hao happily agreed, heading to the kitchen to cook a steaming bowl of noodles with a poached egg before serving it to his beloved. Excited, Lin Hao called out, the noodles are ready. But when there was no response, he called again softly, Xiaoshui, the noodles are done. The moment the words left his lips, he froze, his smile vanishing. All that remained was an empty room before his eyes. Xiaoshui's figure had vanished, leaving Lin Hao lost in a daze. His lips moved on instinct as he whispered, Xiaoshui, where are you? The mermaid noticed Lin Hao had been staring blankly into space since earlier, his expression melancholic. No matter how she asked, he wouldn't respond, so she waved her hand in front of his eyes to get his attention. She called out to him repeatedly, what's on your mind? You seem so distracted. Lin Hao lowered his head and let out a heavy sigh. He replied, it's nothing. The mermaid understood what weighed on Lin Hao's heart, so she conjured a water orb. Inside the orb, a pocket watch appeared, containing a photo of Lin Hao and his girlfriend. She said, just take back what you want. Eat more and evolve. Lin Hao gazed longingly at the pocket watch, whispering his girlfriend's name. Xiaoshui, Lin Hao reached out with his fin to touch the watch, but it was only an illusion in the water orb. The moment he touched it, the orb shattered, jolting him back to reality. He lowered his head in thought, realizing the mermaid's words made sense. Lin Hao said, right, I'll do my best. He cheered himself on loudly and swam along the current in search of food. He spotted a few snails crawling slowly below. Lin Hao picked up 2 snails, exclaiming in surprise, why are the snails here so big? He immediately put one in his mouth to try it, but after just 1 second, His face scrunched up. His entire head felt numb from the snail's hard shell, and he groaned, "Ugh! What is this thing?" Lin Hao quickly spat out the snail and tossed the other aside without hesitation. He muttered, "Can't even bite through them," as the two snails continued crawling unperturbed. Lin Hao watched them, full of regret. "I can see them but can't eat them. So frustrating," he thought, recalling how close he'd been to the pocket watch but hadn't dared to act because of the massive creature nearby, sighing repeatedly. He thought dejectedly, "Can't even eat snails, just fish food. How long will it take to evolve like this?" The sunlight slowly faded behind layers of dark clouds. On a golden sandy beach by the beautiful coast, gentle blue waves lapped at the shore, but no one expected the once peaceful place was about to face a terrifying upheaval. The gear was swiftly pulled up by a firm and steady hand, bringing the car to a quick stop. The man driving turned to her, who had lost her way, and said, they had arrived. In the cold wind and drizzle, a group of people surrounded a massive sea creature stranded on the beach. This was why she and her colleagues had come. Her colleague gasped at the sight of the enormous creature. "Good heavens, what is that thing?" The sea creature appeared lifeless, as professionals carefully examined and assessed it. After a quick glance from the car, she immediately sensed danger. She flung the door open and rushed out, shouting, "Everyone, get away. Move back now." The people around her turned to look, their eyes filled with doubt, as if no one reacted. She quickly added, "It could explode at any moment. Have you heard of whale explosions? It's when a whale dies, and the buildup of gases inside causes it to burst. This has happened many times before. There have been incidents causing injuries and property damage. So when you see a stranded whale or other massive sea creature, we should get as far away as possible. Because it's the world's largest biological hazard." She realized this because, despite its massive size, the creature's belly was swollen like a balloon. She carefully put on gloves and a mask, then picked up a small scalpel. She approached the creature, preparing to handle it, and ordered her colleague to prepare a ventilation tube. Her colleague understood immediately and rushed to get the tools. She made a small incision on the creature's body with the scalpel, then inserted the ventilation tube into the opening. Once done, she calmly told her colleagues, "Just release the gas." And everyone waited quietly for the process to finish. Suddenly, a colleague's voice crackled over the radio, "Team leader, we're lost. There's an issue with the data while extracting gas from the creature." The colleague noticed something wrong and frantically reported that the gas inside the creature was too much, causing a blockage or failing to release in time. The colleague panicked and added, "Get away from the beach now." Only then did she snap back to reality. Her eyes widened in terror as she quickly turned to look behind her. She shouted for her colleagues to evacuate immediately. Run. Before her co-workers could react, Ale grabbed their hands and bolted. The water monster swelled larger and larger, as if it might explode at any moment. While Ale and her colleagues hadn't gotten far enough, a deafening blast shook the sky, scattering the creature's flesh everywhere. The crescent moon hung high, silently reflecting on the calm lake. The creatures in the lake continued swimming, everything appearing so peaceful. Yet, lurking in the shadows was a sinister figure with a creepy smile, waiting to devour the unsuspecting little shrimp. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao lunged forward and swallowed 3 shrimp in one bite, chewing as he sighed. "This crunchy stuff is still the best." The evolution points were even higher than fish, and the system notified him, 813 adult grass shrimp, gained 3 evolution points. Those 3 shrimp helped Lin Hao complete his task, and the system chimed again with an achievement unlocked. Grass Shrimp Hunter achievement unlocked. Reward, Yang ranking announcement. The mermaid was stunned to see Lin Hao complete the task so quickly. "Wow, you've already eaten over 200 grass shrimp?" Lin Hao asked, picking his teeth as he read the system notification. It was still a system achievement. The mermaid didn't answer, only smiling faintly. She approached the system leaderboard and asked him if he wanted to activate the Yang ranking immediately. Lin Hao had been waiting for this moment. He excitedly replied, "Yes." The mermaid didn't keep him waiting. The glowing Yang ranking scroll instantly appeared in her hands. The Yang ranking unfurled slowly, without anyone touching it. A beam of white light shot out from it, streaking straight toward Lin Hao's position. The light swirled around him, forming strange electrical currents. Around Lin Hao, a series of upgrade options appeared, like increasing strength, bubble blowing ability, hardened fins, speed, burst power, defense, stamina, and more, among countless choices. Lin Hao glanced at himself and made his pick. "Whatever, it's all a reward anyway. Let fate decide," he said. After choosing, a blue orb enveloped him, preparing for transformation. The mermaid curiously pressed, "What did you pick?" "What did you pick?" Lin Hao blinked blankly and asked, "Aren't you the system? This is my reward. Don't you know what I drew?" The mermaid sighed helplessly and replied, "What you draw is all up to fate. Even the system can't control your reward." As they chatted, The system notification announced everything was complete, and the reward had been generated. Lin Hao looked up, full of anticipation, but after just 1 second, his expression turned sour. He felt extremely uncomfortable all over and shouted, "What kind of reward is this? Why does it itch so much?" Lin Hao thrashed around, unable to stay still from the itching, screaming in agony until he accidentally bit down on a snail. At first, he couldn't break through its hard shell, but after claiming his reward, Lin Hao could chew it effortlessly, like it was a cracker. He was stunned himself. Wow, it crunched in one bite. So easy. Lin Hao swam up to the mermaid and opened his mouth to ask for her opinion. "Can you check if my teeth look good?" The mermaid examined them carefully for a long time before hesitating. "It's hard to judge. It's like comparing snail shells to something else entirely." Lin Hao, brimming with confidence, continued hunting, using his sharp teeth to swiftly take down prey. But in his overzealousness, he accidentally swallowed a fish that tasted awful. He forced himself not to spit it out, as the prey stench was unbearable. What kind of fish is this? How can it taste so bad? Lin Hao pondered the lingering question in his mind. Wouldn't mutated creatures be even worse to eat? But what even are mutated creatures? Were they caused by polluted water? It feels like I'm remembering something. Lin Hao quickly turned to the mermaid and asked, "Wait, does this quest only appear when you're nearby and meet certain conditions, or is it completely random?" The mermaid furrowed her brow, thinking for a moment before shrugging. "I don't know," she replied. Lin Hao continued swimming while piecing things together. He kept voicing his theories. "There are mutated creatures in this lake near me, right? Even the thing that tried to kill me, was that a mutated creature too?" The mermaid had no idea what was going on either. So she just silently followed Lin Hao as he swam. Meanwhile, in a corner not far away, a pair of crimson eyes watched him quietly. With his sharp senses, Lin Hao immediately noticed and turned to look. But the mysterious creature vanished without a trace. Lin Hao said in alarm, "Suddenly, I feel a chill down my spine again." In the quiet of the night, a beam of light suddenly shone down on the lake. Then came the voices of two men, one urgently trying to stop the other. "Boss Pang, you can't release the plecos." The man called Boss Pang insisted, snapping, "Mind your own business. Aren't plecos fish too?" The moment he finished speaking, countless plecos were dumped into the lake, their appearance looking fierce. Lin Hao felt a pang of sympathy for them. After all, they were living creatures. Releasing plecos like this? How could that man be so cruel? Suddenly, a massive creature emerged from the depths of the lake, swiftly swimming toward the plecos. Its speed shocked Lin Hao. The creature revealed its elongated body, darting toward the plecos like an arrow. Its crimson eyes radiated an overwhelming sense of danger. The fate of the plecos was clear. Lin Hao stood frozen in shock, watching the terrifying creature in awe. Lin Hao sensed an immense danger, and the system immediately blared a warning. Warning! Warning! High-level threat detected. Post, prepare for combat. Lin Hao stared blankly as the monster devoured every last one of the released plecos. Lin Hao cursed under his breath, his nerves stretched to the limit. He realized it was only a matter of time before he faced the thing head-on, cold sweat dripping down his face. He thought to himself, "What do I do now?" Trapped in the pond, escape seemed impossible. Then, suddenly, a massive, spiky fish, like a giant porcupine, charged in to snatch the remaining plecos. It opened its exaggerated jaws, razor-sharp teeth instantly swallowing half of the remaining plecos. After the two creatures finished off the poor plecos, the spiky fish immediately squared off against the monster. The monster let out a low growl, while the fish glared back coldly. Blood quickly spread through the water, and the fish was forced onto the defensive. It had no chance to fight back, completely overpowered by the monster's elongated body and sharp fangs. Lin Hao couldn't help but get excited watching the spectacle. He smirked and muttered, "When the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman benefits." Ha! The ancients didn't lie to me. Lin Hao glanced behind him and noticed one last pleco remaining. Without hesitation, he lunged at it like a starving tiger, biting down on its tiny mouth and successfully sending it back to its maker. The more he chewed, the more Lin Hao's face showed pure enjoyment. Its flavor grew stronger, and Lin Hao couldn't help but frown. This thing was too tough to chew. And it even felt a bit gritty in his mouth. After Lin Hao finished dealing with the fish, the system immediately sent a notification. Cleaner fish juvenile consumed. The evolution points he gained left him so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Worth every bit. As he turned to watch the battle between the monster and the big fish, Lin Hao couldn't help but pity the fish. It was nearly devoured, leaving only its head and a bloody carcass. That monster was far too brutal, giving its prey no chance to fight back. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the meal before it, but that cold gaze suddenly flicked toward Lin Hao for less than 10 seconds. The monster had already closed in on Lin Hao, clearly seeing him as its next target. Ling Hao was extremely tense but forced himself to stay calm. Stay calm, Ling Hao, don't panic. In this life or death moment, Ling Hao's eyes suddenly caught sight of something. He was slightly startled to find a torn wound on the monster's body, a patch of flesh missing, with blood trailing into the water. For Ling Hao, this was an incredible stroke of luck. He silently rejoiced. The good news was that it was injured. While Ling Hao was still thinking of a plan, the monster bared its sharp fangs and lunged at him. The monster, but before it could react, Ling Hao darted into a crevice to hide, just like the first time he faced a bloody battle here. Unfortunately, the monster had already seen him clearly. It stood motionless, staring at the crevice, then suddenly pounced, slamming its iron-hard body against the rocks, sending debris flying. The crevice where Ling Hao hid was instantly shattered. The rocks collapsed on top of him, but luckily, Ling Hao was unharmed. He thought to himself, with so many fish around, it wouldn't be able to chase him, and he should be able to escape. Why does it feel so chilly all of a sudden? Hiding in the crevice, Ling Hao couldn't see the monster's cold eyes locked onto his hiding spot. It was patiently waiting for any sign of movement, while Ling Hao's instincts kept warning him of danger. Hao sensed the lurking danger, but Ling Hao refused to swim out. The beast kept ramming its body against the crevice, the impact so powerful that rocks shattered and flew everywhere, the deafening noise pounding his eardrums. Despite the violent shaking of the crevice, Ling Hao hadn't been crushed yet. He braced against the tremors, frustration rising in his mind. What is this thing's problem? Is it trying to smash me to death? Ling Hao pondered silently. This was a life-or-death situation, and he had to weigh his options carefully. He gave himself two choices. 1. Get crushed to death. 2. Rush out and seize an opportunity. Just as the rocks were about to collapse, Ling Hao didn't wait any longer. He shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Almost instantly, the beast turned its terrifying maw toward him. Its long tongue lashed out, coiling around his entire body. In a moment of carelessness, he'd plunged into grave danger. Death was closing in. Ling Hao thrashed with all his might, but it was futile. Even his powerful tail-swipe skill had no effect. He screamed in terror. Was this the difference in raw power? Once it had its prey, the beast swallowed Ling Hao whole in one gulp. He tumbled into its belly, surrounded by darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light. Only then did Ling Hao realize his body was tightly wrapped in a thick, sticky substance. He struggled, feeling utterly miserable. Was this some kind of thick digestive fluid? It was so viscous, and it had already started breaking down his body. The searing pain made him cry out. Ah! It's digesting me, this hurts. Ling Hao never imagined that so soon after being reborn, he'd face death again. In his agony, he thought of his girlfriend, the one he missed day and night. She was the reason he had to keep fighting. Ling Hao muttered to himself, I can't die. I have to get out of here. If I die now, I'll be furious. In the suffocating darkness, suddenly, the beautiful jade on his forehead blazed with radiant light, illuminating the entire space. The glow seemed to erupt from his sheer willpower. Ling Hao gritted his teeth and said resolutely, I must get out of here. I can't die in this place. I have to escape, but no miracle occurred. Ling Hao was truly swallowed by the monster, and in that moment of despair, his rationality suddenly reminded him. Ling Hao jolted as he remembered. Right. It was injured. Its back was wounded. Ling Hao not only recalled the monster's injury but also the exact location of the wound. After filling its stomach, the monster leisurely swam in the pond. Though Ling Hao knew where its wound was, there was still a major problem to solve. Ling Hao fell silent, asking himself, but inside its belly, how would I know where its back is? Time was running out. Ling Hao could only swim aimlessly, completely disoriented. Ling Hao's strong will to survive seemed to take control of his body. As he swam, he muttered, I have to get out of here as soon as possible, or I'll be digested. Seeing the rotting corpses of other creatures, he felt a wave of nausea and swam faster to get past the area. After much deliberation, Ling Hao finally made up his mind. I can't afford to hesitate anymore. The steel fish scales grant a 3-second shield. With the river saw, I can definitely find its wound. Ling Hao began swimming along the monster's intestines. Suddenly, he stopped. He saw something, a strange blue glow. Ling Hao wondered to himself, is that healing? The monster was using something to heal itself, confirming Ling Hao's guess. He swam closer to the spot. This time, Ling Hao was certain of his theory. Ling Hao realized in a flash this was the place. He activated his skill, reinforcing his scales. In an instant, the scales on Ling Hao's body became sharper and more pointed. Ling Hao charged straight toward the monster's wound, trying to break free. His hardened scales pierced through the monster's unhealed wound from the inside, causing it to let out a piercing howl of pain. Its entire nervous system seemed on the verge of collapse. Lin Hao shot out of the wound like a rocket, tearing it open even further. Blood gushed out, and the monster writhed in agony. Lin Hao didn't stop for a second. He pushed himself to the limit, fleeing as fast as he could. Though the monster was furious, the excruciating pain forced it to retreat. Only after it swam far away did Lin Hao finally pause to catch his breath. He turned to the mermaid and said, "Good thing it was injured. Otherwise, I'd have died in there." The mermaid asked with concern, "Are you alright?" Lin Hao didn't answer. Instead, he asked suspiciously, "Just how big is this pond? How could it hold such a massive water snake? Is this another dimension?" The mermaid replied helplessly, "I don't know. You'll have to explore it yourself." After a moment of thought, Lin Hao said, "Most of the plecos in this pond were eaten by that snake. The ones left are all mine now." Ha ha ha. Lin Hao's smile grew increasingly unnatural, his eyes gleaming. A sly grin spread across his face as he imagined devouring the plecos and watching his evolution points skyrocket. The plecos had no idea of Lin Hao's sinister plan, only glaring at him fiercely. Like a starving tiger, Lin Hao lunged at them, cheering excitedly, "Thank you, Mother Nature." Lin Hao forced himself to eat, barely tolerating the awful taste of the plecos, but for his grand ambitions, he choked them all down. Though the plecos tasted terrible, they gave a lot of experience. After finishing them off, the system sent a prompt, "Host has met evolution conditions. Evolved now?" Lin Hao answered without hesitation, "Yes." The system began the upgrade process, finally displaying Lin Hao's new stats. Host, Lin Hao. Level, Black Carp, Level 4. Length, 70 centimeters, weight, 5 kilograms. Combat power, 3.2. Skills, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Whip, Steel Scales. Abilities. Shock Heal, Passive. Evolution Points. After scanning the list, Lin Hao pointed at a skill and asked, "What's this?" The mermaid swam closer to explain. She scrolled down, revealing the rest of the notifications. "There's more below." The next part explained the Powerful Bite skill. Powerful Bite, passive bite strength has increased. Lin Hao can now crush things harder than snail shells, like rocks or similar objects. Thinking of that snake, Lin Hao sighed. He was now 70 centimeters long, but still nowhere near the snake's size. Just as he felt discouraged, the system issued a new task. Task, eat 100 plecos. 0/100. Reward, sharper teeth. Task, eat 100 golden apple snails. 0/100. Reward, harder scales. Task, eat 1 mutated creature. 0/1. Reward, random skill. At the mention of plecos, Lin Hao perked up instantly. Plecos? Leave it to me. Lin Hao began searching for plecos in his sight, swimming toward them. They fled in terror to its side. But in the end, none could escape Lin Hao's sharp claws as he snapped his jaws around the cleaner fish's body. Strangely, the fish was brittle, and it seemed completely hollow inside. Lin Hao held the fish's head and peered inside, then froze. It was just an empty shell. But deep within the shell, a few colorful little worms wriggled. The creatures looked bizarre, poking their heads out to observe before darting straight toward a fish swimming below. Lin Hao jumped in shock. The worm's target was the fish's eye. It opened its tiny mouth full of sharp teeth, biting into the fish's eye before burrowing inside. The fish let out a pained groan, thrashing for a moment before going limp. Its body slowly sank to the bottom of the pool. Lin Hao stared in horror at the tiny yet terrifying creature, stammering, "What in the world is that thing?" The strange sight left Lin Hao stunned. He turned to the mermaid beside him and asked hesitantly, "Is it eating the cleaner fish?" The mermaid didn't answer. Lin Hao pressed, "What is this thing? Is it edible?" The mermaid remained indifferent, replying dismissively, "Eat it if you want." Hearing this, Lin Hao didn't hesitate. He swam over and bit into the cleaner fish that the creature had burrowed into. With his sharp teeth, he crushed the fish in an instant. But the creature slipped away before he could swallow it. Lin Hao shouted in frustration, "Hey!" He grumbled, "How did it escape right from my mouth?" Lin Hao followed the creature's path toward the deep water, musing to himself that it clearly wasn't one of the pool's dragon-transforming beings. But why did this pool feel so familiar? The creature vanished somewhere, disappearing into the fierce school of fish below. Lin Hao stared into the depths for a while before glancing around. The shallow area seemed unusually calm. Though nothing terrifying lurked here, he knew the danger hidden beneath the stillness. The shallow waters appeared peaceful, but one had to stay alert at all times. Was there a way to solve this once and for all? Lin Hao racked his brain but found no answer. Suddenly, the mermaid turned and gently flicked his forehead, snapping Lin Hao back to reality. She asked tentatively, "How is it? Still thinking about that pocket watch of yours?" Reminded by her, Lin Hao jolted awake, his eyes instantly lighting up. Lin Hao scolded himself, "Right. I need to level up quickly to get my pocket watch back. How could I waste time like this? Let's eat." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Hao bolted out like an arrow, searching for scavenger fish before devouring them ravenously. He's eating like he hasn't had a meal in days. Meanwhile, something terrifying was unfolding on the beach. A docked fishing boat was surrounded by police. A man spoke in a frantic tone. It's true, the cabin has the body of a man in his 30s. He was lying on a single bed, with a wound on his neck. Blood had seeped from his neck, nose, and mouth, soaking the entire pillow. Police were thoroughly investigating the scene, gathering evidence for this bizarre death. The prime suspect, also present at the scene, was the deceased's shipmate. Since the police arrived, his testimony had been wildly inconsistent and hard to believe. He remained in a state of terror, trembling uncontrollably, struggling to describe what he had witnessed, claiming the victim was killed by a loach. How could something so strange happen? How could a grown man be killed by a loach? The police didn't buy it, retorting, "Who are you trying to fool?" The suspect was on the verge of losing his mind, grabbing a police officer's arm as he desperately explained. "I'm not lying. That fish bit Lao Zhang's neck and burrowed into his body." The officers were stunned. Two of them quickly tried to calm the man down. The man collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, his emotions in turmoil. He muttered, "I was too scared last night. Otherwise, I would have reported this first thing this morning." After regaining their composure, the police carefully analyzed the man's statement and immediately spotted inconsistencies. An officer quickly asked, "You said they earlier? But there's only one body in the room. Where are the others?" A police officer points at the corpse lying inside. Another officer and the man look in that direction, confirming that only one body was found. Besides this surviving man, there was no one else. The man grows increasingly confused, muttering to himself, "This can't be. It's impossible." The man suddenly becomes agitated, jumping up and trying to rush inside. "I saw that loach kill them with my own eyes. I told them that fish was dangerous. But they insisted on bringing it back." The two officers quickly restrain him, preventing him from entering the scene. One officer shouts loudly, "Stay back. Do not contaminate the scene." The man's mental state deteriorates further, and he completely breaks down, repeating over and over, "It's over. We're done for." With that, his body goes limp and he collapses, the officers quickly catching him. One officer says to the other, "Contact the Dragon team. This might be their jurisdiction." They arrive at Ms. Lee's workplace, asking her to examine a fish. But it doesn't look like an ordinary fish. Ms. Lee picks it up with tweezers and peels open its head. Inside, it's completely hollow, no bones, no flesh. It seems this isn't the only one, many fish have shown similar conditions. And Ms. Liu is investigating the cause. She isn't too surprised and calmly remarks, "Just an empty shell, as expected." After observing for a moment, Ms. Liu turns to the man connected to the case and asks, "Where exactly did you find these creatures?" The man hesitates before answering, "Near the sealed-off beach." Ms. Liu pieces together the situation and continues, "I see. And one of the bodies is missing, right?" The officer replies gravely, "Yes. The last traces of blood were found near a riverbank." Ms. Liu falls silent, connecting all the strange events of the past few days before reaching a conclusion. It turns out the mutated creature from yesterday had been infiltrated by the mutated loaches, its body overrun with root-like growths, yet it still couldn't stop what was happening. After a moment of thought, she picks up the phone and calls a colleague. The moment he answers, she says urgently, "Lao Zhao, we've got a crisis. The mutated loach syndrome may have spread to inland waters. Quickly organize fishing teams by region." After finishing her explanation, Miss Luo turned to the police and said, "Take me to that river, please." Meanwhile, on Lin Hao's side, to level up, he had been eating frantically, and now his stomach was so bloated he could barely breathe. Lin Hao took a deep breath, still holding a small fish in his hand, but he couldn't stuff it into his mouth anymore. Lin Hao groaned in discomfort, "Ugh, I'm finally almost done eating." The mermaid asked curiously, "There's so much in this lake, why do you have to eat those cleaner fish?" Lin Hao was surprised by her innocent question and replied, "Don't you know? These cleaner fish are an invasive species. I've already eaten most of the threats in this shallow area. The rest are harmless native species, I don't need to eat them anymore." The two swam while talking, though it was mostly Lin Hao doing the talking, the mermaid still nodded in response. His efforts paid off quickly, as the system sent a notification, "Evolution points. 1689/1000. Evolution conditions met. Evolved now?" Lin Hao chuckled happily, leveled up again. Not bad. After choosing to evolve, the system updated his personal info as usual. Lin Hao looked it over for a moment, then frowned in confusion. He asked, every level up gives me a new skill. But what's this lucky hand tremor thing? Is it really a carp? Does it boost my luck? The system proceeded to update Lin Hao's tasks as usual. Regular task, eat 100 cleaner fish. 32/100. Reward, sharper teeth. Hard task, eat 10 mutated creatures. Reward, yank protecting flame. After multiple level ups and task updates, Lin Hao finally figured out the system's timing. He clapped his hands, his eyes lighting up as if he'd made an interesting discovery. It must be early morning now, just as I thought. Tasks update every hour on the hour. Only then did Lin Hao take a closer look at the hard task. He furrowed his brow, thinking about how to complete it. But it seemed impossible. Lin Hao clicked his tongue. Eat 10 mutated creatures? Where would I even find that many in Dragon Transformation Lake? As soon as he mentioned mutated creatures, the image of a loach popped into his mind, but something about it fell off. Lin Hao seriously considered the possibility, shouldn't loaches live in the ocean? Why are they here? Did someone release mutated creatures into Dragon Transformation Lake? Could that mutated monster have hidden among those scavenger fish? The more Lin Hao thought about it, the more absurd it seemed, so he pushed all his previous speculations aside. Forget it, no point overthinking. Leveling up comes first. After stretching, Lin Hao prepared to continue his level-skipping journey. A glow emanated from the jade pendant on Lin Hao's chest as his transformation began. This time, his status panel didn't change much. Just a few new lines: Contractor, Lin Hao, Species, Black Carp. Level, 7, Size, 1 meter long, 32.5 kilograms, Combat Power, 7. Camouflage, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Whip, Steel Scales, Mystic Art, LV3 Healing Point, Passive, Evolution Points, 680/2000, LV3 Health Point Surge. Passive, accelerates the evolution speed of nearby plants and animals. Camouflage, blends with the surroundings when motionless. After leveling up, Lin Hao gained a rather interesting skill, with the system providing a detailed explanation. He mused to himself, wasn't this effect similar to the shrinking grass? Suddenly, movement stirred around him as a school of fish swarmed from nowhere, gathering at his location. After glancing around, he realized his mystic art had upgraded, though it only enhanced the evolution speed of nearby plants and animals. It can't change their nature. Am I not just a cornstalk myself? By the lakeside, a mother and daughter were admiring the scenery when the little girl spotted the fish gathering and exclaimed, "Wow!" The girl pointed at the water, grinning as she told her mother, "Mom, look. So many fish." Her mother glanced over and replied casually, "There's nothing here. This area's about to be sealed off. Let's come back another time." No sooner had she spoken than hurried footsteps approached. The newcomers appeared to be conducting an important investigation, loudly urging civilians to leave. "Please evacuate the area. Please evacuate the area." They then tossed two spherical objects resembling cameras into the lake. One landed near Lin Hao, who watched it descend, baffled. "What is this thing?" Lin Hao wondered aloud. The sphere remained still, piquing his curiosity further. Though he was aware of the situation above, he couldn't fathom their intentions. Lin Hao mused to himself, what exactly was this massive team searching for? Could it be that the orb suddenly turned red and emitted a piercing sound, triggering an alert on the computer connected to the land? After scanning with the radar orb, they decided to dive into the lake for inspection. Everyone donned diving suits and approached the lake, then leaped into the water one by one, splashing in like cannonballs, each gripping sharp grappling hooks. Distracted by curiosity about the object before him, Lin Hao suddenly found red alarms flashing around him, blaring a warning of mutated creatures, evacuate immediately. This made Lin Hao realize something was wrong. He furrowed his brow. Glancing around to see countless red warning signs flashing, this was bad. Hearing an unusual noise, he tensed up and looked toward the distant water's surface, where the diving team was swimming toward him. With such a large force, even a single person would struggle to fight them off, let alone Lin Hao, who was now just a fish. There was no way to handle this, especially with the system blaring red alerts at him. In that instant, he quickly assessed the situation. The deep water was filled with unknown mutated creatures, too dangerous. Staying here would do no good and might even put him in more danger. Lin Hao took a gamble and immediately darted toward the deep water. His tail flicked lightly, propelling him away at incredible speed, no time to hesitate, even if danger awaited. Rather than waiting to be caught in the shallows, he'd take his chances. Our base Lin Hao sped away at an astonishing pace, leaving only a trail of bubbles behind as he swam relentlessly toward the depths. In stark contrast to the earlier chaos, The surroundings were eerily quiet if one didn't know the lake's true nature. This might even seem like a perfect place for a swim. He finally reached the deep water, where creatures of all shapes and sizes lurked. Each had glowing eyes like searchlights and razor-sharp teeth. Lin Hao swiveled his eyes, scanning his surroundings. After glancing around, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a look of disdain. So this is all there is to it? Today feels a little different from usual. Seeing Lin Hao's smug expression, the mermaid crossed her arms, squinted, and smiled at him. How about we go a little deeper? Lin Hao immediately shook his head, waving his hands frantically. No, absolutely not. He crossed his arms and looked at her, his face taking on the stern demeanor of a teacher scolding a student. This is my system. Can't you wish for something good for me? Why are you trying to push your master into a pit of fire? The mermaid pointed behind Lin Hao, and he quickly turned to follow her finger. It was a fish. Upon closer inspection, he saw the fish's head was crawling with loaches, wriggling like worms as they burrowed inside, devouring the fish from within. The sight made Lin Hao instinctively wrap his arms around himself, his eyes filled with disgust. Gross. I'm getting chills. The mermaid looked at him in confusion, her slender finger pointing at him as she explained, You're a fish now. How are you still getting chills? Though he complained, in the blink of an eye, Lin Hao quickly activated his new skill, camouflage. Following the mermaid's guidance, he swiftly activated the ability, switching to stealth mode and silently approaching the fish. A confident look crossed his face as he eyed his newly acquired skill. This camouflage is perfect for ambushes. When he got close enough, he suddenly lunged and bit down. The fish's head separated from its body in an instant, leaving only a bloody carcass floating in the water. Even the loaches hadn't noticed his presence. They had no choice but to stay in his mouth, becoming his source of nourishment. He chewed heartily, savoring the fresh fish meat. He thought the taste was passable, like eating spaghetti. Just as he was lost in the flavor, a system notification popped up. Hard mission, devour 10 mutated creatures. Reward, blue preservation of yang. Completed. Claim reward? The moment the notification appeared, Lin Hao was stunned. His little perch self widened its eyes and gaped in shock. Whoa! It actually worked! Lin Hao immediately swam over and looked up at the magic mirror. The mermaid was already standing beside it, opening the mirror as a golden glow instantly radiated out. As he drew closer, Lin Hao peered inside, scanning the view. With great surprise, he asked the mermaid, Why can't I see the words anymore? The mermaid blooms with a radiant smile and swims to Lin Hao's side, saying this is the maintenance reward for the designated task. Immediately after, another notification pops up, granting a skill reward, iron scale armor, with scales as hard as iron across the body. As soon as the notification ends, the scale patterns on Lin Hao's body instantly turn a glossy black. Lin Hao tries swimming a few laps, sensing the changes in his body. It feels as if his scales were plucked, but it doesn't hurt, just a little itchy. The mermaid watches him swim around with a smile, looking refreshed and renewed. Lin Hao says excitedly, My scales are way harder than before, right? Is this a free reward? The surrounding space returns to its original tranquility, his body emitting a shimmering blue glow. Lin Hao suddenly reverts to his original form. Phew, first transformation was a bit uncomfortable, but with this iron scale armor, I might not dominate, but self-defense should be no problem. Just as he's happily feeling his new scales, Lin Hao suddenly senses someone watching him from behind. He immediately turns around cautiously, the gaze confirming he's seen it somewhere before. Yes, Lin Hao searches his memory and recognizes it as the mutated serpent he encountered earlier. Lin Hao's expression darkens as he looks at it. It's back. The mutated serpent twists its body and lunges at Lin Hao like lightning. Despite its massive size, its speed is terrifyingly fast. Seeing this, Lin Hao instinctively turns and swims away, his eyes constantly glancing back to monitor its movements. Clenching his teeth. Just then, a bright red warning pops up from the system, indicating the opponent's combat power is slightly higher than the host's. Lin Hao swims at full speed, leaving a trail of bubbles behind. But after a moment's thought, he suddenly stops and turns to glare defiantly at the mutated serpent. Just a little stronger, huh? Ha! Then let's see who comes out on top. Facing the mutated serpent, which is several times larger than him, it opens its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, while Lin Hao remains calm and shouts, Black iron scale armor. A red glow instantly flashes around him as his scales rapidly transform. It transformed into a full body suit of pure black armor. Lin Hao stood motionless, no longer dodging, and the mutant snake immediately lunged to bite him fiercely. But in that instant, the mutant snake's eyes widened in shock, its gaze slowly shifting down to Lin Hao. It seemed utterly disbelieving and bit down again with all its strength. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't pierce Lin Hao's skin. Instead, it tasted a foul tang in its mouth and was forced to release him in frustration. It had intended to swallow him whole, but this bite failed to tear his body apart. Instead, he faced it unscathed, glaring defiantly with bared fangs, his body radiating a crimson glow. He let out a mocking laugh and unleashed a technique, violently flicking his tail. The tail lashed through the water and snapped forward, firing a blade-like strike at the mutant snake with devastating force. With a single tail whip, half its face caved in, leaving a deep crater. Terrified, it locked eyes with Lin Hao and shot toward him like an arrow, desperate for another bite. It lunged again, jaws wide, but this time Lin Hao swiftly dodged. Lin Hao sneered, "Beasts will always be beasts. This is the second time, haven't you learned your lesson?" Lin Hao charged forward and clamped his jaws around its neck, drawing a blood-curdling shriek. He bit down even harder, his sharp fangs grinding together. A blue glow erupted around him, forcing the mutant snake into agonized screams. It snapped back, trying to lunge at Lin Hao to tear into him. Lin Hao refused to let go, increasing the pressure. "Where are your insides? Spit them out and see my evolution." The mutant snake seemed to realize the gap in their strength, and immediately turned to flee. Lin Hao gave chase. "Now you want to run? Weren't you just trying to eat me?" The mutant snake darted away like an arrow, its pained wails echoing through the area. In its agony, it tried to shake Lin Hao off, desperate to break free. A lion thrashed wildly, charging toward the rocks, hoping to force Lin Hao to let go. The biting stopped, followed by a wet, squelching sound. Lin Hao endured the pain, his gaze turning even more ferocious. Enraged, he glared at it and roared, "You're finished." His teeth sank deeper into its body. The mutated serpent shrieked in agony, blood gushing out in a gruesome spray. Lin Hao bit down harder, tearing away a chunk of flesh. "Die! I'll make sure of it." The mutated serpent howled in pain, lashing out with its long tongue. Lin Hao was caught off guard as the serpent's tongue coiled around him. He immediately activated his skill, reinforcing his scales and thrashing his tail. Once again, a crimson glow enveloped Lin Hao, condensing into a sphere of light that restrained him. Countless razor-sharp blades erupted from it, slicing through the serpent's tongue. Lin Hao lunged into the serpent's maw, his attacks ravaging its entire body, leaving no part unscathed. Wherever Lin Hao went, his dormant power flared, culminating in a final strike at its tail. Lin Hao burst free with a surge of strength, the glowing blades dissipating around him. Lin Hao emerged clad in imposing black armor, his gaze locked onto his foe, crimson light flickering around him. From above, Lin Hao saw the sea serpent sinking to the lakebed, showing no signs of life. A blue glow flashed behind him as the system announced, "You have slain the crimson-spotted mutated serpent." The lakebed bore countless craters from the battle, a clear testament to Lin Hao's victory. He chewed on raw flesh, savoring the metallic tang. Is that all? His fury finally quelled, it was time to reclaim what was his. This was indeed a glorious first victory for Lin Hao, defeating the massive mutated serpent despite his small size. Had anyone witnessed it, they'd scarcely believe a tiny fish like Lin Hao could slay such a beast. Lin Hao tore into its flesh, the scent of blood filling the air. The system chimed again, consuming crimson-spotted mutated serpent grants 500 evolution points. Lin Hao was stunned, 500 points was far more than he expected. Wow, that's a lot. The mermaid stretched lazily behind him and responded to Lin Hao in a languid tone. Those tasks where you challenge hosts above your level are all like this, there are extra rewards too. Lin Hao glanced at the mermaid curiously and asked, "What kind of extra rewards?" The mermaid didn't answer. Instead, she slowly extended her slender fingers to press against Lin Hao's forehead, her fingertip touching the gem on his head. Suddenly, a dazzling light began to radiate outward, spreading everywhere as strings of data gradually appeared. When Lin Hao opened his eyes again, he was shocked to see an arm in front of him before looking down at his own body. He had transformed from a fish back into a human. Lin Hao stood in a system space filled with flowing numbers and symbols. When he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to see a long, five-fingered hand. He tried moving it, clenching and unclenching his fist. He had long forgotten what it felt like to grip and release after turning into a fish. Lin Hao exclaimed in delight, "Holy cow, hands!" He looked down again at his cocoon-like legs, still unable to believe his eyes, this was real. He held his hands up, flexing them gently, his joy uncontainable. He immediately swam over to the mermaid, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her vigorously to express his excitement. His eyes sparkling with joy, he blurted out, "My handsome face is back too." The mermaid was shaken relentlessly, completely ignoring Lin Hao's wild excitement. She simply pushed him away with a dismissive look, lifting her delicate pinky to casually pick at her ear. It was clear she found him too noisy. She half closed her eyes and parted her lips slightly, replying half-heartedly, "It's only temporary." Just temporary. Hearing this, Lin Hao froze for 3 seconds before his expression turned serious. his brow furrowing as he stared at his hands, as if trying to confirm something. What? What do you mean by temporary? After a moment, the mermaid raised her hand, her cherry lips moving as she chanted an incantation, her pale fingers tracing slow circles in the air. A radiant white light flickered at her fingertips, and the surrounding water seemed to come alive, rushing toward Lin Hao as he floated in the water. At that moment, the mermaid spoke up. The fish form is only temporary, your true form is still that of a fish. For now, you can only talk to me, others won't hear a word you say. Lin Hao saw a current surge toward him, swirling into a crude shelter to shield him from the swaying mass underwater. The fishman looked around in confusion at everything happening, then lowered his head to stare at his own body. He was bewildered by the mermaid's words, his eyes filled with panic. Though he still looked human, with all 10 fingers intact and able to move, the mermaid continued, and you have no combat abilities whatsoever. Hearing this, Lin Hao seemed lost in thought. The merfolk then added, still, at least you have a human shape now. He immediately looked up at the mermaid before him, his eyes wide with anticipation, and asked eagerly, does that mean I can go ashore? Lin Hao stood in the current, staring intently at the mermaid, waiting for her answer. She flicked her shimmering tail lightly and replied, you could, but how is that any different from acting strangely? What if you get caught? Lin Hao hadn't considered that. Ever since turning into a fish, all he'd wanted was to regain his human form. Only after being reminded did he suddenly realize, by the next morning, fluffy clouds would drift lazily across the clear blue sky, and the bustling city would carry on as usual. There was a vast lake in the heart of the city. Nearby stood a small pavilion, bathed in gentle sunlight, with green trees swaying in the breeze. Lin Hao pondered. There was a storage room here, usually left unattended. He poked his head above the water and spotted a frog perched steadily on a lotus leaf overhead. Lin Hao began to think all the unclaimed lost items were piled in there. Wouldn't that make the perfect temporary changing room? He glanced around, quickly climbed ashore, and darted through the dense bushes until he found a door leading inside. He cautiously looked left and right before pushing the door open and rushing in, rummaging through every cardboard box in the room. Finally, he found a set of clothes and a pair of boots, hurriedly putting them on and adjusting the sleeves. He picked up a pocket watch from the table, tucked it into his pocket, and placed a straw hat on his head. Lin Hao slowly raised his hand to lower the brim of his hat, covering half his face, then stepped toward the entrance. He thought to himself, it's been a while since I came ashore, I'm still not used to it. Before him stood a fully armed squad, holding firearms near the large lake. There is a warning tape surrounding the area to prevent outsiders from entering. Lin Hao quickened his pace, hoping to find his beloved, Xiao Shui, as soon as possible. The dragon team members were shocked upon seeing him and immediately shouted, this area is sealed off. Are you a tourist? We already cleared it, how is there still someone inside? Though Lin Hao maintained his human form, he couldn't speak. So he gestured frantically, waving his hands and pointing at himself to show he meant no harm. Then, Lin Hao was drawn to a conversation from a man in white nearby. The man was on the phone, saying someone without ID was Luo Shui, the head of the scientific research team, let her in. Hearing the name Luo Shui, Lin Hao froze, his expression stiffening as his eyes shifted from surprise to urgency. Luo Shui, is that Xiao Shui? Knowing it was her, Lin Hao rushed toward the man but was stopped by the armed guards, who barked, what do you think you're doing? Hold him. A soldier, seeing him bolt forward, grabbed his arm and said, calm down. The man in white watched the unfamiliar young man try to reach him and calmly asked, who are you? This area is sealed off. How did you get in? Why are you here? After Lin Hao calmed down, the soldiers released him. He quickly stepped forward, pulling out a pocket watch and holding it out to the man while pointing at it repeatedly. Noticing something odd, a soldier realized, Captain, he seems unable to speak. The man approached and saw the pocket watch in his hand, its surface adorned with golden patterns. The man stepped closer, studying it before asking, are you giving this to me? He opened it and found a photo of 2 people inside. He said, this belongs to team leader Luo. Confused, he looked at the young man. Do you two know each other? Lin Hao nodded, and the man smiled, saying, I'll thank you on behalf of the team leader. You should head home now. We're in the middle of a mission here. Suddenly, a voice crackled over the radio, haven't you finished clearing the area yet? In an instant, both of them recognized the voice's owner. Lin Hao froze, his gaze filled with anticipation as he turned toward the direction of the voice. Yes, this was the person he had been searching for all along. The man turned around. Who is it? Leader Luo, have you finished checking the Western District? Luo Shui walked over slowly. The water area in the Western District is smaller than here. Seeing the one he loved, Lin Hao's heart swelled with joy. But given the situation, he knew he couldn't just appear before her. He pulled his cap lower to hide his face, thinking anxiously, this is bad. I can't see Xiao Shui now, and I can't even speak. The dragon team was still hunting the mutated creature, and he had no idea when he'd revert to his original form. Realizing the timing wasn't right, Lin Hao quickly left the area. The man cheerfully recounted what had just happened to Luo Shui. That young man found this and asked me to give it to you. He handed her the watch. This watch. The moment she saw what was in his hand, she froze, snatching it and clutching it tightly, her most precious belonging. Who gave this to you? She asked urgently. The man pointed behind him. The person back there. Luo Shui followed his gaze, looking around. There's no one behind us. The man found it odd and quickly turned to check. That's strange. They were just here. The man turned back, saying calmly, maybe they were just a tourist. Is this your watch? Isn't it better that it was found? Luo Shui seemed lost in thought for a moment before replying, it's nothing. Let's continue. She kept gazing into the distance, wondering to herself, Lin Hao, is that you? You're still alive, right? Hidden in the nearby bushes, Lin Hao watched them silently, his heart aching at the sight of her but unable to step forward. I'm sorry, Xiao Shui. I can't see you now. When the time is right, I'll find a way to explain everything. In the distance, the familiar bright red warning sign suddenly reappeared, and the alarm blared sharply. Attention, the time to maintain human form has ended. Knowing his time in human form had reached its limit, Lin Hao immediately leaped into the water. With a soft splash, his body instantly transformed back into a fish. Everything that had happened so far was far beyond my understanding. Whether as a fish or a human, I couldn't keep living in such a daze anymore. Somewhere in the lake, a set of clothes and a pair of civilian boots surfaced, floating in the water as if carelessly left behind. Fish-turned-man Lin Hao, lost in thought, swam straight downward. If evolution into human form could happen by sheer luck, then the direction of my true form's evolution isn't fixed. That means I could evolve into any creature. The more he thought about it, the more his expression turned pensive, his gaze growing resolute. Recalling the massive, sharp-toothed monster he had seen before his death, he seemed to make up his mind. I must train and evolve properly, then find out what exactly made me suffer so much. In stark contrast to our protagonist's turbulent experiences, the sky outside remained a clear blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting by. At the Longqian Science Research Center, a modern high-rise stood tall and imposing. Inside the sturdy laboratory door, Luo Shui held her application form. A man's voice rang out, have you thought this through? Luo Shui handed him the form, her tone firm. Teacher Zhang, I've made up my mind. The white-haired, bespectacled man regarded her with an experienced and solemn gaze. His eyes clearly showed disapproval of her decision, as he tried to weigh the pros and cons for her. Injecting a high-concentration virus carries enormous risks. As a scientist, you don't have to take this chance. With that, he turned to the whiteboard covered in research data and analysis. It also had detailed images, showcasing the subject of their research. But Luo Shui remained steadfast, facing Teacher Zhang with unwavering resolve. She pleaded earnestly, Teacher Zhang, I want to join the action team. Let me try. Teacher Zhang seemed to realize something and immediately continued, Luo Shui, I know your thoughts aren't just because of Lin Hao. He looked at her with an extremely serious gaze and continued his analysis, the world is currently facing a severe crisis. This isn't the time to get caught up in personal feelings. We need to assess the situation calmly and objectively. Hearing Teacher Zhang say this, her heart skipped a beat. She thought of Lin Hao, but beyond that, she also wanted to do what she truly desired. Luo Shui clenched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her palms to keep herself alert. Then she replied, Teacher Zhang, it's not just about Lin Hao. The research team always arrives too late, causing us to lose critical data on mutated creatures. Flashes of past encounters with mutated creatures flickered through her mind. She continued, if I could join the field team, maybe we could make a breakthrough in studying these creatures. After speaking, she firmly held out the application form toward Teacher Zhang again. Seeing this, Teacher Zhang could only sigh helplessly. Finally, he took the application form from Luo Shui and said, all right. Back at the fish pond, our Lin Hao was swimming near the entrance of the deep water zone, observing the situation. Below was pitch-black darkness, unfathomably deep. Lin Hao thought to himself, there's nothing left to eat in the shallow area. It's time to head into the deep water. The mermaid lay lazily on a glowing gemstone. Seeing him take action, she asked casually, are you sure about this? The deep water is home to many unknown creatures. It could be very dangerous. Fish Lin Hao looked toward the abyss and said firmly, you're right, but before she could finish, he had already flicked his tail and darted into the depths. The mermaid watched him from afar as he left. Little fish Lin Hao swiftly swam toward the deep water zone. His gaze was sharp, his expression full of confidence. He smiled slightly and said, "How will I know if I don't try? Besides, if I can't win, can't I just run away?" In the vast pool of the city, the depths held a mysterious world no one had ever explored. Lake Dragon Transformation, deep water region, its interior is a dark and profound cave passage. Merely separated by a single passage, this vast lake seems like two entirely different worlds. Outside is teeming with countless unidentified creatures. Their eyes flicker in and out of sight, glowing red, waiting for the chance to strike their prey. Behind a rock, our Carp Manhwa is using a large leaf to conceal his position. Still chewing on a crab leg, he gazes helplessly at the scene outside, his small eyes squinting into slits. The mermaid lounges lazily, propping her chin with one hand, finding his expression amusing as she teases him. "Didn't you say you had the ambition to adventure into the deep water? Why are you still hiding here?" Manhwa turns his head, his eyes deep, holding the leaf in front of him, while his other hand still clutches the unfinished crab leg. Chewing with puffed cheeks, he answers her. "This is called strategic retreat. I need to scout for safety first." Just then, the notification panel in front of Manhwa lights up again. Evolution points reached. Evolve now? He immediately selects, yes. In an instant, his fish body begins to change, scales glowing as light envelopes him, his eyes brightening like searchlights. After this rapid transformation, Manhwa feels something unusual in his body. Especially his eyes. He grins happily and says, "Am I seeing things? Why does it feel like someone turned on the lights?" The mermaid swims up beside him, seeing his silly yet joyful expression, immediately guesses the reason and says, "You've probably evolved night vision." The panel pops up again. Host, Manhwa, species, black carp. Level 8, size, 1.5 feet long, weight 101 pounds, combat power 10, skills, camouflage. Fire Shroud, Power Bite, Power Tail Slap, Iron Shroud, Ability, Fixed Protective Charm, Level 3, Passive, Evolution Points, 13/3000. Next, a slowly rotating globe appears before Manhwa, surrounded by the flickering glow of the panel. New content displays. Congratulations, host has reached level 8. Map unlocked. Use now? Manhwa stares in astonishment. Does this sound like a game, some kind of monster hunting map? Can this map teleport me? He raises his fin and taps the glowing button on the screen. In an instant, an ancient scroll radiating golden green light unfurls before him, stretching out like a long decree. Manhwa swims closer, gaping at the decree appearing before him, and blurts out, "This is a map of Longyin City." He begins examining the map, scrutinizing every marked point. Most of the map shows the Hansui River basin north of the Dragon King Temple, about 5 kilometers away. As he looks, he suddenly spots something. His fin immediately points to a location on the map 8 kilometers away, a river outside the Longyin chemical plant. Manhwa frowns in thought. He remembers the location mentioned on the map. It's a large waterfall outside a construction site. But in his current state, reaching it seems nearly impossible. Still, what's the use of knowing where the river is? As if reading his mind, the system pops up another notification. Today's teleportation time, 1 hour. Teleport to your desired location on the map now? A light suddenly brightens, as if it had already locked onto its target. Manhwa stares in shock, eyes fixed on the glowing spot, afraid he might be seeing things. He mutters, "Wait, can this really teleport me?" After calming down, he studies the map carefully. Why overthink it? Just teleport first. He presses the button on the screen with his fin, and his body instantly turns into specks of light, pulled into the map by a powerful force. With a whoosh, something leaps out of the water. Manhwa has been teleported directly to the glowing spot on the map. Manhwa breaks the surface, his face brimming with excitement, his voice full of joy. Whoa! It actually worked! Then, he takes in the unfamiliar surroundings. A large school of fresh fish swims by, and he raises his little fin high, shouting, "Ha ha!" Unlocked a brand new cafeteria. Manhwa dashes toward the fish, snatching a few in his mouth. Savoring the taste of fresh raw fish. A satisfied look appears on his face, his eyes sparkling with delight. This grass carp tastes way better than those fish from the tank. A fish is swimming along when something suddenly rushes at it. Before it can react, it's knocked away with a splash. With just a light flick of his tail, Manhwa sent the fish flying far away, gazing at it with a victor's smile. After stunning the fish, Manhwa swiftly swam forward and bit into it. As he savored the meal, the system panel reappeared, notifying him that consuming an adult grass carp had granted him 90 evolution points. He widened his eyes at the notification panel, still clutching his food and chewing non-stop, surprised that the evolution points were so much higher than those from scavenger fish. After reading the notification, he was so happy he nearly teared up. 90 points were equivalent to 3 scavenger fish. Seeing such a high value, Manhwa narrowed his eyes, savoring the tender, delicious meat, his cheeks puffed out as he chewed with relish. The days in the dragon transformation pool passed by like this, nothing special. Eating only lotus roots or scavenger fish every day, what fun was that? Thinking back to the past, when he could only eat those tough, hard-to-chew things. Compared to back then, this was practically heaven. He said, "It's been so long since I've had such tender fish." As he ate enthusiastically, a dark object swam past below, suddenly catching Lin Hao's attention. It was a massive water snake, swiftly gliding forward. At the sight of it, he recalled the mutated snake that had tried to devour him earlier. Now, just seeing a snake made him even more annoyed. There seemed to be something else ahead. Was that a catfish? Lin Hao furrowed his brow, staring intently at the catfish. His mind raced in shock. Wait, wasn't this the kind worth $2? A $2 catfish. After observing for a while, Lin Hao slowly swam closer to it. He noticed the system hadn't issued any warnings or alerts. It seemed this giant catfish wasn't much stronger than him. Maybe even weaker. After a moment's thought, Lin Hao made up his mind whether it was a mutant or not. If it was edible, he'd take it. After eating this, his evolution points would surely skyrocket, maybe even level him up instantly. Just thinking that defeating this $2 catfish could level him up right away made him tremble with excitement. With his target set, he had to act immediately. Lin Hao flicked his tail and darted forward. Watching the catfish, he opened his mouth wide with a whoosh, ready to swallow it in one bite. But the moment he touched its skin, he slipped right off, and Lin Hao's eyes instantly turned fierce. He squinted, trying hard to bite into its body, but still couldn't get a grip. How strange, it's so slippery. Noticing Lin Hao's attack, the catfish immediately whipped its tail, sending him flying. Caught off guard, Lin Hao had no time to dodge. Its tail struck his cheek hard. Then, it swiftly swam away, the hit barely phasing Lin Hao. He glared at it with a predator's gaze, baring his sharp teeth. Humph, that didn't even hurt. Its combat strength really isn't much. Lin Hao immediately unleashed his flame skill. His scales seemed to erupt with dazzling blue lightning, accompanied by roaring flames. His eyes crackled with electricity, his sharp fangs clearly visible. He swiftly darted toward the catfish. Suddenly, he whipped his tail, striking its head hard and sending it tumbling toward the lakebed. It quickly recovered, glaring at Lin Hao with a murderous look. The earlier hit had hurt deeply. After circling around, it lunged at Lin Hao, trying to bite him, but the moment it touched his body, its mouth was scorched by flames. Screaming in pain, its eyes widened as it was forced to let go of Lin Hao. It let out a piercing howl, even smoke rising from its body. While the catfish wailed in agony, Lin Hao swiftly swam forward. He lashed out with his tail, leaving it defenseless. Lin Hao smirked triumphantly, his eyes full of provocation, exuding absolute confidence in his abilities. Heh, I win. Realizing it was no match for Lin Hao, the catfish gritted its teeth and fled. With a hunter's gaze, Lin Hao watched it coldly. Trying to run? Not so easy. Just as he was about to chase, a system panel suddenly popped up. Transmission time has ended. Returning to the dragon transformation lake in 3 seconds. Seeing the system prompt, he stopped pursuing. Suddenly sensing something, Lin Hao quickly turned around as the 3-second countdown began. 3. Lin Hao froze. In the distance, a massive blood-red eye and a white figure appeared, both glowing with crimson light. The surroundings were like a forest filled with an aura of death. Lin Hao's expression instantly changed, his eyes widening as he involuntarily curled up. Facing that pale face and bottomless black eyes, he blurted out without thinking, this feeling was so familiar. Suddenly, a memory surged in his mind, the massive monster with sharp fangs and spider-like eyes that had destroyed the entire city that day, which he had witnessed firsthand. The scroll unfurled again as it stretched out its fin-like limb to grab the person in front of it, trying to seize them, but Lin Hao's body gradually dissolved into specks of light. His eyes widened as an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. Staring at the white figure, he shouted, could it be, that thing? Longyin City was in danger. Wait, why did that terrifying creature feel so familiar? Lin Hao wondered, isn't it just about going back to check? System notification, what? How do I go back? There are 2 ways, either wait in the dragon transformation pool until tomorrow to be transported. Or you could go now, maybe you'll even run into it. Of course, with your speed, after reaching the upstream of Hanshui River, 5 li from here, you'll turn back into a small carp. Lin Hao immediately asked, do I have to wait until tomorrow at the Hanshui River to go back? This can't wait, I need to go see for myself. When Lin Hao arrived, he overheard 2 people talking above him. The man was one of Xiao Shui's teammates. I knew it, you still submitted the application. When do you leave? Xiao Shui replied immediately, the handover is almost done. I leave tomorrow. Lin Hao was stunned upon hearing this. Leave? Where was Xiao Shui going? Ever since Elder Zhang brought her into the dragon team, I knew she wouldn't be satisfied just dissecting mutated creatures in the lab. Xiao Shui answered softly. When I learned a National Research Institute invited me to join, I was thrilled. The first time I saw the words China Dragon Team, I felt a sense of mission. But the more secrets I uncovered, the harder it became to hold on to my initial ideals. Everything has two sides. Mutated creatures do pose a great threat to public safety. The man lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and continued. The GT virus they carry isn't entirely useless. In fact, all field operatives are injected with a small dose of the GT virus to enhance their physique and combat abilities. But if you want to break through your limits, the only choice is to inject a high concentration of the GT virus. Captain Lo, you are a true warrior. Words are useless now. I hope you return safely. With that, the man turned and left. At that moment, Xiao Shui remembered Lin Hao's figure and murmured to herself, I will. Someone is still waiting for me. I hope everything goes smoothly. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had also moved away, and the scene shifted. Now, he had regained his human form. Stepping out of the forest, he realized Xiao Shui had joined a secret unit specializing in mutated creatures and was now on an extremely dangerous mission. The mutated creature carried the GT virus, and so did he. A system notification popped up. His human form had only 40 minutes left. This was torture. Lin Hao sighed. Wow, I haven't run this long on land in ages. Feels like a past life. Thought it was a past life. The savory aroma of catfish meat filled the air, delighting them both. Lin Hao ate with relish. This meat was incredible. From Lin Hao's perspective, the catfish's body was covered in wounds, slowly sinking to the bottom. Maybe dealing with it would be easier now. Strange. It hadn't shown any aggression earlier, but in just a short time, it had transformed into such a combative serpent form. Time to enjoy the spoils. Lin Hao swiftly swam toward the fish, ready to feast on its massive body with a fresh raw fish banquet. Lin Hao happily wondered how many evolution points this would earn him, grinning as he tore into the meat and swallowed it down. The mermaid circled behind him, watching Lin Hao's gluttonous display with cold indifference. She lifted her sore arm, glanced at her fingers, and said, "This is so good. Next time, let's grill it first." But before Lin Hao could reply, his cheeks were stuffed, his mouth full of chewing food, his eyes squinted in bliss. Soon, Lin Hao's fish belly was round and bloated as he lay beside the catfish's skeleton. After savoring the delicious meal, Lin Hao couldn't help but share his thoughts. The taste is really something else, almost like chicken. As he relaxed, the system panel lit up with a notification, purified liquid from the mutated catfish. 3,000 evolution points gained. Seeing the message, Lin Hao's eyes widened, his mouth involuntarily dropping open. 3,000 points. He carefully checked his current status. Host, Lin Hao. Species, black firescale carp, grade, 9, size, 1 meter long, weight, 151 kilograms, combat power, 14. Skills, camouflage, fire scales, powerful tearing, powerful tail slap, steel scales. Mystic art, level 3 turbid shockwave. Evolution points, 7715/4000. Lin Hao instantly felt a surge of joy and a hint of pride. He had completed another task. Just as he was in high spirits, the fish suddenly heard a voice from afar. Hurry, there are more fish over here. Let's go electrofish this spot. Lin Hao's gaze turned sharp. After listening carefully toward the sound, he flicked his tail and swiftly swam toward the surface. As soon as his little eyes breached the water, Lin Hao saw several people bustling on the grass. Under the cover of night, those people hadn't noticed the massive fish lurking beneath the water. One of them said, "You two go grab the net to catch it. You go electrofish." Lin Hao observed quietly, realizing these were illegal electrofishers. This method was cruel and unethical. Using electricity to catch fish was despicable. And it would completely destroy the ecosystem's reproduction. Suddenly, one of them spotted Lin Hao and immediately pointed at the water, shouting, "Bro, there's a huge fish over there." The other two lit up with excitement, hastily grabbing their tools, eager to haul in the big catch. Lin Hao immediately dove underwater, then burst out of the surface, opening his massive jaws to intimidate them, revealing sharp fangs, his enormous body, and glowing red eyes. The illegal fishers turned pale with fear. Freezing in place, mouths agape, too terrified to move. After a few seconds, they snapped back to reality and bolted in panic, screaming, "Ah! Monster! Run! Run! Oh no!" Watching them flee in disarray, Lin Hao felt like a teacher catching misbehaving students. Just a little scare and they ran off. He watched them disappear into the night, muttering to himself, "They sure can run fast." Afterward, Lin Hao dove back into the Coldwater River. The mermaid swam closer, gracefully swaying her beautiful tail, her eyes as if she had just watched a spectacle, then coldly remarked, "You're done. The Lin clan will have to take a second look at you now." With just that one sentence, Lin Hao felt like his head was about to explode. His little fins covered his face, eyes glazed over, muttering to himself. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this? In the brightly lit municipal police station at night, 2 officers were receiving 3 individuals who had come to report a case, none other than the illegal fisherman from earlier. The man in the middle suddenly jumped up, wildly gesturing as he recounted what he had just witnessed. Officer, you wouldn't believe it, there was a fish in the Coldwater River that was even bigger than me, and it jumped right out of the water. The 2 officers taking notes found the man's story utterly ridiculous. The more they listened, the harder it was to hold back laughter. Though they tried their best to suppress it, one officer couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle before quickly covering his mouth out of professionalism. The other officer continued writing the statement while struggling not to laugh. This reminds me of that master's work, The Mermaid. Anyone else think it's similar? Seeing the officers' reactions, the trio realized they weren't being taken seriously. They fell silent, calmed themselves, and sat back down. Just as they were mid-story, the man suddenly stopped talking. The officers quickly composed themselves and smiled, urging them to continue. To verify their statement, the officer pressed further. Are you absolutely sure about what you saw? None of you had been drinking tonight, right? One of them slipped up, accidentally revealing their plan while answering. We went fishing tonight, we saw it clearly. How could we be drunk? The other 2 immediately denied it. No way, we definitely weren't drinking. The chubby one beside them kept shaking his head. No. All 3 insisted they were completely sober in that situation, not a drop of alcohol on them. But the officer quickly zeroed in on the key issue. He crossed his arms, lowered his gaze, and asked calmly. Oh? The Coldwater River is under a fishing ban right now. So you went fishing? The 3 exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other. And fell into a tense silence, not daring to say another word. Their eyes quickly darted away, each looking in a different direction. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Realizing they might end up in serious trouble if they stayed, the trio seemed to share a silent understanding and immediately stood up. He changed the subject faster than Hage could turn his boat, quickly saying, maybe we were mistaken. It's nothing. Suddenly, I remembered something urgent. Yes, thank you, officers. With that, they bolted out of the police station, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Watching the 3 flee, the 2 police officers frowned immediately. The situation was clear. One officer sighed, another bunch of fishermen breaking the rules. The other officer, looking grave, began re-examining the testimonies of the illegal fishermen to check their credibility. Then he said, fish bigger than a person appearing in the Coldwater River? I don't think they were lying. We just received a classified document a few days ago. We should report this. With that, they turned back to the testimony records, carefully reviewing them while muttering, things haven't been peaceful lately. Back in the depths of the Coldwater River, Lin Hao and the mermaid were still searching for traces of the monster. They swam deeper and deeper. The mermaid, exhausted, floated on her back atop a large ripple, her shimmering tail swaying gently as she propelled herself forward. Lin Hao swam beside her, flicking his little tail. After a while, he crossed his fins, gazing ahead calmly. We've searched all night and found nothing unusual. Its scent is still here, it shouldn't have faded this quickly. The mermaid looked bored, clearly not wanting to swim anymore. Leaning against the ripple, she turned to Lin Hao and said, "You're way too stubborn." Lin Hao opened his system status panel, and the information appeared, host. Lin Hao. Species, Black Carp Fire Qilin. Level, 9-8 size, long combat power. Skills, Disguise, Fire Qilin, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Whip. Steel Scales. Divine Ability, House Shaking Auspicious Beast, Level 3. Passive, Evolution Points. $7,715/$4,000. After reviewing his stats, he remembered something and said, I think there's a reward for a mission. The more he looked at his stats, the prouder he became. A small smile curled his lips as he admired his progress. This panel is amazing. Leveling up is so much faster with an all-you-can-eat buffet. Suddenly, a golden warning panel popped up, updating the notification. Normal task, devour $100/$100 worth of grass shark. Reward, enhanced Jiangnan sharpness level. Completed, normal task, devour $100/$100 worth of grass shark. Stab, reward, upgrade acceleration ability. Completed. Claim the reward now? At that moment, Lin Hao saw the new content and smiled happily. Oh, he had actually completed 2 tasks at once. Recalling the buffet he had earlier, Lin Hao's eyes lit up, and he nearly drooled. Seems like his luck was pretty good. Though he pretended to sympathize with his own kind and mourned for them for 3 seconds. He still put on a guilty look and said, sorry, everyone. Your end was rough. But the taste was really something else. The lingering aroma was so rich and delicious. This guy was like a thief crying stop thief while robbing someone. Right after, the bulletin board popped up again. Host has met the evolution conditions. Want to evolve now? Just a thought, and whoosh. Lin Hao's body seemed wrapped in a sphere of light, radiating a dazzling glow in all directions. The mermaid system stood with her arms crossed, watching the changes quietly. A faint smile curled her lips, her eyes full of pride as she looked at Lin Hao. Just as I thought, this kid's talent is top tier. The light sphere gradually peeled away, countless shimmering fragments floating out before vanishing completely. The scene before Lin Hao reappeared, the mermaid holding a sun gem. She looked at him and said, "You're level 10 now. Go ahead and check it out." The moment Lin Hao touched the sun gem, whoosh, a flood of information appeared. Speed boost, physique upgrade, tail fin elasticity, serrated fangs. Stamina boost, defense boost, elite squad devouring, ability enhancement. Multiple skills leveled up at once. Lin Hao's gaze lingered on one line in the bulletin, a sharp, pointed horn. As if answering his question, the bulletin refreshed, "Use it now?" Fish Lin Hao didn't hesitate. "Do it right away." Suddenly, his fish head itched. He quickly patted it with his fin. The gem on his forehead glowed brighter and brighter, red light flaring. Lin Hao squirmed uncomfortably, rubbing his head. "It's so itchy, feels like something's growing in my brain." The gem on his forehead pulsed with red light before cracking open, revealing a golden, razor-sharp horn. The red glow still flickered around the horn, and in an instant, Lin Hao's body underwent a visible transformation. His dorsal fin grew longer, its tip now lined with a golden edge. And his eyebrows and fins shimmered with a golden sheen. A purplish-green aura emanates from his body, giving off an eerie vibe. Lin Hao couldn't help but gawk, being a carp with such long horns looks way too bizarre. But the moment he thought about combat, Lin Hao perked up instantly, his round eyes blinking rapidly. These horns must be razor-sharp, and combined with his insane acceleration, they could deliver devastating attacks. After reaching a new level of power, Lin Hao swam excitedly in front of the mermaid a few more times. Perfect. Tomorrow, I'll test these horns' power in the Han River. The mermaid watched her contractor with pride. In the conference room, members of the Dragon Team Research Institute and government officials were holding a meeting. After a series of monster attacks, the citizens were gripped by extreme fear. Under immense pressure, the government wanted this case resolved as quickly as possible. Then, a man in a white coat spoke up. "We've narrowed down its possible hiding place." He connected his tablet to a projector and displayed a map for everyone to see. The map showed Longyin City, with a clear red circle marking a specific area. "This is the monster's confirmed location. We'll surround and eliminate it, it won't escape." The government representative saw the monster's exact position on the screen and realized it could be dealt with swiftly. Longyin City is densely populated. If the monster attacks innocent civilians, the consequences would be catastrophic. The speaker's expression turned grave as he reassured everyone, "Don't worry, the Dragon Team will stop it at all costs." The government officials turned their gaze to the Dragon Team members. Sighing in gratitude, "Thank you for your hard work." Then, they pulled out a laptop, connected it to the projector, and displayed an image. They shared that a creature's skeleton had been found in the Han River today. The image showed a massive, intact fish skeleton, unlike any ordinary fish. Its bones are extremely hard, and it has a pair of large, razor-sharp fangs. After examining the photo, Luo Xue immediately noticed something. She said softly, "This is the skeleton of a mutated creature." At the mention of mutated creatures, everyone groaned. Since they've been appearing far too often lately. A government worker continued the report, saying that many grass carp and crucian carp had been found downstream in the Hansui River. These fish weren't ordinary, they were from the Hansui River itself. Another person suddenly recalled something and suggested, "This skeleton looks a lot like a catfish." A nearby worker blurted out, "Another mutated creature." Luo Xue stepped closer to the screen, carefully studying the bone structure before concluding, "It might have evolved due to a viral infection." She then told everyone, "There must be other mutated creatures in the Hansui River, and this one has already eaten this catfish." As soon as she finished speaking, the room erupted in murmurs. Everyone began discussing whether there were more mutated creatures in Hansui Lake. Just then, a staff member entered from outside and whispered something into the ear of the man in the white coat. Luo Xue noticed that all the government workers were looking at her. She immediately said gravely, "The number of mutated creatures is increasing, this is an inevitable trend." After hearing the news, the man in the white coat stood up and pressed the switch button on the projector. He then said, "The police also received a report. Someone saw a massive carp in the Hansui River last night." Suddenly, the screen displayed an enormous carp. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and its eyes glowed like headlights. This fish wasn't just anyone, it was Lin Hao. The man continued sullenly, Our next objective is to eliminate this unidentified mutated creature. The scene shifted to a forest, where a wild boar was calmly drinking water by the river. Lin Hao observed it from a distance, calculating his next move. With his sharp horns, he wondered if he could pierce its skull in one strike. After careful consideration, he decided. He slowly submerged into the water and gradually swam toward the direction of the wild boar. The old boar was still drinking water intently, completely unaware that danger was approaching. Suddenly, bubbles rose to the surface, piquing the old boar's curiosity as it lowered its head to investigate. In that instant, Lin Hao seized the opportunity and lunged out of the water, driving his horn forcefully into the boar's head. The old boar let out a pained howl but continued to struggle violently. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and used all his strength to drive the sharp horn deep through its skull, ending its suffering. Blood spread quickly, and after a fierce struggle, the boar finally collapsed and stopped moving. Only then did Lin Hao realize his horn was stuck, and it took quite an effort to pull it free. Lin Hao thought to himself that having limbs during battle would make things much easier. Not far away, the mermaid sat on a tree branch, swishing her tail as she watched Lin Hao with amusement. It was only then that she spoke up, reminding him, "Can't you turn into a human?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hao began to transform slowly, his fishtail gradually turning into legs. Then he opened his mouth and said, "I wish I had limbs in battle mode." After shifting back to human form, Lin Hao was tall and sturdy, heaving the boar onto his shoulder as he walked, panting heavily. Human form was just too weak. The mermaid blinked in surprise and picked up a green leaf to shield Lin Hao. "You're different now. Before, you used to cry and say you didn't want to do this." Lin Hao walked to the shore, tossed the boar into the river, then quickly jumped back into the water, shifting back into his carp form. The mermaid immediately blended into the water and followed him. Lin Hao said to her, "You're right. I've gotten used to being a fish." Then he turned to look at his meal, his eyes filled with urgency. Drooling as he muttered, "Now, time to deal with this." Lin Hao took a bite but spat it out almost instantly, gagging as his mouth filled with bristles, his face twisting in disgust. He frantically rubbed his small fins against his tongue, trying to scrape off the bristles, his mind racing. Then, his fish eyes lit up. He needed a different way to eat. Immediately, Lin Hao activated his fire scale technique. Carp Lin Hao swam around the boar a few times, instantly burning off its fur. His body was burned to a crisp, not even a single hair left. Only after finishing the cleanup did he pounce again to tear and bite, as the rules dictated. He gulped it down in big mouthfuls until only a skeleton remained, a satisfied look on his face. The little guy smirked. This wild boar was quite the meal. The system panel lit up, awarding 350 evolution points for killing the wild boar. Lin Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he muttered, 350 evolution points isn't bad, almost like 4 adult grass carp. Then he grumbled, was it because the boar's head was too small? Lin Hao swam in happy circles, though it didn't matter. Before the forest appeared, he never imagined he'd eat wild boar. A certain thought made his mood soar, his eyes narrowing slightly, his lips curling into a bright smile before he spoke. "If I keep this up, I can level up every day." The fish laughed heartily, and just then, a notification appeared. He had returned to Tiger Transformation Pool. Lin Hao swam forward, stopping abruptly near a crab. Did the deep water creatures come to the shallows to feed again? He flicked his tail, accelerating straight toward the crab. "This is my turf now, scram, monster." As he leisurely enjoyed the giant crab he'd caught, Lin Hao suddenly heard voices. He looked up to see many fish swimming at the surface, fighting over food. Tourists were feeding them. Had the lockdown been lifted? He decided to swim up and investigate. Just in time to hear a few young people talking, the fish quickly hid behind a rock to eavesdrop. The serious-looking man in orange spoke up. "Did you hear about the explosion in the Eastern District last night?" The bespectacled young man beside him replied, "Yeah, I heard some kind of monster appeared." Another person sounded panicked. "Are you serious? Don't scare me like that." The man in orange answered, "Why would I lie? The police even showed up." Hearing this, Lin Hao flicked his tail and duffed to the bottom, his expression turning thoughtful as the giant monster from before flashed in his mind. "A monster? You mean that thing we saw on the Coldwater River that day, right?" But just as he thought of this, Lin Hao immediately turned to the mermaid beside him and tentatively asked, "All the mutated creatures we've encountered so far are aquatic. Could there be land-based creatures too?" The mermaid crossed her arms and slowly began to answer his question. "Organisms infected by the ZT virus undergo mutations." After hearing her words, in just 3 seconds, his tiny fish brain kicked into overdrive. He blinked and pointed at himself with his fin. "Does that mean I'm like them?" As if suddenly realizing something, he let out a long sigh, his eyes growing dim. Suddenly, a slender finger appeared, gently lifting him up. Before him was the mermaid's breathtakingly beautiful face. Her gentle eyes locked onto Lin Hao's, making the little fish blush instantly. The mermaid said firmly, "How could you compare yourself to those things? You still have me." Lin Hao stood frozen for a few seconds in front of the beautiful mermaid before awkwardly turning away, crossing his fins and coughing a few times before continuing, "Cough, cough. The dragon clan should be hunting them down by now. I wonder if they'll succeed in wiping them out. If it's for me to eat." The mermaid just stood aside with a faint smile upon hearing him say that. Lin Hao then recalled the mutated creature he once hunted, one as big as a giant shark. Just thinking about that scene made the little fish grin uncontrollably. Drool instinctively dripped out, revealing his insatiable hunger. Just as he was lost in this delightful fantasy, the mermaid beside him suddenly splashed water right into his face. The mermaid immediately put on a stern expression, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Lin Hao, her sharp gaze fixed on the little fish. "Wake up! It's time to get to work." Hearing this, Lin Hao jolted in surprise. Why does this sound so familiar? Ever since being reincarnated as a fish, he hadn't heard this kind of urging in a long time. Reality was always this harsh, delivering a brutal wake-up call to the little guy. His eyes welled up, and Lin Hao's expression instantly darkened. Does this feel like going back to work? Ever since becoming a fish, he thought he'd never have to endure the hardships of working under the sun or crossing mountains again. "I thought escaping the life of a wage slave would make things easier, but now my work hours have doubled instead." With a bitter heart and tears welling in his eyes, he dragged his fish body away to complete his mission. Just as he swam down, he couldn't stop sighing. "Now that there's no boss, why do I still have to work like this? I've become a 24/7, year-round wage slave. I really miss the old 996 days. 996 is a grueling work schedule where young people in China work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. Though it violates labor laws, many companies still enforce this system. Finally, the system popped up a notification, "Congratulations on leveling up." A new teleportation zone was unlocked, and the time limit increased by half an hour. The map unfolded again, and as he looked at the river's location, covering such a vast area, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Not bad. The river near the Dragon Pool factory outside seems huge. The extra half hour was no big deal to him, leveling up was just a small step. At the thought of that moment, Lin Hao's fish eyes gleamed, his mouth curling into a radiant smile. This way, he could devour even more creatures. Propping himself up with his fins, he pondered the still-locked gray areas. The more he looked, the more the scroll felt like an expanding game map. You had to fight monsters and complete quests to level up. He mused to himself that this felt just like playing a survival game. Thinking of the skills he'd evolved earlier, if he kept gaining new abilities, maybe his wish would come true. Lin Hao continued analyzing, the rewards and missions kept updating. Since he'd already grown a horn, evolving limbs might not be far off. With his mind made up, Lin Hao set off, his body transforming into a streak of light as he dove straight into the scroll. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. When the map reappeared, a blue dot marked his teleportation spot. Ugh, what is this disgusting, stagnant pond? The moment he teleported, Lin Hao felt uneasy. The place was piled with trash, and a revolting stench hit him. The water quality here is terrible. As he swam forward, he spotted two figures near a withered tree on the shore. The two stood face to face, seemingly in conversation. Dragon Team is currently hunting down that E-creature. And we must act tonight, take it before they arrive. Lin Hao weaved through the trash piles, his gaze locked on the two men. Are they talking about the Research Institute? Who are these two? Dragon Team members? No, they're trying to steal from Dragon Team. Then who's backing them? Doesn't look like they're up to anything good. As he drew closer, Lin Hao immediately activated his camouflage skill. From what Lin Hao knew, Dragon Team was a secret government unit handling mutated creatures. He referred to those unidentified extraterrestrial beings. Were there other organizations besides Dragon Team? He crept closer, gathering more information while the two remained oblivious. They were talking about the virus. Lin Hao observed the two heavily armed young men. They looked like assassins. Clearly not the friendly type. Plus, they were carrying a long tube on their backs. Lin Hao couldn't help but wonder what was inside that tube. A weapon? The guy near the tree took a drag of his cigarette and said, "It's here. They must be trying to awaken an ancient creature hidden in the Long City ruins." He took another deep puff, then excitedly continued. "And there's definitely a lost civilization hidden in those ruins. Did I hear that right? These two are saying there's an ancient creature in the Long City ruins?" At this, Lin Hao's eyes widened in shock. Could something like that really exist? Isn't that just a bedtime story for kids? At the wastewater treatment plant, machines continued spewing smoke and waste. Crows circled overhead, making the place feel even more eerie. One of them kept bragging. Once we find the lost civilization, we'll get our hands on the gear of those high-level warriors. He grew more excited, as if he couldn't stop. A glorious future is already within our grasp. When the global upheaval comes, we will become the strongest. In contrast, the other man remained silent, quietly smoking. His expression serious as he furrowed his brow and whispered, "Don't speak so loudly." The guy just shrugged it off, hands in his pockets, replying, "Who do you think would be in this godforsaken place?" Lin Hao secretly observed their conversation, pondering to himself. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? The man made a slicing motion across his throat, his face twisted with malice. "If anyone's here, just take them out." Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, his gaze darkening as he watched them. This place was desolate and remote, but was it really empty? From their demeanor, he grew even more certain of his suspicions. They were clearly up to no good, brazenly carrying weapons in a high-security area without consequences. Just then, an unexpected phone call made both men's expressions turn grave. The man smoking answered the call, responding briefly after connecting. He tossed his cigarette butt aside and quickly explained the situation, telling the other to prepare. Dragon Squad had narrowed down their search range. The other man immediately asked, "Dragon Squad is sending a lot of people this time. They really care about that kid?" The smoker let out a loud laugh. "To me, they're just a bunch of small fry." The man crossed his arms, looking at the smoker and praising. "True. Brother G already has the third set of gear. Yet the one called Brother G didn't seem to care. Instead silently shifting his gaze toward Lin Hao's direction, as if sensing his presence. Lin Hao quickly picked up on the key details in their conversation, moving closer to the shore while wondering what was the third set of gear. A combat suit? Or maybe mecha? But just as he neared the shore where the two stood, Brother G's wristwatch suddenly blared an alarm, its red light flashing brightly. He immediately shouted, "Something's here." At the same time, the system warned Lin Hao of danger. He realized this was bad. If they discovered him, it would be trouble. So he quickly submerged into the water. Both men stared at the ripples where Lin Hao had vanished but saw nothing. Koengo kept his gaze fixed in that direction, his eyes narrowing slightly. Lin Hao silently thanked his luck for diving into the water just in time, though he had to admit their equipment was incredibly advanced, even detecting his presence nearby. Could that watch be some kind of mutated creature detector? Compared to the Dragon Team's gear, this thing was clearly much more convenient. Seeing Koenji's tense expression, his underling quickly asked, "Is there a mutated creature?" Koenji's eyes remained locked on the lake as he answered gravely, "Not sure. But we're picking up an extremely strong life signal. The chances of it being a mutated creature are high." Then, Koengo pressed a button on the side of the case. With a click, it snapped open, and a bolt of electricity instantly crackled to life. A moment later, an incredibly imposing electrothermal gun appeared, spinning 360 degrees in the air before landing perfectly in his grip, looking effortlessly cool. The gun crackled with purple arcs of electricity as he took a running start and swung his arm, unleashing a long blade of energy toward the lake. In an instant, the energy blade surged straight toward Lin Hao, splitting the lake's surface in two. This weapon was clearly no ordinary blade. With his current strength, taking that attack head-on would likely be fatal. With no other choice, Lin Hao burst out of the water, dodging the sudden assault. He stared at the powerful energy blade, a force he had never encountered before. He gritted his teeth, feeling immense pressure. What kind of weapon was this? At that moment, his opponent also got a clear look at Lin Hao's form. Both of them stared in shock at the creature that had just emerged from the water. The underling shouted, "Boss, it's a mutated creature." Lin Hao dove back underwater, swimming away with all his might, his cold gaze fixed warily on them. Seeing Lin Hao, the two men acted as if they'd struck gold and immediately gave chase along the shore. As they ran, the boss grinned eerily, his voice trailing after what looked like a massive shark-like mutated creature. There had to be something inside it, maybe a GT virus. The two pursued relentlessly, sprinting along the lakeside, while Lin Hao cut through the water with desperate speed. Hearing footsteps closing in, he glanced back and saw two figures rapidly approaching. The underling wore a sly grin as he ran, sharing his theory aloud. It still knew how to run. Does that mean it has the ability to think? In the blink of an eye, they had already caught up to him. Lin Hao was stunned. Even with that huge box on his back, they still managed to keep up. This guy is definitely not ordinary. To shake off these two leech-like pests, he'd have to use that method. The thought of enhancing his tail's power had just crossed his mind. Instantly, energy surged to life, swirling around his tail in streaks of light. With a sudden burst of strength, he whipped his tail, sending a massive wave crashing toward the shore. Lin Hao quickly merged into the water, diving to the lakebed and swimming toward the opposite shore. On a dense patch of grass, he listened carefully to his surroundings. And only after confirming there were no unusual sounds did he surface, taking a deep breath. They shouldn't be able to catch up now, right? Wait, on second thought, something feels off. Why was he running from those two in the first place? Thinking back, it was kind of ridiculous. He must have panicked when they suddenly appeared. Lin Hao muttered to himself, had he been too hasty? What would have happened even if they'd found him? He had teleportation, he could have just come back here anyway. With a dismissive snort, he dove back into the lake, where schools of fish swam around. Lin Hao locked onto his target and swallowed 3 fish in one gulp. Swimming while pondering the identities of those 2 men. What were those family guards all about? They probably weren't from the same organization as Luoshua, right? Why did they give off such a shady vibe? He thought to himself, forget it. Why bother worrying about them, Now that he was here, he should focus on what he came to do. Lin Hao chewed the fresh fish in his mouth, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He pushed the 2 men out of his mind, filling his stomach came first. Time was short, so he'd eat these Zophie fish while he could. Time in the lake was limited, and with such a lavish feast at the lakebed, not eating would be a waste. He flicked his tail, propelling himself toward the school of fish. Soon after, the system panel flashed with a series of notifications. Devouring an adult Zophie fish granted 50 evolution points. Devouring an adult Zophie fish granted 50 evolution points. Contract Master Lin Hao, Black Koi Fire Qilin Bloodline, Level 14, 3 meters in length. Weighing 305 kilograms, Combat Power 38. Skills, Camouflage, Fire Scales, Powerful Bite, Powerful Tail Whip, Steel Scales, Divine Ability. Earth-Shaking Water Control Level 4, Evolution Point 745/10,000. Lin Hao's pollen-covered face studied the data. His jaws still working hard. Besides his size and combat power, there didn't seem to be any other noticeable changes. Apart from the scent on his skin, the food in this river gave high evolution points. As if suddenly remembering something, he turned to ask the mermaid beside him if there were new tasks. The mermaid loathed this stretch of water, one hand tightly covering her nose while the other waved frantically. After a sidelong glance, she said, "This is too much. Just too much." Right after, the task panel refreshed again. Normal task, hunt 100 crayfish. Reward, increased horn sharpness. Normal task, hunt 10 eels, reward, white treasure. Hard task, hunt 10 mutated creatures, February 10th completed, reward. Blue treasure. Lin Hao's eyes showed contemplation as his fin gently swayed. These tasks were unusually difficult this time. The difficulty was quite high, where would he even find so many mutated creatures? He mused to himself, recalling the old saying, leave the hard things for later and do the easy ones first. If he couldn't finish today, he'd just do it tomorrow. Why overthink and give himself a headache? Lin Hao closed the notification panel and swam away with a flick of his fin, continuing his journey to level up. First, he decided to return and rest before making any plans. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound chimed, displaying a new message, teleportation time available, 2 hours. Just as expected, the higher the level, the longer the teleportation time. If this trend continued, all locked areas on the map would eventually unlock. Sure enough, leveling up increased teleportation time. At last, he could leave this beginner's area. Thinking about it, Lin Hao couldn't help but savor the memory of fish melting in his mouth. His lips smacking as drool escaped, eyes wide with longing. Why rush back? He might as well stay a little longer. Just as he was lost in his delicious daydreams, a large school of fish suddenly darted past him at high speed. Watching them, it's like they're running for their lives. He exclaimed in surprise, huh? What's going on? Suddenly, from a distance, an object shot toward him like an arrow released from a bow. Racing at an incredible speed straight for Lin Hao's position. Who is that? What is that? He asked. That speed is insane, could it be another mutated creature? As it drew closer, he finally saw its form. What the? How is that even possible? It's clearly a person. It was a figure clad entirely in black armor, wrapped head to toe like a superhero. With crimson eyes glowing and a flaming gun in hand, sprinting forward with explosive force. A sharp blade slashed through the air, cleaving straight into the water. Lin Hao broke out in a cold sweat. Wait, this looks familiar. Like I've seen it somewhere before. That build, that gun and weight. Isn't that the guy from earlier? Before Lin Hao could react, the man leapt into the air, swinging his sword down toward his face. Lin Hao recognized the attacker in shock. He knew this guy, clingy as a starving leech. Oh no, he's here for me. The blade stopped mere centimeters from Lin Hao's face. In a split second, Lin Hao barely dodged, cursing under his breath, damn it. He had just evaded one strike when he heard the black-clad man's voice from behind. Seriously? How was anyone supposed to dodge that swordplay? Lin Hao glanced back, just in time to see another blade slashing toward him. The deadly strike sent him crashing into the water below, shattering ice in all directions. Lin Hao quickly pushed himself up, beads of sweat on his forehead, eyeing his opponent warily. That sword is way too fast. The attack had cracked the fish scales on his body. He thought to himself, this guy's got some skill. Seeing his prey still moving, the attacker's interest was piqued. His tone dripping with mockery. Oh? Still alive, huh? Just as he was sizing Ling Hao up, a blinding light flooded his vision, like a spotlight shining directly into his eyes. He quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes and asked, what's going on? Then, he squinted to examine the scene ahead, muttering, oh, so you're not convinced? Before him was a carp shrouded in red light, charging toward him at an astonishing speed. Lin Hao's eyes burned with fury as he gritted his teeth and roared, TCH! How dare you slash at me with a sword? With a swift flick of his tail, he propelled himself forward, shooting straight toward Kunlun. A muffled explosion erupted, releasing a surge of immense power that cracked the pervert's mask, sending fragments flying. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the fish's devastating attack. Aha, so it really is you. That hit actually stung. Lin Hao thought to himself, mentally adding it to his grudge list. Gnashing his teeth, his gaze sharp as blades, he shouted, so it was you. Instantly, he unleashed a full-force strike at his opponent's armor, leaving him no choice but to raise his arms in defense. A series of dull thuds echoed, but his attacks seemed to do little damage. Lin Hao was furious. This armor had no restrictions underwater. Not only that, but its combat power was absurdly high, making Lin Hao so angry he wanted to curse. Yet Kunlun remained completely unfazed. He wondered what kind of bizarre armor this was, allowing someone to fight so powerfully underwater. Seizing the moment as Lin Hao attacked, the pervert secretly channeled lightning into his sword, preparing to cleave him. Looking for trouble? Lin Hao swiftly flicked his tail, kicking him away. Caught off guard, the man's eyes darted around as Lin Hao angrily lunged forward, biting at his arm. In your dreams. This armor is ridiculously tough. What is it even made of? Not even a scratch? One more try. I refuse to believe I can't bite through. Lin Hao resolved, clamping down harder. Seeing the blind man still struggling, Kunlun's mind raced. Why not strike while he's exposed? Acting on the thought, as the fish clamped onto his arm, he swiftly grabbed his searing sword with his free hand, his gaze turning vicious as he prepared to impale his prey. Yet Lin Hao held on relentlessly, refusing to let go. It seems he also noticed that guy's movements. The cunning man raised his blade, ready to pierce the koi's body. Roaring furiously, you beast, you're finished. Lin Hao felt the map beginning to reverse through time and space, and his expression gradually calmed. Then, with a sudden flick of his tail, he instantly broke free from the attacker. Despite his escape, his eyes still burned with hostility as he left a parting threat, you'll regret this. The deceitful man held his sword in a defensive stance, staring at the eerie scene before him. Scales peeled away as Lin Hao winced in pain, but he was relieved the time-space transfer had finally ended. If it had dragged on any longer, who knows what that guy would have done next. One more strike from that blade, and this layer of scales would have shattered instantly. The mermaid beside him casually picked up a fallen scale, examining it silently without a word. Lin Hao recalled the sword the man had wielded. Its blade emanated a dark purple aura, sharp enough to slice through iron like mud. He concluded that the sword in that man's hands was no ordinary weapon. Not just the sword, even that black form-fitting gear he wore seemed unnatural. Could the world now produce such advanced equipment? Lin Hao mused to himself, thinking it was far too overpowered if true. That guy was wearing Mark III armor. Had technology really advanced that far? Could they even mass-produce that kind of armor now? Suddenly remembering something, Lin Hao turned to the mermaid and asked, wait. They mentioned ruins from an ancient civilization. That means there are other remnants of past civilizations on Earth. Weren't that armor and blade retrieved from those ruins? The mermaid floated on the water's surface, resting her chin on her hands as she listened, but still gave no response. Lin Hao spoke with growing excitement, as if uncovering a long-hidden secret, like a mysterious door finally opening. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he blurted out, it's possible, very possible. Mutated creatures, ancient ruins, the GT virus, all these elements could be connected. The more Lin Hao analyzed, the more convinced he became that his theory made sense. He circled in the water, muttering to himself, I figured it out. Long ago, a civilization had once been here. On Earth, they left behind special ruins. These ruins contain special viruses from those civilizations that can accelerate biological evolution. Hearing this, the mermaid snapped out of her lazy demeanor, crossed her arms, and swam closer to Ling Hao to keep listening. Ling Hao delved deeper into his analysis, connecting the key points of the ruins to the events that had unfolded so far. Those beings are the remnants of intelligent life from the ruins. If we reactivate the ruins of that civilization, could it awaken the mutated creatures their ancestors brought from outer space? Mid-sentence, Ling Hao suddenly realized the potential consequences of such a virus from the ruins. Good heavens, it has already destroyed cities and freely handed out a one-way ticket to our ancestors' fate. And on top of that, it causes evolution. Would there even be any survivors? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Ling Hao looked. The chances of that happening are high. This world is likely about to face a massive upheaval. If we don't want to end up as food, there's only one path forward. Ling Hao turned to the mermaid and seriously emphasized the importance of evolution. We must evolve to the strongest level in the shortest time possible. Ling Hao immediately flicked his tail and rushed off to complete the task. Moments later, a radiant light enveloped his body, gradually coalescing into a glowing orb. The mermaid remained in her lazy posture, lounging on the water's surface, waiting for Ling Hao to finish his upgrade. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. And the mermaid had already taken a nap. When she woke up, she wrapped one arm around her waist, rubbed her eyes with the other, and yawned. Her eyes still bleary from sleep. Finally, the upgrade was complete. Ling Hao's gaze grew even more determined. And his system panel lit up, congratulating the host on reaching level 15 and earning a blue sun report. Host, Ling Hao, species, black carp fire chilin, level 15, length, 1.6 meters. Weight, 435 kilograms, combat power, 45, skills, melee combat, disguise, fire chilin. Powerful bite, chilin steel scales, passive ability, shockwave water suppression, level 5. Evolution points, 1854/10,000. Looking at the info panel, Ling Hao grinned. This is new. He poked the text on the screen with his adorable little fin, asking curiously, what kind of ability is this? The skill details immediately appeared, describing the night combat ability in full, improving night vision and boosting overall strength by 10%. Ling Hao quickly scanned through it, shouting with joy as his grin stretched from ear to ear, wagging his tail as he swam closer. Whoa, a 10% boost to nighttime combat power? This skill is amazing. Though the boost didn't seem like much now, if he grew stronger later, that extra 10% would be terrifying. The mermaid, hearing the loud popping sound, quickly covered her ears with her fingers, squinting as she teased, do you really need to be that loud? The scene shifted back to the previous sewage treatment plant. Ridiculous. Do you think it could actually do something like that? The underling didn't argue, silently staring at the damaged armor. The bite marks still clearly visible on the arm. Boss, your armor's ruined. Look at these bite marks, some little troublemaker kept cursing that mutated fish. Ugh, this armor took so much effort to get, and now it's chewed up like this. It's useless now, the underling said, patting the boss's shoulder. Let's go. We've got real work to do. The boss turned slowly, unable to forget those bloodshot eyes that seemed ready to devour its prey. A thought flashed through his mind, that fish earlier was acting strange. Almost as if it had some intelligence. We need to report this to the organization. It can't fall into enemy hands. Meanwhile, all sorts of rumors began spreading wildly. Hey, did you hear? A section of the downtown area's been sealed off. Something weird must have shown up. I saw a bunch of people in black uniforms too. Rumor has it some kind of evil force is causing trouble. Is that even real? Don't scare me, what evil force? Nonsense. How could some evil force mobilize that many officers? This is obviously a serial killer's doing. With that many people downtown, the lockdown must be because of that incident. Back at Dragon Transformation Lake, after a peaceful night, Ling Hao lazily covered his mouth with his fin, yawning with half-closed eyes. That nap was so refreshing. The mermaid remained lazily afloat on the waves, lifting her eyes to look at him. Suddenly, the system chimed with a crisp notification, a new task, a regular one. Consume 100 ascension props to increase tooth sharpness as a reward. Regular task. Consume 500 black shell shrimp to boost growth speed as a reward. Regular task. Consume 10 eels to earn a white treasure chest. Difficult task. Consume 10 mutant creatures to earn a blue treasure chest. After scanning the displayed content, Ling Hao immediately grasped the pattern of the task list. Sure enough, whether the tasks were completed or not, they would refresh automatically every morning. Another notification appeared right after the map update was complete. Exploration permissions were reopened, and both Ling Hao and the mermaid curiously looked up at the map, studying the newly updated area. A bright new region appeared, and Ling Hao exclaimed with delight, a new map so soon? As the two were focused on the newly opened area, a loud boom suddenly echoed. The surrounding space began to tremble, and other fish immediately flicked their tails, splashing water as they scattered in panic, startling both the mermaid and Ling Hao. Looking around, the atmosphere felt like something was about to happen. Putting away the map, Ling Hao swiftly swam forward while the mermaid stood still, arms crossed, silently watching him leave. The commotion was so great that Ling Hao surfaced to get a better view. Behind the city, a mountain range had erupted in flames, thick black smoke blotting out the sky. Sensing something amiss, Ling Hao thought to himself that he needed to investigate immediately. As he neared the shore, a sudden burst of light appeared, and a figure stepped out. A shirtless young man emerged in a nearby grove. Looked around briefly, then ran off, having witnessed the full situation. The mermaid sighed in exasperation and waved her hand dismissively, muttering about how frustrating men could be. The incident occurred at Dragon Mountain in the quiet of night, as the dragon team rushed toward the summit. The team leader shouted as they ran, "Move quickly! Seal off all paths it takes immediately. The target is extremely dangerous, eliminated on sight." On a mountain road, an off-road vehicle sped at breakneck pace, completely ignoring sharp turns and large trucks. Inside the vehicle, Shui is discussing with her team members. Her gaze is firm and decisive as she looks toward Long Mountain. "What? I already understand. We are currently in pursuit. This is extremely important. We must surround Long Mountain and not let it escape." After the call ended, her expression grew even more solemn as she grasped the severity of the Long Mountain incident. "Understood. Personnel on site have found traces. Report immediately." Traces of the Luo organization have also been discovered at the scene. At the mention of this name, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The Luo organization, these maniacs are actually here. The man in white still maintains his aiming posture. The voices from afar are clear, these people will stop at nothing to inject themselves with the T-virus, seeking physical enhancement. I can't imagine who would join such an organization. With a screech of brakes, the vehicle stops. Luo Shui steps out, gripping a handgun. After gathering information on the way, she immediately says, T is injured and his combat ability is low now. Watch out for the Luo organization. Don't let them cause chaos. From a distance, what exactly are these Luo organization members planning? They're playing with fire, and they've even brought several crates of explosives up the mountain. They're out of their minds. They probably want to blow up the entire Long Mountain. Fortunately, that guy was dealt with earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If he had been allowed to continue, the sky and mountains here would likely have been shattered to pieces. Amid the rumbling, a drone slowly flies through the air, gradually approaching Luo Shui and the others. In the pitch-black night, no one notices it yet, but as the sound grows closer, Luo Shui suddenly looks up, spotting the anomaly in the sky. She quickly turns to her team and shouts, "Everyone, activate your protective suits and disperse." In the blink of an eye, before her words even finish, the drone suddenly explodes above them. A massive force descends from the sky, like a meteor crashing down. Rustling sounds came from the bushes as someone slowly emerged, scanning the quiet surroundings. There wasn't a single patrol guard in sight. Lin Hao followed the path the mermaid had pointed out, climbing toward Dragon Mountain, where a massive explosion had just occurred. The security here was so tight. How did she even know the way? The mermaid giggled, waving her little hand with a bright smile. "Because that's me." Suddenly remembering something, she turned to him curiously. "Why did you suddenly want to come here?" Lin Hao stopped by a tree inside. "When that explosion happened, I felt a mysterious energy." Standing by the tree, he closed his eyes gently, raised his hand, and said firmly, "Something there is calling to me." "Do you understand? Calling?" The mermaid had no idea what he meant, staring at him in confusion. "What are you talking about?" She cleared her throat softly, clearly wanting a better explanation, but Lin Hao just repeated calmly, "It's calling me here." Suddenly, voices from nearby reached them. Lin Hao fell silent, listening intently. "Damn it, we can't reach the organization." Dragon Squad cut off communications. "No problem. Their commander's already been blown away. Our top priority now is to find the injured T." "Ah, I see. Heh, no need to think too hard to guess what's going on." As he walked forward, he chuckled to himself. "Injured, huh? Looks like both sides are looking for him." These two voices sounded familiar. Following them would surely lead to T. Looking around, he thought, wow, what a small world. The voices sounded familiar, and sure enough, they were acquaintances. One was carrying a large crate, the other running around with heavy weapons, hard to forget. That freakish fish bit through my armor. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this mess. Mentioning the fish made the guy in the jet-powered armor frown. That thing's bite force is insane, it even pierced Mark III armor. He wanted to curse the fish a few more times, but the situation didn't allow it. The two immediately accelerated, dashing toward the direction of the explosion. The man in jet armor charged ahead, raising his thermal weapon at the ready, while the captain shouted, "Stop wasting time. Go check if that guy is hiding nearby. If we find that guy, we might get a brand new set of armor." "It's not impossible." With a whoosh, he shot forward like lightning, instantly putting a great distance between them. A gust of wind trailing behind him, accompanied by a dark purple glow. A sinister purple pressure radiated from him, his bloodthirsty aura sending chills down one's spine. Lin Hao hid in the bushes, watching. Seeing the opponent's terrifying speed, his eyes couldn't help but widen in shock. Good grief, what did this guy eat to run so fast? Last time's underwater attack was fast, but it still couldn't compare to this guy. Let me take a closer look. At this speed on land, I'm no match for him. While secretly observing and tailing them from a distance, another sound suddenly reached him. Lin Hao slowed his steps and eventually stopped. What was that noise? He stood still, scanning his surroundings. The sound was getting closer, this way. It was definitely coming from over here. He hurried toward the noise, pushing aside branches in his path. Here asterisk bang, bang, bang asterisk, someone's up ahead. Spotting a familiar figure, his eyes lit up with joy. And he excitedly muttered to himself, it's Xiao Shui. Bang, 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 the gun barrel kept firing, striking the writhing mutated creature on the ground. Luo Shui remained expressionless, continuously pulling the trigger, shooting straight at the monster. Dark purple fluids and a foul stench began to spread around them. Watching his wife handle the creature so coolly, he couldn't help but feel immensely proud. But when his gaze fell on the monster itself, the scene was quite different. Lin Hao immediately covered his nose and mouth, otherwise, he'd definitely throw up in a moment. His face twisted in disgust as he groaned, this is revolting. Just as he was lost in admiration of his wife's monster-slaying skills, a pained cry suddenly rang out. Ouch! Now's not the time to admire her, wake up. The mermaid tapped Lin Hao on the head from behind, snapping him back to reality. Seriously, you forgot why we're here? Who cares about looks? Wife, someone's bullying your husband. It hurts. After dealing with the creature, Luo Shui quickly contact the dragon team and report the situation. I've already pinpointed the location it was sent from. A man steps out from the nearby bushes, his laughter dripping with mockery. Ha 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 ha. He strides toward Luo Shui, clad in black armor. The one holding the hot commodity is none other than that cunning rogue. He speaks, so it really is Captain Luo, quite the reputation you have. Luo Shui turns around, her gaze sharp and wary as she locks onto him. He immediately points the sharp tip of his sword at her, but his words are cut short. He channels his strength into his legs and lunges at her like an arrow released from a bow. Gripping a broadsword, his face is brimming with confidence. He roars, you're finished. Then he swings the blade, aiming to pierce her. In less than a minute, a powerful hand seizes his wrist. A figure suddenly appears, radiating immense power with a red and blue aura swirling around them. His foot plants firmly into the ground, causing water to erupt from beneath the earth. A gust of wind whips up and then instantly stills, halting the rogue's every move. This leaves him stunned for a few seconds. Is this the person you wanted to kill? Say that again if you dare. Who did you want to kill? Tick-tock, the system is still counting down. While the rogue is still dazed, Lin Hao decides to end this immediately. There's no time to waste. Time is running out, he must finish this in one strike. Lin Hao's expression turns more serious than ever. He channels his strength into his arm and sharply twists his wrist. The blade instantly pierces through the rogue's body before he can react. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at Lin Hao. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth as he struggles to speak. Who are you, really? Lin Hao stares coldly at him, saying nothing. Too close to look away, he locks eyes with Lin Hao. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he shouts in terror. His voice is filled with shock, so you are the phantom. Then he breaks into manic laughter, doubling over as he screams. What makes you any different from me? Ha 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 ha. He slowly pulled the blade out from his body. Blood dripped from the hilt, pattering onto the grass. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh rang out as a longsword spun 360 degrees. The sword's energy surged straight toward Luo Shui, who was standing still. In the blink of an eye, everything happened too fast. Faced with this sudden move, Lin Hao had no time to react. Sensing the danger, Luo Shui quickly sidestepped. Trying to hurt my sister? Not so easy, little girl. You're still too inexperienced. The longsword plunged violently into the grass behind her. Seeing the familiar figure in face, Luo Shui's eyes widened in shock at the man who had suddenly appeared. She blurted out, Lin Hao, how dare you be so careless as to try and assassinate me? I'll send you on a one-way trip to the afterlife. Power surged into Lin Hao's hands, crackling with energy in an instant. His face twisted in anger as he roared, you're asking for trouble. A lightning-fast punch struck his opponent, leaving him no time to cry out before he felt a searing pain tear through his insides. The man's eyes bulged as the force blasted through his body and shot backward. The punch unleashed a gust of wind, and the erupting energy engulfed him, leaving him helpless and frozen in place. The dazzling light forced Luo Shui to shield her eyes as she squinted to see what was happening. It's him. It really is him. Just as she was about to run toward him, the man leaped into the lake, sending water splashing as his figure vanished beneath the surface. She shouted, "Lin Hao!" But by the time Luoshua reached the lakeside, only ripples remained. What on earth is going on? That man was definitely Lin Hao, the one she had been searching for. Why was he avoiding her? In contrast to the calm lake, Luoshua's heart was tangled in turmoil. Her sorrowful gaze lingered on the water's surface. I didn't imagine it. It really was him. What happened? Beneath the water, Lin Hao looked up, his eyes filled with sadness. Sorry, Xiao Shui. The time isn't right yet. We all have our own destinies to fulfill. This sorrowful farewell scene is just like those tear-jerking romance movies. The mermaid watched from afar, so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Biting her lip, she said, "Wah, this is so touching." A young couple couldn't recognize each other for some inexplicable reason. Lin Hao felt a chill run down his spine and was left speechless. She said the plea for blood was real, but what I want to say is, stop pushing yourself so hard. Look at yourself in this carp form, then look at these tiny fins, she continued. Just now, in my human form, I felt like I wasn't quite the same as before. The mermaid finally understood his meaning. Lin Hao explained that while in human form, there were no rewards, but after transforming back into a carp, combat experience and mental state would be retained. On the shore, Luo Shui quickly steadied her emotions and immediately relayed a message to the organization. Everyone, stay alert, T is injured and missing. It must have taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Focus the search on the coordinates I sent. Move quickly. Underwater, the mermaid crossed her arms in thought after hearing Luo Shui's words. It wants to escape? Where could it possibly go? Lin Hao quickly grasped the key point but then thought of something. His eyes lit up. I know. It must be looking for a ship to flee, but where is the ship? Sis, wanna play a game with it? She pushed Lin Hao's fish face aside with a serious expression and firm tone. How am I supposed to find it? Hearing this, Lin Hao immediately agreed. If you can help me evade the search, maybe you can sense the electronic signal. Lin Hao thought urgently. You can sense it. Just try. Try to sense where it is. Hearing Lin Hao's words, she was left speechless. Do you think it's connected via Bluetooth? Suddenly, a series of scanning data appeared before her eyes, beginning to scan the mountain range. Lin Hao stayed silent for a moment before the mermaid spoke. Found it. It's on the mountaintop. Having confirmed the exact location, Lin Hao immediately flicked his tail and swiftly swam toward the target, his speed astonishing the mermaid. As she followed, she asked, why the rush? Lin Hao quickly replied, we need to end this fast. With that, Lin Hao accelerated again, cutting through the water with sharp determination. We must find it quickly before things take a turn for the worse. Full of delusions, we absolutely cannot let T escape. It's likely an advanced scout sent to Earth. If it relays any critical intel back, we'll face even greater danger. Returning to the riverbank near Dragon Mountain, where a massive explosion once occurred. Both the Dragon team and the Lingsa organization are hunting T, who is injured and fleeing along the riverbank, following heat signatures. It lowers its head to gaze at the lake, its body emitting a purple mist as thick fluids drip from its wounds onto the ground. Noticing fish rising to the surface to feed on insects, T's sunken eyes gleam with hunger. With a guttural roar, it lunges into the water like slime, swiftly sweeping up and devouring the surrounding fish. A strong metallic scent fills the air within a meter's radius. Why are the fish floating in the murky, crimson river? Lin Hao drifts downstream toward a distant mountaintop, already detecting the overpowering metallic scent ahead, making him frown. It's far too strong. Right before his eyes. He immediately swims toward the source of the scent, plunging into the murky red current. Ding ding ding. An alarm blares as a crimson warning panel flashes, indicating the opponent's power exceeds the host's. I was worried I wouldn't find you, but it turns out you're just stronger than me. Injured, T clutches a few fish to devour and regain strength when it suddenly senses something charging toward it. It whips around, eyes flashing with wariness as a chilling aura radiates from its body. Lin Hao shouts, aiming to end this quickly, strike while it's wounded and finish it off. He flicks his tail at lightning speed and lunges forward. Earlier, Lao Shui mentioned it was injured and fleeing. This is the perfect chance to put an end to it. If I'm doing this, I'll see it through to the end. Without hesitation, Lin Hao activates his abilities, power surging through his body as he charges into battle alone. Seeing T still dazed and unresponsive, Lin Hao channels his strength into his horns. And drives them straight into one of its eyes, drawing a pain howl. The surrounding waters churn violently. Within seconds, from the void, a tray. A searing weapon instantly appears in T's hand. In agony, it swings its sword fiercely at Ling Hao. Whoosh! Sensing T's movement, Ling Hao reacts instantly. Trying to cut him down won't be that easy. Ling Hao violently flicks his fishtail, smacking the longsword far away with a loud crack. He nearly took a direct hit from that thing. Damn T. Trying to turn me into a fish isn't that simple. Now that you're unarmed, what else can you do? Ling Hao presses harder, driving his horn deeper into T's eye socket. But to his shock, in the blink of an eye, its arm stretches like machi, impossibly long. In an instant, it grabs the sword he just knocked away, its machi-like arm snapping back to normal at an astonishing speed. The moment its hand rises, an invisible force slams down in front of him. A sword strike lands on Ling Hao's fish horn, sending sparks flying with a loud crackle. This attack feels eerily familiar, like something he's encountered before, someone from his past. Ling Hao feels like he's seen this move before. Can't you people come up with something stronger? Always relying on gear, huh? Ling Hao quickly yanks out his horn and retreats. After breaking free from his attack, T clutches his wounded eye, grinding his teeth. It must hurt like hell. Ling Hao snarls in fury. His eyes burn with rage, his jaw clenched tight, his horn now cracked and splintering. He glares at the Slin before him with pure hatred. Before he can transform, T kicks off the water and lunges at Ling Hao. The sword in his hand seems to thirst for blood, trembling with excitement. Its speed leaves only a blur in the water. Even with Ling Hao's ability to see in the dark, he can't make out the figure hurtling toward him. In the blink of an eye, a shadow looms right before him. A deafening metallic clash rings out, the sword snaps, its blade cleaving downward toward the Carp's head. The edge clashes with the horn, sparks erupting like lightning. The brutal impact sends a violent jolt through Ling Hao's head. He grits his teeth, channeling all his strength into his mouth, waiting for the right moment. It immediately bared its sharp fangs and lunged straight for its opponent's arm. A sudden surge of water struck its arm with force, severing it clean off. Blood sprayed from the giant lizard's wound, splattering everywhere. With a look of half contempt and half disdain, he glanced at it and said, "This toy is only good for this much. Without that sword, let's see how cocky you can be." Its surprise attack made the giant lizard pause for a moment before it turned its injured eye toward him, revealing a deep, glowing cavity as it locked onto him. Under Lin Hao's astonished gaze, its remaining arm began gathering a strange power, the energy visibly condensing at an alarming rate. This giant lizard really plays dirty. Who could possibly beat it like this? Lin Hao was still stunned when the giant lizard's love tap lightly grazed his cheek. With a loud crack, the young man spun around instantly, his anger burning just as fiercely. "I was eating just fine, and this wretched fish suddenly jumps out to cause trouble. Don't you know to avoid mealtimes when there's a storm?" Not only that, but it poked his eyes and bit his hand, his consciousness drifting in and out of darkness. A faint voice called out, "Lin Hao, wake up!" Lin Hao felt his body floating in the water, growing heavier as he slowly sank to the bottom. A hand grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Dying here wouldn't be ideal. The mermaid strained to pull him upward, shouting, "Wake up!" She swam straight toward the surface, calling out sternly. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes. What's going on? His mind gradually cleared. The mermaid said urgently, "I can't help you much. Stop dawdling, next time, you won't survive." The little fish's eyes twitched slightly. Under the giant lizard's love tap, Lin Hao had already passed out. The mermaid had to create a protective barrier to shield the fish so he could wake up. Before they could say more, another love tap struck. The barrier shattered instantly, sending them flying to the ceiling. The mermaid could only watch helplessly, wondering if she had time to find a new host. Lin Hao was sent flying straight into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust 3 feet high. Lin Hao lay flat in the massive crater, too pained to move, yet still forcing himself to get up. It really hurt. He hadn't felt pain like this in a long time. He gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet as quickly as he could. Lin Hao stood up with difficulty. "How dare you ambush me?" Before his eyes had even fully opened, the marten closed in at an altar-like speed, roaring in fury, its gaze locked in a deadly challenge. Another crushing punch landed, sending dust billowing into the air. The ground trembling as a chilling crimson-purple energy radiated through the surroundings. A single hit like that would leave anyone gravely wounded, if not worse, buried in the dust. A nimble figure darted away. Our protagonist barely dodged the lethal strike. Not bad reflexes, and quite bold too. But your tail's a bit slow. You were already thinking of fleeing, so how are you still this fast? Before he could even celebrate his escape, Lin Hao turned to find the marten latched onto his tail. He let out a strange laugh. "Ha, a carp's tail." The moment he finished speaking, he fixed Lin Hao with a twisted stare, like some kind of deranged lunatic, his eyes wicked and his lips curled into an eerie grin. Lin Hao quickly cast Blazing Qilin technique, a cluster of blue flames flickering to life, slowly spreading across his body. It resembled a flower blooming in water, crackling softly. The more beautiful the bloom, the sharper the thorns. Horror filled his voice as he stared at his corroding hand. "What are you trying to do? Even your grandfather's actions need no explanation. Lin Hao's flames blazed brightly, his eyes burning with killing intent as he smirked at the marten. Without hesitation, Lin Hao lunged toward it, his tail lashing out to deliver a powerful kick, forcing the marten to endure the agony of its flesh searing in the flames. Then, Lin Hao locked onto his target and charged forward, sinking his teeth into the marten's shoulder. His gaze unwavering, no letting go, no matter what. No matter how much it hurt, he refused to release his grip, enduring its howls of pain without flinching, determined to never let go. The marten's mouth fell open in agony, its eyes wide as it finally collapsed. Even then, Lin Hao pressed the attack relentlessly, not daring to ease up. Only when it lay completely still, offering no resistance, did he stop. At last, he exhaled in relief. It's finally over. As the flames faded, a sense of calm settled in his heart. On the lake, L's men are frantically searching for T. The leader roars, "Hurry to the opposite shore and look. If you don't find him, go home and wait to be fed to the dogs." The others immediately scatter, searching everywhere. Hearing the commotion above, Lin Hao moves closer to check the situation. Where did all these people come from? Just dealt with one, and now a whole group shows up. None of them look like good news. If they spot me, there's no way out. A true hero knows when to retreat, win and leave, never linger. Lin Hao swiftly swims away, the signal showing they're getting close. The group stands on the shore, peering into the lake, but after a long wait, they see nothing. "Boss, what if that guy is already dead?" one of them asks. They have no idea someone is silently observing them from underwater. The boss snaps back, "Dead? So what? Who killed him?" "He's always." The underling immediately falls silent, not daring to say another word. Lin Hao surfaces, hearing their conversation loud and clear. "This is bad, can't let them find me." His expression darkens as he stares at them, then suddenly thinks of something and dives back underwater. His face grim, brows furrowed, looks like he'll have to take a desperate gamble. To do this without a trace, the only way is to erase all evidence. Oh my god, this is disgusting. Even before swallowing, just chewing makes him want to gag. He forces himself to choke it down. Lin Hao gasps, spitting, "Ugh, it's foul and vile." He's never eaten anything this revolting in his life. But there's no choice, he has to force it all down. In no time, the rhino's corpse is completely consumed. The system displays a notification, devoured a level 6 land beast. Second rank warrior gains 30,000 evolution points. What? Heaven above, facing these numbers, he can barely believe his eyes. Even with mental preparation, the figure 30,000 makes his head spin. Lin Hao's eyes gleam like searchlights as he gapes in shock. That taper beast is worth 30,000 experience points. The mermaid swam over, flashing a radiant, flower-like smile, and said, "Now's your chance to level up." Lin Hao grinned, 30,000 experience points. Who knew what he'd evolve into? Drink up, evolve. A ring of blue light appeared, enveloping Lin Hao. After waiting a moment, he opened his eyes, glanced at his hands, then turned to the mermaid and asked, "How do I look now?" The mermaid clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she said, "Amazing." His form gradually became clearer, his arms were muscular, strong, and agile. His teeth grew sharper, and his face changed, no longer the thin, fish-like features from before. His new form was called a fire qilin lizard. As expected, he had grown limbs, and his body had become much stronger. Lin Hao stared in shock at the changes to his body, utterly stunned. What's going on? What's going on? He checked himself again and found he now had hands, feet, and even a tail. Confused, he turned to the mermaid and said, "A lizard? Have I turned into a lizard? Did I evolve into an amphibian?" After evolving into the fire qilin lizard, he was astonished and muttered to himself. How did this happen? Lin Hao began testing his joints, examining his body once more. And realized he had evolved from a carp into a four-limbed form, just as he'd hoped. He cheered excitedly, "Now that I have hands and feet, I can move more freely, and my strength has increased several times over." In a secluded corner of the vast Longshan forest, an extremely advanced device sat in a clearing, so quiet it was nearly undetectable. Members of the Zero organization stood guard around it. One of them, alert, said, "Wait for the boss to bring back gear for the team." Before the two could react, a streak of red light suddenly shot up from the water, whizzing past their necks. A faint sound followed. By the time they realized, all they could shout was, "Who's there?" The next second, blood sprayed from their necks like blooming flowers. Their eyes widened, pupils contracting before they collapsed to the ground. After taking out the two sentries, Lin Hao, now in his fire lizard form, quickly scrambled forward. The mermaid watched his retreating figure from behind and asked curiously, "You already got the celestial transformation points. Why are you still here?" As if answering her question, he pointed ahead to where the UFO was parked and turned back, saying, "I don't want the ship to fall into their hands." Inside the UFO, a member of Organization L was relaxing to music, completely unaware of the approaching footsteps. Lin Hao launched a surprise attack from behind, but the man reacted swiftly and dodged. He shouted in panic, "What the hell? Who are you?" Lin Hao's shadow missed, but before his opponent could react, his body instantly began shifting from human form into something else, leaving the man stunned and terrified, frozen in place. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao lunged forward with lightning speed, his sharp fangs ready to strike. By the time the enemy realized what was happening, it was too late. He let out a pained cry. "You wanted to skin me alive, didn't you?" His eyes widened as blood sprayed out, the loud noise immediately drawing the attention of other members, who rushed to the scene. When they arrived, they saw a horrifying sight, a crimson monster with limbs as thick as a kaiju's, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust, fangs ready to tear into its prey. Its claws had already pierced through their comrade's body, sending the man crashing down like a ragdoll. The monster locked eyes with them, making them scream in terror, "Stay back!" But all they received in response seemed to be the beginning of a massacre. Gunfire erupted, blood splattered everywhere, the scene turning chaotic and brutal. As the smoke cleared, Lin Hao emerged in his fire lizard form, standing at the center of the carnage, surrounded by scattered bodies. Inside the UFO, after the intense battle, Lin Hao felt his body undergoing a noticeable change. Looking at his claws, he flexed his joints and marveled, "I feel so much lighter than before." After evolving, all his physical traits had been significantly enhanced. His combat strength had multiplied several times over. "I won't be trapped in the water anymore. The sun is truly amazing." After scanning the area and confirming no enemies remained, his fire lizard form gradually shifted back to human. He instantly shifted back from his serpent form into human shape. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and took a few steps forward, kicking a man lying on the ground aside with Ling Hao's foot. He glanced at the corpse with disgust and said, "Only when you're lying down do you finally behave." His moans were truly unbearable to listen to. After venting his frustration, Ling Hao looked around and noticed the control panel and screen still flashing with strange data. The erratic charts made no sense at all, leaving him completely dazzled. Now he stood in front of the console, utterly clueless, like a blind man trying to read a newspaper. Ling Hao put his hands on his hips and rubbed his temples, sighing in frustration as he stared at it, completely incomprehensible. The mermaid looked around as well, stroking her chin thoughtfully before suddenly speaking, "Ling Hao, in the corner below the control panel, did you see a box? I think I've seen this thing before." He quickly stepped forward and picked it up, just as he thought. Examining the box in his hands, his eyes lit up with joy. He grinned and said, "Ah, I knew there'd be something good here. Let's take it first." He stuffed the box into his pocket and turned to leave, walking toward the exit with the mermaid. Back in the open space of Long Mountain, the two stood outside, gazing at the spacecraft. This was indeed an incredibly advanced piece of technology. Leaving it here meant no one would ever find it. Seeing him stare at the unidentified flying object in awe, completely unwilling to leave, the mermaid crossed her arms and asked, "Still not planning to go? Do you want to wait here until the dragon team comes to arrest you?" His eyes still fixed on the UFO, he replied, "If they take the ship, how will they contact the dragon map people?" The mermaid glanced toward the dragon team's direction, hard to say in this remote place. The mermaid quickly answered, "Who knows when the dragon team's drones will detect this place?" Ling Hao suddenly seemed to recall something. He crossed his arms and turned to her, smirking confidently as he said, "I've got an idea. Looks like I'm the only one who can handle this." "Oh," the mermaid blurted out, "our landlord sure knows how to guard the place." Immediately after, the two sprang into action, quickly running along the road blocked by the barrier tape. As they walked, the mermaid shot Lin Hao a look full of unspoken words before saying bluntly, "I was counting on that carp brain of yours to come up with something clever." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao turned around and mimicked her tone in response. "Don't speak if you don't understand. There's no better way than this." To Lin Hao, this was already a brilliant strategy. Not only did it keep his identity hidden, but he could also inform his girlfriend of the UFO's location, killing two birds with one stone. The fire burned fiercely, quickly resembling an unidentified flying object. From a distance, it might not be visible, but the smoke and scorching heat would certainly be felt. And that was exactly the case. Meanwhile, on Luoshua's side, a nest member spotted the forest fire. He hurriedly reported to the captain, "Captain, could this be the work of those mutated creatures again?" The man in white also noticed the situation. Stroking his chin, he said, "Good question. We'll need to look into it." Luoshua received the news, and a sudden thought struck the higher-ups. She gasped, her eyes widening as the memory of Lin Hao rescuing her and diving into the water flashed through her mind. Could this just be a coincidence? She pressed her lips together, saying nothing. Everything was too chaotic right now, she'd think about it later. The current situation didn't allow her to overthink things. Then, she turned to the man in white and said, "It might not be. Come here to awaken those mutated creatures that could devour it. I don't know what the analysis will reveal." The man in white furrowed his brow, puzzled, and began sharing his thoughts. It hasn't been long since it landed. The ship shouldn't be damaged yet. Continuing like this won't do any good. Luoxue stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't overthink it. If we can't find it, we'll just take the ship back. We can learn a lot from it. This is the first time we've found an intact ship." Luoxue frowned, considering it from another angle. The man in white stroked his chin and muttered, "Let's set aside those strange creatures for now. But should we really abandon their attack weapons too? We still haven't found its weapon. Did it eat it or something? That's ridiculous." Just then, Ling Hao was struggling to move rocks, burying the weapon, the very thing the man in white had mentioned earlier. Ling Hao looked at his work with satisfaction, then lifted his chin, while the mermaid stood by regretfully, saying that after all this time, the device had finally been destroyed, making it unusable forever. Ling Hao shrugged helplessly and replied, "What am I supposed to do now? My tiny hands and feet are useless, aren't they?" "Let it go for now," the mermaid said, crossing her arms and giving him a sharp look. Ling Hao, however, didn't seem to care. He found a comfortable spot to lie down, smiling contentedly. "The evolution from fish to amphibian proves that my evolution can surpass other species. Maybe now I can barely outdo them. That's enough bragging. At least it's good news for the future." While resting, his daily quest appeared, Village Hunt, 10 eels, 5 out of 10 completed. Reward, White Ram Yang. A high difficulty quest appeared, Village Hunt, 100 river shrimp, 0 out of 100. Another high difficulty quest, Village Hunt, 10 mutated creatures, 3/10 completed. Reward, Azure Ram Yang. An even harder quest, Village Hunt, Tyrannosaurus mutant. Uncompleted. Reward, Letter Ram Yang. Village Hunt, Level 1 Warrior Beast will significantly improve lung capacity. While Village Hunt, Level 2 Warrior Beast will enhance vision. Looking at the quest log, Ling Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "What in the world is this? Did I read that right?" He stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, shouting, "Are you insane? I barely survived swallowing a level 2 warrior yesterday. This isn't just a high difficulty quest, it's a death wish." The mermaid glanced at him and replied, "If you can't do it, resist it. Isn't that simple enough?" Hearing this, Ling Hao felt like crying. He muttered to himself, "This feels just like being back in school. Look at this, oh god, but the resistance part is a whole page of questions, teacher." The mermaid shrugged. "Eat what you can. Let's go." After a moment of thought, Ling Hao opened the map, and a battle glow instantly appeared above them. Ling Hao said, "Let's go," and a lizard and a mermaid vanished beneath the rippling water. No sooner had they arrived than they heard commotion on the water's surface. Looking up, they saw hundreds of mutated creatures swimming about. The mermaid glanced over and asked curiously, "Aren't you supposed to charge in and devour those mutated loaches? You hate those things the most." Ling Hao replied calmly, "Don't rush. There's still a whole barrel left, isn't there? I'll take care of them right after they finish pouring." The sound of water being poured echoed across the surface. A man was emptying a bucket into the pool before straightening up, adjusting the brim of his conical hat as he spoke to his companion. "All right, that's today's work done. Let's go grab a drink." The other man grinned. "Since you're offering, we won't leave until we're drunk." Suddenly, bubbles rose from beneath the water. Nearby fishermen turned at the strange noise, shouting, "What was that? What is that thing?" Ling Hao surfaced, and before the two men could get a clear look, he opened his mouth and blasted them with a powerful jet of water, like a whirlwind. The two were drenched from head to toe. One of them screamed, "Oh no, it's a ghost." The mutated fish seemed to grow legs, crawling all over them. Trembling in fear, he cried out, "I knew this shady work would come back to haunt us." The two bolted as if they'd seen a specter. With just a simple water blast, Ling Hao had terrified them that badly. Encountering something like this in the middle of nowhere? Best to run as fast as possible. Ling Hao observed from a distance and noticed these two seemed connected to the organization hunting him. He pondered silently, what are they really up to? Seeing no one around, he slowly climbed ashore and inspected the area. What is that? Besides the loaches, they dumped something else into the water. Gazing at the tranquil lake under the night sky, he fell into thought. Suddenly, a crimson glow flickered in the center of the lake. Is that a light? Doesn't look like it, it's all wet. He leapt into the water, blending with the current as he searched, muttering to himself. Or maybe I'm just hungry and hallucinating? Maybe my mental state isn't great, and I mistook the moon for something else. Ling Hao raised his hand, squinting at the place glowing red. Why does it look like freshwater crayfish? Wow, I wasn't seeing things. From a distance, an entire swarm of freshwater crayfish was indeed swimming toward him. Each one was abnormally large, their sharp claws cutting through the water straight at Lin Hao. With a whoosh, a massive claw shot up, ready to crush anything in its path. It lunged forward, suddenly attacking Lin Hao. He reacted quickly, dodging an attack that barely missed him. A flurry of rapid, dangerous sounds followed. After the attack, it retreated immediately, eyeing him like prey. Are these mutated freshwater crayfish? Seeing the whole swarm, Lin Hao was stunned. Good heavens, why are there so many? And each one is ridiculously huge. The sight of them made Lin Hao's eyes light up. How long has it been since I last ate? This is heaven. Lin Hao's mind quickly filled with images of a lavish crayfish feast. The more he thought about it, the harder it was to stop drooling. Finally, a delicious meal, too bad I don't have any seasoning. This dish has to be spicy enough to be satisfying. Meanwhile, the leading crayfish boss ordered its underlings to charge. Determined to take out that strange, glowing red lizard. The crayfish swarm leaped forward, claws flailing as they rushed at Lin Hao. With a whoosh, a burst of intense flames shot toward the swarm. The aroma of fresh seafood instantly filled the air. Grilled crayfish. Lin Hao was already prepared, ready to dig in early. His eyes gleamed as he charged straight at them. The golden brown crayfish gave off an irresistible scent, as if already served in front of him. I really have to complain about this. How did the author come up with the idea of breathing fire underwater? Is this Godzilla? And they gave that girl fire-based skills in advance? That's just ridiculous. As he ate with relish, a system panel popped up, devoured mutated juvenile crayfish, gained 100 evolution points. While eating and watching, the leader suddenly charged right at him. That was close, the thing lunged straight for his head. Lin Hao reacted swiftly, dodging with a slight tilt of his body. The sharp claw flashed past in an instant, even letting him feel its razor edge. He stared at it, his face full of shock. Pretty sharp, he couldn't underestimate it this time. Lin Hao quickly retreated a few steps, keeping his distance while eyeing it warily. After its first failed strike, the burly shrimp swiftly pulled back. It was noticeably larger, yet its movements were surprisingly agile. He couldn't let his guard down, though its claws were massive, its speed was unaffected. It kept attacking, each strike aimed straight for his head. Its speed so fast it left after images. If Lin Hao had been even slightly careless, he would have been hit. Facing the relentless barrage like a storm, Lin Hao quickly backpedaled to maintain distance. This creature seemed to excel in close combat. Then, he bolted toward the shrimp at lightning speed. This move had to work, this time, he'd take it down in one strike. As he closed in, a loud snap echoed, the shrimp's claw clamped tightly around his horns. He froze for a few seconds, oh, right. Now he realized what had happened. He'd actually been caught by the shrimp's claw, completely immobilized. Who would have thought something like this could happen? He gritted his teeth, glaring at the shrimp in disbelief. Come to think of it, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Last time his horn got clamped, it was a real problem. He grinned, baring his sharp teeth, his tone nonchalant as if it didn't bother him. But now that he had limbs, things were much easier. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in a crimson aura, radiating outward. He reached out, grabbed the shrimp's claw, and squeezed hard. Crack crack crack, the claw immediately splintered, fractures spreading rapidly. Lin Hao raised his claws, delivering a devastating strike with overwhelming force. Sensing danger, the shrimp suddenly spat a jet of dark crimson energy at Lin Hao. It quickly seized the chance to retract its claws, planning to find a way to escape. Lin Hao was ambushed, his hand injured, blood seeping out and spreading a metallic scent in the crimson water. This really hurts. Instinctively, he let go of the crayfish in his grip. Before he could counterattack, the crayfish tried to take him down in one move. Its massive claws lunged toward Lin Hao's arm. He reacted instantly, seeing the giant claw swinging at him. In that moment, he unleashed his innate fire scale skill. Back off! Amid the azure currents, a blazing flame suddenly erupted at the center. Dazzling light radiated everywhere, powerful and dangerous. After the brilliant blaze, the battle was decided. The crayfish before him was now roasted red. The aroma filled the air as Lin Hao opened his mouth wide, sharp teeth sinking in. The roasted crayfish smelled delicious, the crunch of chewing echoing around him. I was just playing with you, and you thought you could boss me around? After eating his fill, Lin Hao patted his bulging stomach and picked up a toothpick to clean his teeth. Looking satisfied, he burped and couldn't help but comment. Ugh, my teeth are killing me. Why are they so tough? It's okay, but the shell's too hard, -1 point. As he relaxed, Lin Hao patted his belly, and the system immediately displayed a difficult task: eliminate 10 mutant creatures. Completed, October 10th. The blue reward was completed. Not bad, just finished a crayfish feast. And accidentally completed a mission too. Tossing the toothpick aside, Lin Hao spun 360 degrees in the air, excitedly opening the system panel. His eyes widened, a smug grin spreading across his face. Now comes the moment we've all been waiting for, the prize reveal. More and more beams of light appeared, swirling around Lin Hao and coiling around his body. A crimson power radiated from him, his body growing even more solid. He focused intently on the treasure, waiting for the miracle to unfold. Meanwhile, the mermaid was admiring the scenery when Lin Hao gently tapped her, signaling her to look over. He wanted to put on a little show for her. The mermaid turned curiously, wondering what trick he had up his sleeve. But the moment she looked, she broke out in a cold sweat. A dazzling burst of light suddenly erupted before her, leaving her utterly stunned by the sight. Her gaze locked onto him. She bit her lip tightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction from venting her frustration. Before her was a blazing pillar of fire spewed by Lin Hao. It looked just like Godzilla unleashing its atomic breath. The mermaid stared in disbelief, frozen for several seconds. Lin Hao's attack was overwhelmingly powerful. Flames and electricity intertwined with a lotus, combined with a swirling black vortex, creating a terrifying force. The surrounding waters rapidly heated up, bubbles rising densely to the surface. If such a powerful flame could be unleashed underwater, its force on land would be even more astonishing. Lin Hao felt his move was explosively cool, like the brightest light on stage. So he struck a pose and laughed, showing off his dominance to the mermaid. She merely narrowed her eyes, ignoring the brat. He could flex underwater, but if he set fires on land, chaos would follow. Just as he was gloating, a mutated loach swam past him. Seeing it, his chameleon-like eyes froze for a few seconds, puzzled why it was still there. Without hesitation, he lunged and bit into it, chewing a few times before swallowing. These creatures must have been released in multiple areas of the Coldwater River. Then, as if sensing something at the same time, he and the mermaid both looked toward the riverbed. The fish continued to swim leisurely, the scene peaceful and serene. But beneath the seemingly calm waters, was something else lurking in the depths? The riverbed was unfathomably deep, with no answers in sight. It was likely that the entire Dragon Roar city was infested with these mutated loaches. This was a huge problem, now 2 organizations were after him. If he appeared again, it would be extremely dangerous. After understanding his intentions, the mermaid frowned, glanced at him, and analyzed. Warning him, I don't get it. One organization hunting you wasn't enough? Now there's another. The 2 mutated loach hatchlings weren't deadly yet, but they needed time to mature. Gazing into the abyss of the river, Lin Hao's expression turned pensive and distant. After a moment, he seemed to ask himself what the purpose was behind dumping them into the inland river's depths. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp the hidden truth, his body gradually relaxing. So that was it, just a delay tactic. Realizing this, Lin Hao immediately sped toward the shore. They wanted to divert the dragon ancestor to handle other matters. The mermaid behind him hurriedly gave chase, both moving as swiftly as birds in flight. He looked around but saw no one had reached the shore. Lin Hao suddenly spoke, their lives had nothing to do with him. But he had only just adapted to this dragon transformation pool and wasn't ready to leave yet. Amidst the crimson glow, his lizard-like form instantly shifted back into human shape. First his face, then his torso, followed by his arms and legs, including his long, slender legs. Our protagonist sprinted through the forest, forcing the mermaid to quicken her pace to keep up. The 2 of them raced forward at breakneck speed. Along the way, the mermaid turned to ask, "Where are you going?" He grinned as he ran, "I suddenly feel like eating loaches. I love loaches the most." The scene shifted to a meeting room, where a large map quickly appeared on the screen, dotted with red markers. A series of images unfolded, showing crime scenes scattered around rivers and lakes. Not a single incident occurred elsewhere, all victims had released mutated creatures into nearby waterways. The room fell into a heavy silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A man in white robes was seething with rage, his clenched fists cracking as all eyes turned to him. Mr. Yin snapped angrily, "These people deliberately released mutated creatures in different areas. This mutated loach wasn't large, but it could burrow into the human body, it was incredibly troublesome." His eyes burned with fury, brows furrowed, as he slammed his fist onto the table, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating. With so much already on his plate, they had to add more problems. After venting his anger, he gradually calmed down. The man in white rubbed his temples in frustration. "Ever since on my first day at work, this body suddenly felt 10 years older." He announced loudly, "Intercept all rivers, this is an order from headquarters." Hearing the command, all employees stood at attention, responding in unison with a resounding reply. The scene shifts to the Dragon's Nest laboratory, where researchers and the Snowfilter team stand observing the large screen. The map suddenly zooms in on a location. Instantly, a half-human, half-bird creature appears in the seawater, its golden wings gleaming as its body slithers through the water. Bolts of lightning crackle around it, its speed and size colossal, like something out of a sci-fi movie. Smart analysis reveals that when it spreads its wings, it spans 120 meters, with a surface temperature of 2000 degrees. The sight of this monstrous being sends a cold sweat down the man's spine. The tablet in his hands displays data analyzed by modern technology. Additionally, it can unleash a terrifying blast of scorching yellow energy in an instant. The exact temperature is still unknown. Though wrapped in dazzling golden light, it exudes a deadly aura. What a terrifying creature. Can we lock onto its position and launch an attack? While the man is still lost in thought, analyzing the data, a voice suddenly speaks up beside him. He snaps back to reality and turns to Luoxue in surprise, who stands calmly with her arms crossed, eyes fixed on the screen. It's too fast to lock onto. It vanished shortly after appearing in these waters. Hearing her, the man sighs in frustration, the tablet in his hands feeling heavier. He lowers his head, his expression grim. Based on its movement patterns, it may have already headed toward the Atlantic, beyond our jurisdiction. And this is just the first issue of the day. There's something even more pressing to report. Behind him, a white-haired elder steps forward, breaking the heavy silence. Drawing from years of experience, he shares his theory with the group. Everyone turns to face him, listening intently. The earlier tense atmosphere had eased somewhat. With his hands behind his back, he continued, "This is the captain of the Dragon Roar branch. Previously, the head of the scientific research team, Luoxue, discovered traces of an ancient civilization in Dragon Roar City. To help everyone get acquainted, Luoxue's mentor introduced her to the other researchers in the lab." The group exchanged glances and nodded with smiles in greeting. Luoxue's mentor continued, "Now that team leader Luo is here, she's brought us a huge surprise. This might be a major piece of good news for all the researchers." Luoxue adjusted her glasses, looked at the people before her, and happily announced the news to the entire room. "I've obtained a fully intact alien spacecraft." A bespectacled young man was so excited upon hearing this that he gripped his report tightly. His hands trembled slightly from excitement, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if he could barely contain his joy. The young man next to him, holding a tablet, clenched his fists in excitement and cheered loudly. Usually, upon landing, they deliberately destroy their ships, leaving behind only worthless fragments. This time, an entire ship was preserved intact? Fortunately, he was attacked upon landing and didn't have time to destroy the spacecraft. In contrast to the noisy excitement of the others, Luoxue calmly recounted the events. Yet beneath her calm exterior, she was deeply worried. Luoxue's mentor approached them. After preliminary research, he had reached a conclusion. Based on the traces left from the battle, it seemed the alien hadn't been fighting someone but had been killed by another creature. His expression was firm. With years of professional experience, he was nearly certain he was right. He gestured with his hands, as if to add credibility, then said, "It must have been an extremely powerful mutated creature." Then, covering his mouth to cough a few times, he got to the key point. "But there's one very important detail: the creature's combat sword is missing. Because when we retrieved the ship, we searched the surrounding area thoroughly and found nothing." This left everyone present puzzled, sparking discussions and various speculations. The war sword is gone? Could someone have swiped it? Or did the mutated creature even eat the sword? Luoxue froze for a moment, recalling her recent encounter with Lin Hao. That night on Dragon Mountain, he single-handedly blocked an attack from an organization member, even counterattacked and saved her. Lin Hao. The unease in Luoxue's heart grew stronger and deeper. What worried her most now was whether that mutated creature was him. The Dragon Roar branch had already detected traces of the giant mutated creature. Based on initial deductions, it had already killed that crocodile. They had already dispatched a team to hunt it down, so there was no need to worry for now. The elder waved his hand dismissively, closing his eyes and shaking his head toward them, signaling everything was under control. Watching the young group discuss passionately and Luoxue's melancholic expression, the elder felt both proud and gratified. These disciples were full of enthusiasm for scientific research and harbored kindness toward humanity. Hearing the teacher's words, Luoxue's heart skipped a beat. She turned to the elder, lost in thought. "No, I have to go back as soon as possible." She quickly stepped in front of the elder, pointing at herself. Her face anxious as she urgently spoke. "Teacher, can you arrange for the CT virus injection? The sooner, the better." The elder silently watched her, not answering immediately. After a moment, he sighed. "If you've made up your mind, I'll arrange it for you." Yet the elder's face showed weariness, the marks of time etched deeply. His stern gaze locked onto Luoxue. His tone was hesitant. This was his beloved disciple, and he truly didn't want her to take this path. The severity of the virus's effects was well known in the research community. No one was unaware of it. But faced with the elder's disapproving look and demeanor, Luoxue understood he was worried for her and hoped she'd change her mind. Yet she had thought it through. Her expression resolute, she stated firmly, "I'll bear all consequences myself." The sun slowly rose from behind the mountains, golden light bursting across the water and spreading outward, illuminating a vibrant expanse of green. A hand gently picks up a small pebble from the ground and lightly tosses it. The pebble skips gracefully across the water, bouncing farther and farther before finally sinking. Lin Hao gazes at the beginning of a new day, as flocks of birds soar in the azure sky, welcoming the fresh morning sunlight. Hands on his hips, he admires the scenery, while the mermaid leans against the water's reflection, quietly trying something. Lin Hao says cheerfully, "We'd better clean this place up quickly. Can you still breathe? I'm exhausted to death, but hearing you so energetic just makes the mermaid's condition all the more opposite." She slumps dejectedly against the water's reflection, frustrated. Not only did she have to eliminate the threat, but she's also been relentlessly hunted by the dragon group these past 2 days. Seeing her like this, Lin Hao's long-suppressed fatigue and irritation suddenly surge to the surface. His cheerful expression instantly shifts to that of a child on the verge of tears. His massive body plopping down beside her as tears threaten to spill over. A wave of sorrow emanates from him. Noticing this, the mermaid quickly reaches out to gently stroke his frill. Leaning against the water's reflection, she comforts him, "It's okay. At least we took out so many mutated sea eels, and you leveled up from eating them." Her words make sense, yet feel oddly off, like she's petting a pet to cheer him up. Lin Hao has no response, his expression resigned as he silently lets her continue. System notification, host Lin Hao, species Fire Qilin Beast, current level. Size, 28, combat power, 166, skills, super collision, fierce battle. Disguise, Fire Qilin, Power Bite, Powerful Tail Whip, Golden Qilin Armor Technique, Quake Wall Blessing, Level 7 Passive. Lin Hao immediately perks up, eyes wide as he turns to the task reward. He slowly raises a claw and presses the glowing red icon. A bed suddenly appears and unfolds before him. A powerful glow erupts from it, slithering into his body like silk, wrapping around every inch of his skin. The force is overwhelming, instinctively making him lean back. The entire process happens in an instant before he can even adjust. His whole body feels intensely uncomfortable, as if thousands of ants are crawling all over him. It's unbearable, almost like his brain is rewiring itself. He checks himself over and touches his head, but nothing seems different, yet his body feels so strange. Looking at the display, he gains the skill Frenzy, entering a berserk state, boosting his combat effectiveness several-fold. After 10 seconds, he enters a weakened state, with a 24-hour cooldown. Golden Hoof Qilin, he widened his eyes, instinctively covering his still-burning cheek. What kind of useless skill only lasts 10 seconds? He grumbled. This thing could turn someone into a real man for 10 seconds, maybe it's good for saving his life, but he wasn't sure how useful it'd be in a fight. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Lin Hao had to brace his feet firmly on the grass to avoid falling. The tremors were so strong even the mermaid could feel them clearly. After a moment, the ground stilled again, as if the quake had never happened. The mermaid seemed to realize something and pointed toward a direction, telling Lin Hao the earthquake had originated from a cave over there. The two immediately sprinted toward the source of the tremors and found a cave at the base of the mountain. What a coincidence, it was just the right size for him to crawl into. Lin Hao stepped closer to inspect it. He stared into the pitch-black entrance, crouching down, squinting to peer inside. Then, he slowly crawled into the tunnel, passing through a dark, damp passage before hitting a dead end at a wall. Lin Hao was stunned. He knocked on the wall in disbelief. It sounded hollow inside. His sharp claws began digging into the stone, the sound of cracking and crumbling filling the air. A small chunk of rock broke off, letting in a sliver of light. The space beyond looked strange and bright. Curious, Lin Hao pressed close to the wall, closing one eye to peek through the hole with the other. He saw a long-tailed creature submerged in a large tube of liquid, sharp teeth, for limbs, and a massive body. His eyes widened, pupils dilating as he stared in shock. Beside it, a Tyrannosaurus was frozen in a block of ice. And he nearly jumped out of his skin. That was a freaking T-Rex. Crackling sounds came from inside the ice as the dinosaur's body twitched slightly, the noise growing louder. Moisture spread from within the ice, expanding outward, threatening to cover the entire surface. The space around them began to distort. Oh no, that ferocious dragon has revived. Lin Hao's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting as he stared at the scene before him. His body stiffened, his mouth agape as he gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. Through a hole in the wall, Lin Hao witnessed firsthand the terrifying nature of this creature. System, can you detect this thing's power? Lin Hao's system activated swiftly, providing him with an immediate answer. The mermaid raised her hands, shrugged, and closed her eyes with a helpless expression. Since no life signs can be detected, combat data cannot be scanned. Lin Hao recalled the events and shared everything he had seen with the mermaid. I clearly saw its eyes roll back, and then that layer of ice cracked. Could the ice have been a device to disrupt signals? Suddenly, the mermaid's eyes turned crimson, and 2 alarm rings blared as she jolted in surprise. The system continuously blared warnings to Lin Hao, warning, warning, unknown entities combat power detected. Alarm screens flashed around him as Lin Hao's lizard-like form glowed red, circling him relentlessly. The system kept sounding danger alerts, danger, 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 leaving him no time to think. Water from outside the cave surged in, crashing like a tidal wave. Lin Hao flinched, turning to see the water rising rapidly. Soon, it submerged his feet, then the entire cave. Lin Hao floated in the water, his tail swaying to keep him balanced. He mused to himself, even the currents near the shore couldn't flood the cave this easily. What kind of creature could manipulate the sea like this? Suddenly, a swirling vortex formed beneath Lin Hao, gradually expanding into a massive waterspout. Then, the vortex transformed into a towering column of water, rushing straight toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao now faced this terrifying sight, the vortex nearly filling the entire cramped cave. His massive body was swept into the water column, suspended at the heart of the vortex. In this critical moment, Lin Hao lifted his head, scanning his surroundings, forcing himself to stay calm. Don't panic. All I need to do is find a chance to teleport away. A crimson surge of energy erupted from his lizard-like form. His brow furrowed deeply, his eyes turning bloodshot. Lin Hao let out an enraged roar, his voice hoarse as he demanded to know who was trying to harm him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao burst out from the massive waterspout. From a distance, Lin Hao's figure seemed as tiny as a small fish compared to the towering waterspout. But for him, escaping wasn't much of a challenge. As he reached the outer waters, the waterspout continued to churn. Yet the surrounding area was eerily calm, fish swam leisurely, and the water's surface was perfectly still. Lin Hao found it unsettling, as if he had been pulled into another dimension, yet everything outside remained so peaceful. Gazing at the waterspout in the center of the river, Lin Hao couldn't help but wonder, had it just vanished like that? From the depths below, 2 eerie red eyes appeared beneath Lin Hao's feet, slowly rising toward the area where he had just emerged. It was a massive mutated fish, nearly twice the size of a fire lizard. Seeing the creature, Lin Hao couldn't help but gasp. It was at least 2 meters long. A system prompt quickly appeared. Advanced mutated creatures have developed perception skills, allowing them to detect other beings through their energy. They also have a chance to absorb their opponent's special abilities. Lin Hao's eyes widened with excitement, baring his sharp teeth in a grin, relieved he had arrived at the right moment. A fish this big, who knows how many evolution points it could give? And it could control seawater, an ability he had never seen before. In this era, Lin Hao wasn't the only one with combat abilities. Many mutated creatures possessed formidable strength as well. The fish that had just swum into the light revealed not only its massive size but also the energy surging within it. The moment it saw him, it tensed its body, inhaled sharply, and spat out countless bubbles crackling with white electricity. Lin Hao stared at the floating water orbs, unsure what they were. He quickly darted in another direction to dodge them. But strangely, the bubbles clung tightly to his tail. He yelped in surprise, "Whoa, this thing can actually lock onto a target." After a cat-and-mouse chase, the first bubble finally made contact with Ling Hao the salamander's skin. The seemingly ordinary bubble burst instantly, striking Ling Hao square in the back. The tiny bubble erupted in a blinding flash, like a shattered light bulb, sending a jolt of numbness through his body. He opened his jaws full of sharp teeth and let out a growl, "Aya." After taking that hit, Ling Hao clutched his head, his face twisted in annoyance. Though it didn't hurt much. The fact that it could lock onto him was a real nuisance. No sooner had he complained than the remaining bubbles exploded one after another. Pop 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 star. Ling Hao was buried under a barrage of bubble bombs. A surge of crimson energy erupted with the shockwave, clearing away all the bubbles at once, causing them to burst midair with a crackling sound. Ling Hao waved his arms wildly and shouted, "Enough!" He withdrew his technique. Glaring at the fish ahead, he exhaled a scorching breath and growled, "How dare you touch me?" Little did he know, his earlier attack had accidentally enraged the mutated octopus, which was now writhing in pain within the flames. Before Ling Hao could react, the octopus lashed out with a tentacle, striking at him. Ling Hao was baffled by the situation. Muttering to himself, "What in the world is this now?" Just as he focused on the octopus's tentacle, the mutated fish on the other side spat out another volley of bubble bombs, catching him off guard. With both enemies attacking at once, he was caught off balance and quickly ensnared by the octopus's tentacles. He relaxed his body inside, lowering his head. Who would have thought these two mutants knew how to team up? Their intelligence wasn't something to scoff at, they meant business. Were they really trying to gang up on him? He'd have to take this seriously, or he might not make it out alive today. No sooner had he spoken than Ling Hao unleashed his power, activating the fire scale technique. Crimson flames engulfed his body as he roared. "Afraid of my flaming spikes now? So, are you afraid of my fire?" The flames on Lin Hao's body radiated scorching heat, finally forcing the octopus to retract its tentacles. The mutated fish, which had been planning to ambush him, immediately backed off when it saw Lin Hao escape. It resorted to its old trick, opening its mouth wide to gather surrounding air into energy orbs, attempting a long-range attack on Lin Hao. Then, it fired a barrage of bubble bombs at Lin Hao. At this sight, Lin Hao's anger flared up. Glaring at the mutated fish, he roared, "Are you looking down on me? Do you have a death wish?" Without hesitation, he charged at the mutated fish. By now, his entire body was enveloped in a searing lava-like aura. And those energy orbs couldn't make him flinch. As he sprinted, Lin Hao flicked his tail, detonating all the surrounding orbs. Then shouted, "Let's see how many more you can spit out." Moments later, Lin Hao closed in on the mutated fish, which was still desperately opening its mouth, spewing pink bubbles that harmed the lizard in front of it. With a snap, Lin Hao's six-fingered hands clamped tightly onto its seemingly cute mouth. It seemed ashamed and tried to close its mouth, but found it was too stiff to move. Without delay, Lin Hao tore open the mutated fish's mouth and poured a thick mass of molten lava energy into its jaws. The moment the lava surged in, the mutated fish lost all signs of life, dying in agony without even time to close its eyes. "Now you've really ticked me off. Still think you can fire those bubble bombs? Now you know what pain feels like, huh?" Still fuming, Lin Hao wasn't about to stop there. He coughed violently, and lava burst through the fish's body, splattering everywhere. After tormenting it for a few minutes, Lin Hao finally stopped, withdrew his technique, and released his grip, letting the fish's corpse fall. Then, he dove down to enjoy the steaming lava-grilled fish. Chewing with relish, he looked up and said, "Let's see if you dare to explode again. Go on, try it." After he finished eating, the mermaid swam over and warned, "In the sea, you don't understand, blood will attract many mutated creatures." Lin Hao, unfazed, turned to the mermaid after finishing his meal. Wiping his mouth, he replied, "Bring it on. I'll eat as much as you've got." System notification, successfully devoured mutated fish. Gained 25,000 evolution points. Seeing this, Lin Hao immediately sneered, "Only 25,000 points? This guy's barely worth anything." The mermaid looked at him anxiously and warned, "Leave now, hurry. This place isn't safe." But Lin Hao ignored her warning and dove deeper, determined to find the octopus he had fought earlier. A cowardly one that had betrayed its own kind and fled. "I must catch it and swallow it whole," he thought firmly. The mermaid followed helplessly, asking as they swam, "There's a mutated creature breeding ground nearby. Are you sure you want to waste time like this?" Lin Hao turned back confidently and replied, "Whatever. If things go south, I'll bolt first." After swimming some distance, Lin Hao and the mermaid stopped. He looked toward the other side and asked, "Is it over there?" Lin Hao saw a tentacle swaying in front of him, beneath a cloud of ink-like darkness created by the octopus. It was almost like the thing was waving at him. Suddenly, a severed tentacle shot straight toward Lin Hao. He dodged it effortlessly with a nimble twist, his eyes following it in surprise. That was fast. How did it break off on its own? Then, as he looked ahead again, the sight before him left him stunned. Is that a crab? A massive mutated crab towered before him, radiating a dense, oppressive aura with eerie black beams. Its mouth was chewing on the mutated octopus Lin Hao had been hunting, as if it had sensed his presence long ago. It stared at him with lifeless eyes, then unleashed a gravity-like force, plunging the surrounding space into darkness. Lin Hao looked up in terror, mentally assessing, "This pressure is insane, way worse than that other thing." He struggled against the mutated crab's power, beads of cold sweat forming. "Run, run!" He paddled frantically with all four limbs, swimming as fast as he could, his long tail thrashing to accelerate. In the pitch-black riverbed, Lin Hao streaked away like a crimson bolt. The crab monster in the darkness relentlessly pursued him, its massive claw nearly upon him, ready to strike with a sinister energy that pressed down on the surrounding air like an oppressive force. Lin Hao frantically tried to dodge, shouting in panic, "What was happening? Hurry up and teleport!" At the last possible moment, the system panel flashed a warning in red. The current area was outside teleportation range. Ugh, of all times, something like a leech was clinging to him, making things worse. The system was malfunctioning too. He had no choice but to run to an area within teleportation range. He twisted his body with all his might, sprinting forward as he wriggled free. In his mind, the mermaid's words echoed, "Run, run." The sea really wasn't safe. She had warned him earnestly, but he hadn't listened. And now he was desperately fleeing. If only he had listened to the system, now he was paying for it. The crab's claw still chased him, suddenly blocking his path. Our stone skink swiftly dodged, sidestepping the attack like a human. Though he dodged in time, his long tail was grazed. And the light brush was enough to slice through Lin Hao's hardened scales, drawing a small drop of blood from his tail. What in the world was this thing? Yan Qi winced as he looked at the wound, his body instinctively sensing an unseen pressure. Cold sweat dripped down his face. If this kept up, he was done for. Just a light graze had torn off his scales. If he took a direct hit, he wouldn't survive. Lin Hao shouted as he ran for his life, clenching his tail and sprinting with all his might. The massive crab claw descended like two sharp blades closing in. Fortunately, Lin Hao dodged again, barely saving his life. He swam to a calmer area, and only then did our stone skink, Lin Hao, let out a sigh of relief. Oh heavens, he finally escaped that nightmare. Lin Hao, still shaken, sat on a reef, panting and laughing nervously. Ha ha. That was too close for comfort. Seeing him like this, the mermaid could only sigh in exasperation, crossing her arms as she watched her foolish stone skink contractor. Hearing him, she had nothing to say. After all, they were partners. She couldn't just let him die. It's over now. We can teleport. Truthfully, she had been terrified too. He had nearly lost his life. Seeing Lin Hao like this, it was best not to scare him further. First, I need to calm him down with a smile and soothe his fragile feelings. No matter what, this journey should be enough to make him face reality. He crossed his arms, frowning as he said, "Come on, it's not like this is our first time sailing the sea. If you lack experience, you'll learn next time." Afterward, the two of them surfaced to assess their surroundings. But the scenery here looked so bizarre. Lin Hao quickly turned to the mermaid and asked, "Why did you send me here? Weren't we supposed to go back to Dragon Transformation Lake?" She looked around, equally stunned. After all, she should have known the teleportation destination. "Ah, maybe you picked the wrong spot in the panic." "Humph, maybe so," he muttered, diving back underwater and taking a few steps. He poked the mermaid with his finger, his gaze still fixed on what lay ahead. The mermaid followed his finger and said, "If I'm not mistaken, that's a mutated loach, right? These things reproduce almost too fast." No sooner had they surfaced than they saw a fish surrounded by several mutated loaches, being devoured alive in a horrifying scene. Something's still off. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted, instantly searing the fish into crispy golden bites. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a fragrant, golden-brown feast. Seeing Lin Hao so recklessly using his powers, the mermaid immediately warned, "Wasting such firepower on a few small things?" Lin Hao turned to her while chewing a mouthful of the delicious snack. "You wouldn't understand. At my level, I can't beat that crab, so I'm blowing off steam by cooking fish." As they ate with relish, both suddenly sensed something. Their eyes sharpened, locking onto each other as a red glow flickered in their pupils. Facing the mermaid's shocked gaze, Lin Hao said, "No, I was too careless earlier. I didn't even notice anything unusual." The mermaid also realized her oversight. "I was too negligent as well." Then, the two focused their attention and scanned their surroundings again. What they saw sent a chill down their spines, not just a few, but an entire swarm of mutated loaches moving in unison. The sight left Lin Hao and the mermaid truly stunned. The loaches seemed to form a massive, writhing current, dominating the entire area. How many of these mutated loaches did they release? Are they trying to destroy the whole city? Right in the center of the whirlpool formed by the mutated loaches, a dazzling pillar of fire suddenly erupted. But this attack was merely a drop in the bucket. Facing the massive swarm of mutated loaches, it was utterly insignificant. Lin Hao channeled every ounce of power surging within him, his body instantly crackling with red lightning. He gritted his teeth in fury, letting out a low growl. "Even I'd feel sick watching him like this." Looking around, mutated fish swarmed everywhere, and seeing Lin Hao's enraged expression. Facing the calm water, a surge of power gathered in his throat, gradually forming a glowing orb crackling with red and black lightning. The flames burned fiercely, and with a deafening roar, the blast instantly superheated the waters for hundreds of miles around. Some areas even boiled away, sending up trails of mutated loach blood that stained the entire region red. The thick stench of blood filled the air, making it hard to breathe. Watching his fire lizard's fiery display, the mermaid system couldn't help but marvel, teasing him in a playful tone about causing such a spectacle. Those people probably had no idea it was her doing. Lin Hao pressed his lips into a satisfied smile, thrilled with the results. This was truly satisfying. He was ridding the world of a menace, and even the dragon ancestor would be grateful. Walking on land, Lin Hao surveyed the lake's shores, guessing that no other creatures likely remained, probably all devoured by the mutated loaches. After a few more steps, he suddenly heard rustling from a nearby thicket. Relying on his sharp instincts, Lin Hao stealthily approached the bushes. With a rustle, he parted the branches, revealing two men in bizarre attire standing before him. "Strange," he muttered, puzzled. "Dressed like that, are they here to have a heart-to-heart? Who are they?" He decided to get a little closer to find out. At that moment, the two men had no idea a young man was lurking in the shadows, watching them. The man in the red shirt cursed angrily. "Those idiots got caught. What do we do now?" The other smirked, hands in his pockets, and replied, So what if they got caught? They've already released those mutated loaches into every river. At this rate, it won't be long before every river in Longin City is overrun. He curled his lips, flashing a confident, smug smile. Those fools getting caught is none of our concern anymore, our goal has already been achieved. All we have to do is wait, and the monsters will spawn on their own. With that, the two exchanged a glance and burst into triumphant laughter. Lin Hao hid in the bushes behind them, listening to every word they said. His anger surging instantly. To them, this was nothing more than a game. The lives of the city's people were treated so lightly, as if they were just moving pieces on a board. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tight his whole body trembled with rage. The man in the red shirt laughed heartily, saying, "Ha ha ha. Now they're tasting the fruits of success, those guys are getting tired of begging for mercy. As long as we create more monsters, our goal will be within reach." The man in white grew more excited, chiming in, "Once those mutated creatures fully break out, we'll execute our perfect plan to enter the ancient ruins. If the ruins don't end up in our hands, then whose will they be in?" The thought of their bright future ahead sent them into fits of euphoric laughter. Meanwhile, Lin Hao activated his camouflage mode, stealthily approaching the lakeside where they stood. Ancient ruins? Could that mutated Tyrannosaurus be their real target? It wasn't impossible. Lin Hao had only heard rumors about the ruins and knew little about them. Suddenly, the man in the red shirt pulled out a vial filled with mutated fish eggs. Greedily eyeing the floating, round eggs inside, he smirked, "All we're doing is speeding up Earth's natural evolution." Without hesitation, he tossed the vial into the lake. As casually as discarding a bag of trash. This time, Long City would suffer heavy losses. "Let's see how you handle this, ha." The two stuffed their hands in their pockets, watching the vial sink with cold indifference, unaware Lin Hao had them in his sights. The moment the vial hit the water, he lunged forward, grabbing it and smashing it against the bastard's head. He was puffing on a cigarette, lost in a cloud of smoke, when a sudden sharp pain struck him. The guy froze for a few seconds before roaring loudly toward the lake. "How dare you mess with me?" The other quickly assumed a defensive stance, calmly eyeing the object that had just been thrown down before drawing a dagger to stay alert. Bolts of lightning crackled around the dagger, and suddenly, a massive figure emerged from beneath the water, blocking their view as it lunged at them. The sudden, intense pain left him no time to react, forcing him to grit his teeth. His eyes locked onto the blade. "Ugh, this hurts like hell. That bastard." Pain and fury intertwined as Lin Hao immediately threw a punch, striking his opponent's body. The man spat blood, the force so great it felt like his insides were about to explode. His eyes widened, mouth agape, as he cursed, "You jerk." He tried to swing another punch, slashing toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao gave him no chance to retaliate, instantly erupting in raging flames. The fire burned fiercely, consuming everything around them, mirroring his overwhelming fury toward the man. Trembling all over, he stammered at Lin Hao, "Why you can talk?" Lin Hao exhaled bursts of flame, his crimson eyes locked onto. That guy spat out each word slowly, "Your end is near." Beneath those high-tech black glasses, Lin Hao's entire attack and every move had been recorded. A monster spewed scorching flames, hot enough to char flesh, lunging straight at him. His blade was useless against such a magical assault. Then, the scene began to warp from the intense heat, everything blurring before his eyes as pain and searing agony spread through his body. With a dull thud, the man collapsed to the ground, consumed by Lin Hao's flames. From the footage captured by the glasses, a lizard-like figure towered over him. Cloaked in red fabric, surrounded by lingering smoke and embers from the battle. It stepped closer, snarling, "You will pay dearly for this." Lin Hao had no idea his entire fight had been filmed. The suited man removed his glasses before being dealt with, placing them aside. If he couldn't escape, at least he'd leave clues for his allies to avenge him later. "Just you wait," he cackled, glaring at Lin Hao even as he fell, a sly grin twisting his face. "Ha! Monster, you won't last long either." Even as flames engulfed him, he didn't forget to threaten Lin Hao, the lizard. What an idiot, still spouting nonsense on the brink of death. Lin Hao barely spared the charred remains a glance. It was just the ramblings of a dying fool, after all. He stared calmly at the smoldering pile and said, "I'm immortal. Who do you think you are to challenge me?" After breathing a few more flames, he panted, exhausted, and sat down to rest, letting his legs recover. Lin Hao crossed his arms and closed his eyes, while the mermaid beside him surveyed the battlefield before glancing at the two charred heaps on the ground. Turning to see her lizard deep in thought, she eyed him skeptically after a moment. "Don't tell me you're thinking about eating those too." Hearing the mermaid's words, Lin Hao's eyes widened in protest. "Eat human flesh? That's disgusting." He mulled over the men's earlier words. They made him sound like some savage from a movie. As if he'd ever eat his own kind. Even as a lizard now, he used to be human. Lin Hao closed his eyes again, arms crossed, piecing together what had just happened. Finally, he concluded that everything they'd said was about the emergence of mutated creatures. An explosion? That means there's more than just a few mutated loaches in Dragon Roar City, there's something else? Hearing this, the mermaid showed no unusual reaction. She merely glanced at a strand of her hair before revealing the key point: these mutated creatures might not be under their control. This snapped Lin Hao back to reality. His eyes widened, bloodshot, as he shouted, "Ah! That's the crucial part." With the mermaid's insight, Lin Hao slapped his thigh hard, excitedly blurting out, "Those earlier ones were just scouts. The main force hasn't shown itself yet." Seeing her lizard companion finally catching on, the mermaid couldn't help but feel proud, her lips curling into an approving and supportive smile. Without hesitation, the two quickly dove into the water and left the battlefield. There was nothing left to do here, their mission was as good as complete. As they swam, Lin Hao grew more convinced that the two earlier strangers had been telling the truth. He paddled forward, turning to the mermaid and saying, "They're trying to awaken all the mutated creatures in that ancient ruin and take over Dragon Roar City. We have to get back to the river mouth and find a way into that ruin." As they swam forward, he suddenly sensed movement above him, his gaze shifting toward it. His surroundings began to blur, his vision growing hazy. A sharp pain racked his body, as if he'd been struck by a hammer. Lin Hao quickly rubbed his forehead, clutching his head as he gritted his teeth against the pain. The scene before him faded, eventually vanishing entirely. His outstretched hand grew indistinct, his vision darkening as dizziness overwhelmed him. The scene shifted to a laboratory, where various machines glowed brightly. Scientists stood around, intently observing the fluctuating data. After a moment, the hum of machinery filled the air as white smoke seeped from the cracks, echoing through the silent room. Everyone's attention turned inward as the smoke cleared, revealing Luo Shui slowly sitting up from the chamber. Gasping for breath, as if she'd just endured something exhausting, she finally called out for the elder. The white-haired scientist, her mentor, quickly stepped forward to ask, "How do you feel? Are you recovering?" She stepped down from the cold floor, leaving the chamber, and stood upright. She stretched her limbs, assessing her physical condition. After a moment of reflection, she examined her body again and replied, "I feel lighter than before." The man listened and excitedly stepped forward, his gaze scrutinizing her as he said, "Even stronger." He quickly handed Le Shui a set of clothes and an employee card, then hurriedly added that she had successfully been injected with a high-concentration GT virus. "You were supposed to undergo some adaptive training at headquarters, but the situation is urgent, we'll brief you on the way. Because while you were being injected with this dangerous virus, something shocking happened in the outside world, something that has rocked the entire scientific community. So, I'm afraid you'll have to make do. You've just received the injection. And before you've even had time to rest properly, you'll need to hear the report and head straight to the scene." After Luo Shui changed into her new clothes, Professor Zhang continued explaining the situation. "You've been asleep for 20 hours since the injection. 3 hours ago, Organization L attacked our network, attempting to steal the mutated organism data held by the Dragon Team." As they walked, he filled Luo Shui in on what had happened during that time. The Dragon Team did everything they could to protect the data, everyone worked tirelessly. Hearing Organization L mentioned, Luo Shui realized they had finally made their move, those people had finally shown their true colors. They're a bunch of real fanatics. They believe injecting the GT virus into their bodies is a forced step in human evolution. For that organization, I have only one opinion, a group of disturbed individuals who want to use the virus to reshape the world, usher in a new era, and start a new age. I have no idea what goes on in their heads to come up with such a crazy idea. Especially when they know full well how dangerous this virus is. It's like drinking poison to quench thirst, yet they keep going. And instead of stopping, they pour even more down their throats. They'll stop at nothing, even believing the more they inject, the better. They follow the law of the jungle, only the strong survive, and only the strong deserve to thrive. They've injected so much of the GT virus into their bodies that only the survivors are deemed worthy to join. This leads them to cause chaos immediately after injection. They incite riots among the public, claiming the new era has arrived. An evolving world demands that the strong constantly stir up turmoil. After learning all this, Luo Shui felt a headache coming on and quickly asked Professor Zhang when exactly they had become entangled with calamity. Hearing her question, Professor Zhang looked just as lost, answering vaguely. They seem to have embraced calamity as their savior, believing only it can guide humanity onto the path of evolution. Arriving at a large door, Professor Zhang activated fingerprint scanning, voice print verification, facial recognition, and finally a full-body scan. Only after a series of the most advanced verification procedures did the door slowly open. He slipped his hands into the pockets of his blue-on-white coat, gazing down the path ahead. "Let's go. Find the weapon that belongs to you." Luo Shui stood still, silently taking in the scene beyond the door. Then, she slowly closed her eyes, her expression calm and composed as she smiled and said, "Professor Zhang, How are we any different from those people in the organization? Professor Zhang furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with concern yet resolve as he looked at her. Then, he gave a faint smile, adjusting his glasses to obscure his gaze. They do it for themselves. Straightening his back and keeping his hands in his pockets, he looked directly at his outstanding student, his tone filled with pride and joy. We do it to protect humanity. Hearing his words, Luoxue smiled brightly and stepped forward, her high heels clicking confidently and resolutely against the floor. She had only taken a few steps when Professor Zhang's voice came from behind. Oh, and one more thing, you'd better hurry. They've already captured one of the mutated creatures they were tracking in Longyin City, and they're waiting for you to handle it. Upon hearing this, Luoxue quickly turned and nodded to acknowledge before continuing on her way. But she still furrowed her brow slightly, lost in thought. That mutated creature. There, I'll probably need to see it in person to understand it better. Back in the forest, Lin Hao opened his eyes and thought he must be seeing things. He rubbed his eyes and opened them again, only to be left stunned. His eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend why the scene before him had changed so drastically. Before him stood the dragon team and a man in white, while he himself was suspended in a net, swaying from a tree branch. The young man shouted in disbelief, "Where am I?" He looked around, searching for a way to break free from the net. Just moments ago, he had been swimming leisurely in the water, and in the blink of an eye, everything had gone dark. When he woke up, he was already caught and dangling from a tree. He had no idea how this happened. Several voices nearby cheered, "Finally got it." This was the newly developed hunting equipment borrowed from headquarters, and it worked surprisingly well. But what kind of mutated species was this? The more they looked, the more it resembled a dragon. A man in a white coat stood at a distance, carefully observing the creature hanging from the tree, feeling it was unlike anything he had ever seen. Thankfully, this equipment was the only way to capture it, otherwise, handling something like this would have been nearly impossible. It looked like a lizard, but its size was even larger than a dragon's. At first glance, it did seem similar, but the more they looked, the stranger it felt. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought, but still couldn't figure it out. Lin Hao sat quietly, trapped like a fish in a net, watching the people in front of him with resignation. He never expected to get caught like this. Seeing his dejected expression, the mermaid was thrilled. She hung upside down, grinning. "What now?" she teased. "Want to see yourself sliced up in a lab? This is going to be fun." Annoyed by the system beauty taking pleasure in his misery, Lin Hao turned away, refusing to engage. Arms crossed, he thought to himself, his top priority was still the ancient civilization ruins. He had no idea what to do now. Just then, Shui approached from a distance. Seeing everyone gathered around the creature hanging from the tree, she immediately called out, "Success!" She quickly walked toward him. Her voice icy, she ordered, "Report the situation to me." Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Hao froze, his heart filled with shock and relief. He gripped the net tightly, his body trembling. Noticing the creature's unusual behavior, she immediately commanded everyone to step back and stay alert. The target seemed to be getting agitated. Everyone instantly went on high alert, the well-trained soldiers aiming their weapons at the lizard like Lin Hao. If it made any sudden moves, a hail of bullets would follow. Luoxue remained calm, holding her tablet as she examined the on-site data, quickly gathering the necessary information. As a responsible scientist, she couldn't allow this creature to be harmed, otherwise, the research progress would be affected. She immediately ordered everyone to sedate it first, or handling it would be extremely difficult. Thinking about being injected with sedatives and dragged away like a chicken from an old book, Lin Hao immediately shouted 2 words, "Luoxue." Just those 2 words. But in that instant, she already recognized the voice. She stood frozen for a few seconds, her tablet trembling slightly in her hands. That voice, Luoxue, could she have misheard? No, she couldn't have. Her eyes grew warm, and a tear slid down her cheek. No matter what, she could never forget that voice. She turned to look at the net trapping the creature suspended from the tree. As if the image of her beloved had reappeared before her eyes. She whispered softly, "Brother Lin Hao." Chengdong saw her tears and assumed she was frightened by the creature's earlier struggles. He stepped closer, giving her a reassuring look as if to say, "It's all right." The two of them stared at Lin Hao from a distance, silent. Luoxue's heart still raced with emotion, her gaze locked onto the lizard-like form of Lin Hao, unwavering. Lin Hao sat in the net, eyes wide as he looked at the mermaid. The mermaid also stared back at her host, instantly guessing what he was thinking with just one glance. But she quickly covered his mouth with her hand, placing the other on her hip, her eyes warning him as she analyzed the situation. "Don't you see all these people watching? If you dare shift back into human form, Luoxue might not capture you. But would the dragon ancestor let you go? You'd really be taken away for dissection." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's expression darkened. Though he knew the mermaid was right, the pain of reuniting with his beloved yet being unable to acknowledge her was unbearable. Lin Hao looked up at the familiar figure in the distance, his sharp claws gripping the net tightly. With a heavy heart, he said in a sorrowful voice, communicating like this is too difficult. But I have so much I want to say to her. The mermaid understood their predicament, but what could she do? She crossed her arms, sighed, and closed her eyes briefly before offering words of comfort. There's still plenty of time. Let her relax first. Lin Hao gazed sorrowfully at Luo Shui, his claws pointing at himself. Then he spoke with his current appearance, who would believe he was Luo Shui's lover? Turning into this form alone would be enough for the scientific community to want to dissect him, let alone anything else. She stepped forward, wading into the water. Until Luo Shui finally drew near, reaching out toward his claws, her eyes filled with reluctance. Facing the creature's sorrowful eyes, her tears fell uncontrollably onto him. What on earth happened to him? He must have suffered so much. Seeing her in such pain, his heart ached deeply. To return to Luo Shui's side, Lin Hao was willing to face any challenge, as long as he could see her again. Just as the atmosphere was wrapped in a pink haze, with the beauty's hand nearly touching the beast's face, 3 streaks of light suddenly plummeted from the clear sky like meteors. Lin Hao keenly sensed something amiss and immediately looked up. His eyes filled with confusion. How could there be meteors in broad daylight? In the distance, where the light had crashed into the Rocky Mountains, 3 muffled explosions erupted, sending up clouds of dust and danger. The scene resembled a Hollywood blockbuster bombing a forest, flames lit up half the sky, and thick smoke billowed everywhere. Sensing something approaching, Lin Hao suddenly let out a roar. Ruins! Civilization ruins! Luo Shui and Zhao Chengdong were stunned by the distant spectacle. Before the two could recover, the creature in the net's cries snapped them back to reality. Luo Shui quickly regained her composure and turned to order everyone to contact headquarters immediately and report the anomaly at the civilization ruins. After giving the command, she looked back at Lin Hao, seeing him sitting dazed in the net, his wide eyes fixed on her, unsure of what to do. After a moment, she told him she had no idea what had happened to him. In this urgent situation, she didn't know how to handle it. Though she wanted to run to his side, reality wouldn't allow it. With the responsibility she bore, she couldn't ignore the safety of the city's people. She could only stand at a distance, her long hair hanging down to obscure her view, her voice reaching him. I trust you, but I can't gamble with others' safety. No matter what, I will eventually become your wife. Lin Hao knew well her resolute and stubborn nature. Besides, the current situation truly wasn't suitable for the two lovers to reunite. In the blink of an eye, the ropes of the fishing net were cut, water splashing everywhere as a heavy object fell, sending ripples across the surface. Lin Hao surfaced, gazing at Luo Shui standing there, and said gently, word by word, I'll wait for you. Hearing those words, Luo Shui's eyes seemed to ignite with a flame. Her lips curling into a blissful smile as she looked at him. Then, Lin Hao quickly dove back into the water, and the lake gradually returned to calm. Gazing at the serene lake, with distant mountains and sunlight casting down, the scene was unusually peaceful, as if no strange creatures had ever appeared here. Seeing the dragon-like creature had already escaped, Chung Chang didn't overreact. He just scratched his head, squinting slightly as he said, what a shame it got away before we could catch it. There will be plenty of chances to regret it later. After all, we've already caught it once before, so no need to rush. We'll just catch it next time. Luo Shui returned to the shore, her expression stern as she began organizing the group. All action teams, assemble. We're heading to the civilization ruins. She quickly disembarked, arranged everything, and then led the team toward the direction of the earlier explosion. Underwater, Lin Hao swam toward the location where he had hidden the sword found in the spaceship. He brushed aside the rocks one by one with his hands. Seeing Lin Hao's actions, the mermaid was stunned and asked, aren't we going to the civilization ruins? Why are you back here? I don't get it. You were just shouting about going to the ruins, and now you're digging up rocks. Did you hit your head or something? After clearing away a pile of rubble, Lin Hao pulled out a crimson longsword. Then he told the mermaid, we really need this sword right now. Distant muffled explosions echoed, making both of them pause. Lin Hao looked up at the water's surface and said, the continuous tremors, it seems a starship is approaching outside. Without hesitation, Lin Hao propelled himself forward, heading straight for the source of the disturbance. Gripping the sharp longsword in his hand, he slowly surfaced while activating his camouflage skill to assess the situation. In the sky, several streaks of light shot across like meteors. I really don't get what's so special about Dragon Roar City that those guys keep rushing here. Just as he was assessing the situation, the bulletin board suddenly turned crimson, warning of an unidentified combatant detected. What's with this alarm now? Lin Hao furrowed his brow, gripping his sword hilt tightly as his sharp gaze swept the surroundings. I already cleared out all the mutated creatures in Dragon Transformation Lake. Where did this unidentified combatant come from? The water's surface began rippling, waves spreading outward in massive surges. Suddenly, a sphere brimming with immense energy appeared in the sky, wrapped in violet-black lightning, whipping the lake into a frenzy. From a distance, Lin Hao spotted two suspicious figures standing ahead. He couldn't fathom why they were targeting this small lake in his city. Their goal is the civilization ruins. What are they doing at Dragon Transformation Lake? A purple creature, its forehead embedded with a gem and clad in mechanical armor, suddenly awakened. Another followed behind, its handheld device flashing like a heartbeat monitor, signaling the detection of life. The combat index quickly displayed as 350, and it blurted out in shock. Its power level actually surpasses mine. After seeing the data, it fell silent for a moment before lowering its head in thought. Its companion hurriedly asked, "Sir, what's the situation?" Suddenly, countless bubbles erupted from beneath the water, accompanied by a deafening roar as water sprayed everywhere, obscuring their vision. A figure flashed past in an instant, and it immediately remarked, "Just as expected, it's awake." A streak of red light shot forward like lightning, claws bared as it lunged at the two intruders. Those blood-red eyes, filled with murderous intent, sent a chill down the spine. A split second slower, and they'd be lying on the ground by now. The speed was so blinding that the friction kicked up a cloud of dust. The gem-headed creature dodged Lin Hao's attack but remained standing calmly, grinning as it said, your master will be here soon." "What of it? What's he talking about? Whatever he's saying, just take them out, that's all that matters." Those deathly red eyes sent a shiver down his spine. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, clenching his jaw as heat radiated from the flames. Breaking free, he unleashes the power within him. Probing energies swirl around him, but the gibberish they speak is incomprehensible. They should just accept their fate. From a distance, he takes a deep breath and exhales a massive column of fire. As the flames close in, the gem-encrusted man quickly draws two long swords, forming a sturdy barrier. He narrowly avoids Lin Hao's attack. Seeing this, his subordinates panic and cry out, "Sir, this thing doesn't seem to be what we awakened." The gem-encrusted man had realized this from the start, and his expression grows increasingly fierce. "If this isn't our target, then where is what we actually awakened?" Lin Hao stomps the ground behind him, creating a small crater, then charges at them without hesitation. The distant monsters also take notice, immediately adopting battle stances. The gem-encrusted man swings his sword down with a deafening crash, but Lin Hao dodges the strike again. He leaps behind his opponent, using his sharp claws to seize the man's head. And with a sickening crack, the head is torn from the body. Blood sprays everywhere as the corpse collapses. Lin Hao still gripping the severed head in his hand. He raises his sword and glares at the remaining foe. Lin Hao asks, "Do you want to fight me too?" The man doesn't answer, only silently raises his finger. A bolt of lightning surges from his body straight toward Lin Hao. Struck by the attack, he is sent flying and crashes into the water. The remaining man watches from the shore as the water slowly calms, an orb of electricity hovering above the surface. Caught off guard, Lin Hao touches his wound and begins to sink. Gritting his teeth in pain, he mutters to himself, "Unbelievable. This hurts way too much." Before the pain subsides, the currents around him start shifting direction. Soon, the water spirals into a small whirlpool, growing larger and more violent, dragging everything in its path. Witnessing this, Lin Hao's eyes widen in shock as he shouts, "Unbelievable! How can they create such a massive whirlpool?" At that moment, he was once again swept into a massive vortex. Could all of this be caused by that orb? Amid the raging vortex currents, Lin Hao kept pondering the weapon that had just attacked him. Could it be that he was controlling these vortexes with that metal sphere? The currents grew fiercer, and he could clearly feel them expanding outward, as if trying to drag everything into the abyss. But Lin Hao was not one to give up easily. A confident smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His defiant gaze fixed on the surface above the water. "I'm an amphibian, how could I lose my way in the water? Don't underestimate me." Yet, he remained trapped in the turbulent vortex, unable to find any escape. Was this a cage set by E to imprison him? No, the water was still flowing. Where exactly was it trying to drag him? As if pulled endlessly forward by the vortex, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. He reassured himself that it wasn't too dangerous yet, just like being caught in a massive waterspout. Bored out of his mind, Lin Hao summoned the mermaid, who immediately blew out a red bubble. The bubble rapidly expanded, enveloping them both in a complete barrier. Within the barrier, outsiders couldn't disturb them. Though no enemies were attacking at the moment, this was still enemy territory. And Lin Hao knew he couldn't let his guard down. Once things settled, Lin Hao sat cross-legged, assuming the lotus position to meditate. His body began emanating a crimson glow, enveloping both him and the mermaid. Seeing this, she crossed her arms, looking exasperated, and muttered under her breath, "This guy really knows how to pick his moments, always so efficient." Who even has the mind to meditate and recover stamina at a time like this? Ling Hao simply replied nonchalantly, might as well, nothing else to do. Though he spoke calmly, he understood the situation was far from simple. In a secluded mountainous area, the armored vehicle convoy was ready to go. Loaded with heavy combat equipment. With a single command, the entire unit could set out immediately. All warriors are fully armed, weapons gripped tightly, ready to turn into spiky hedgehogs the moment the enemy appears. No target will breach our defenses. For now, keeping a distance from Luo Xue, he holds a tablet, observing and communicating at the same time. According to headquarters intel, they've intercepted at least 3 ships in orbit. Hearing this, Luo Xue immediately assesses the situation. Concluding that 3 or more ships have landed on Dragon Mountain. Their target must be the civilization ruins. After a brief exchange, they decide not to leave just yet. He turns to Luo Xue and says, you stay here and wait for the director's team. I'll take a squad to scout the area. As he prepares to leave, Luo Xue reminds him, check your comms and stay safe. Report anything unusual to me first, after all, we're in this together. Recalling earlier reports, Luo Xue grows even more suspicious about the situation. The civilization ruins in Dragon Roar City only revealed 2 frozen mutated tyrannosaurs. If that's all they wanted, why deploy so many ships? She mulls it over, finding the whole thing increasingly bizarre. The assault team still hasn't broken the ice, but researchers have already arrived to study the mutated tyrannosaurs. Despite this, Luo Xue remains unconvinced. If their goal was just to awaken those 2 creatures, mobilizing so many ships would be wildly excessive, completely illogical. Luo Xue's eyes widen in sudden horror, as if she's realized something. Could there be more than one civilization ruin in Dragon Roar City? She murmurs to herself before immediately contacting her mentor. If her hunch is right, the situation will become extremely dire. She urgently reports, Master Zhang, their target isn't just the mutated tyrannosaurs, there's another civilization ruin we haven't discovered yet. Her communication device quickly connects. Master Zhang's 3D projection appears before her. After hearing her report, he furrows his brow and says gravely, the warriors' headquarters sent this time are all seasoned veterans. First, let's work together to defend Dragon Mountain. We can discuss the rest later. Before he could finish, a voice came from afar, making both of them turn toward the sound. Before them stood a blond man, tall and imposing. Dressed in modern armor and carrying a weapons case on his back. His sharp eyes scanned Luo Xue and Elder Zhang before he introduced himself. Hello, I'm Li Yi, captain of the Dragon Team Action Group. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Zhao Shirkom's team was still waiting idly for a signal. One of them climbed onto a branch, sat cross-legged, and asked Zhao Shirkong. Boss, did we miscalculate? Zhao Shirkong stuffed his hands into his pockets, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips. His face clearly showing signs of tension. He exhaled a puff of smoke, glanced at his watch, and replied, don't worry. Just be patient. According to headquarters, the other shipment should arrive around this time. He looked around and added, take a deep breath while you can. Things are about to get intense. Just as Zhao Shirkong finished speaking, a soldier suddenly pointed at the sky. Look, a meteor. Almost instantly, everyone turned in the direction he pointed and sprang into action. Zhao Shirkong furrowed his brow, removing the cigarette from his mouth. Sure enough, it was here. He quickly activated his comms device to Luo Xue, eyes locked on the falling meteor. Target acquired, Leader Luo. We've spotted it. Intercept immediately and rally everyone toward the meteor's location. From the ground, a barrage of gunfire erupted toward the sky, targeting the meteor. Exploding in a dazzling display like fireworks, lighting up the entire sky. Thick smoke billowed upward, obscuring their vision. Zhao Shirkong squinted and ordered a search to begin. His men dashed forward like arrows released from a bow. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly, as if firecrackers were being set off in the forest. Dense smoke enveloped a corner of the woods. The entire team moved swiftly like night ninjas, but Zhao Shirkong didn't immediately order them to speed up. Rally our forces, quickly. The squad moved with lightning speed, but he suddenly spoke up. Wait, there's something ahead. Before them, a strange spacecraft had landed in a clearing in the forest. The team immediately spread out to observe, noticing unusual traces all around. What shocked them was that despite the fierce attack earlier, the spacecraft showed no signs of damage at all. A soldier approached Zhao Shirkong in surprise and asked, we clearly attacked it, but there's not a single scratch. Zhao Shirkong was also deeply shocked. He knew full well that the weapons they had just used were heavy firepower, enough to cause severe damage, yet the target was completely unharmed. This made him furrow his brow even deeper, his wary gaze fixed on the eerie object before him. Uncertain, Zhao Shirkong didn't answer, his eyes still locked on the spacecraft. Based on the gathered intel, this unidentified flying object matched the ones they had encountered before. He continued analyzing. The size was also consistent with the recorded dimensions of a full ship. If missiles had hit it, it should have caught fire or burned, but there wasn't a single mark. The entire team stood silently outside the UFO, tension thick in the air as they waited. Maybe they already fled before we arrived, one soldier suggested. If that's the case, we're already a step behind, another member doubted. Just as the squad was discussing, the ship's hatch slowly opened. A wisp of smoke drifted out, followed by a beam of purplish-black light shooting from within, moving too fast for the naked eye to track. It gradually took the form of a black figure clad in hardened armor, a long sword strapped to its back. Its appearance closely resembled the alien XLR-8, except for the color. Without hesitation, the creature immediately charged at Zhao Shikong's squad. At the sight of it, Zhao Shikong gripped his weapon tightly, his expression tense, brows knitted. "The enemy is here," he shouted, pulling the trigger at once. The entire elite squad opened fire on the intruder. "This uninvited guest didn't bring candy," Zhao Shikong said coldly. Unexpectedly, the creature instantly dodged in a traditional zigzag pattern, evading every bullet with lightning speed. In less than 3 seconds, it appeared before a soldier, leaving him no time to react. With a swift strike, its claws cleaved through the soldier's body as if slicing tofu. Blood sprayed, and the lifeless body collapsed to the ground. But the creature didn't stop it immediately. He instantly accelerates, charging straight toward the spacetime gate. Witnessing its speed and agility, he realizes this is a formidable opponent. Too fast, he muses, eyes locked on his adversary's every move. His brow furrowed, his face taut as a bowstring. No more waiting passively, Lin Hao leaps forward, drawing the long sword from his back and pointing it at the enemy. "Looking for trouble?" he mutters under his breath, realizing he's armed and ready. As the creature slowly unsheathes its own blade. Then, a shrill clang of metal rings out. Sparks flying as the two swords collide. Howling winds mix with the electric sparks from their clash. A fierce battle erupts in an instant, neither side willing to yield. Zhan Shikong dares not let his guard down, attacking while carefully observing his foe's every move. The two exchange blows, locked in hundreds of rounds with no clear victor. Yan Ren's eyes burn with determination. "Even if I die today, I'll take this beast down with me," he roars, pouring all his strength into every strike. The creature, in contrast, remains eerily calm, its face expressionless. As if Zhan Shikong's attacks inflict no harm at all. Amid the chaos, Zhan Shikong spots an opening, his eyes flash with insight. He immediately commands, "Open fire." The soldiers behind him pull their triggers in unison. Bullets raining toward the enemy. Yet, every shot is blocked by an invisible barrier. Sensing the soldiers' assault, the creature narrows its eyes, its gaze icy and dangerous. It sneers, "Pathetic natives. Your strength is laughable. A bunch of ignorant humans," it taunts, increasing its force. Gradually overpowering Zhan Shikong. Gritting his teeth, Zhan Shikong struggles to hold his ground. The situation grows dire, as if all hope is slipping away. Just then, an unidentified object hurtles toward them at astonishing speed. Zhan Shikong seizes the moment and strikes back. He roared, "Come here, beast!" But no matter what, as a hot-blooded man defending his country, he would rather die on the battlefield. He mustered all his strength and delivered a powerful blow, sending the creature flying back several meters. Its body scraped against the ground, sparks flying along its path before it finally skidded to a stop. In that moment, Zhao Shikong didn't hear the approaching footsteps. He turned around, only to see a crimson creature. Its form resembling a slowly advancing giant dragon. Faced with this eerie sight, Zhao Shikong was stunned. Lin Hao, however, paid no attention to Zhao Shikong's shock, his eyes still locked on where the creature had been knocked back. Despite being thrown back, the creature showed no signs of injury. It burst into laughter. "Foolish mortals," it sneered. Gripping its long sword, it charged at the soldiers, channeling terrifying power into its blade, ready to strike. Just as the creature's blade was about to land, a wall of flames erupted, blocking its path. Everyone's eyes widened in terror. Lin Hao suddenly lunged forward, standing between the creature and the others, flames still billowing from his mouth. He said coldly, "Don't underestimate me, beast." With that, Lin Hao leapt at the alien creature. Without the slightest hesitation. But the creature sensed the danger and immediately swung its sword at him. Yet against Lin Hao's razor-sharp fangs, the creature's blade was nothing. With a single bite, the sword shattered into pieces. Seeing its weapon destroyed, the creature panicked and demanded, "Who are you? What kind of being have you awakened?" But its answer was not words, only a cold, guttural roar. The next moment, a blade of light slashed through the air, severing the creature's arm and sending it crashing to the ground in a spray of blood. Lin Hao gave the creature no chance to react, seizing its throat and squeezing tightly. The creature instinctively pushed back with its remaining arm, but its efforts were futile. He stared into its eyes, his voice icy as he said, "I am your Without a weapon, you're powerless to do anything. Facing the already weakened creature, Ling Hao asked bluntly without hesitation. Tell me, what exactly are you all planning? His gaze was fierce, his killing intent thick, as if warning that any lie would snap its neck instantly. Despite the terrifying pressure, the creature showed no fear. Instead, it smirked, as if the hunt was about to begin. You can't stop it. What difference does killing me make? Everything is already set in motion. All that's left is for the show to begin. Ling Hao tightened his grip on the alien creature's neck, choking it until it could barely breathe. Its laughter only made Ling Hao more irritated. After a moment, it shifted closer to Ling Hao's arm, as if about to reveal something. Its voice was faint, but the words struck like thunder, making Ling Hao's pupils contract sharply. Is this information accurate? He demanded skeptically, his eyes betraying confusion. If you're lying to me, you won't live to regret it. But before the alien could respond or confirm anything, a powerful arrow tore through the air like a storm, ripping straight toward them. The arrow pierced Yi's skull, and blood sprayed as fragments scattered across the ground. Even as he collapsed, Ling Hao didn't loosen his grip on its neck. His eyes burned with fury as he watched the one holding crucial secrets die just before revealing the truth. He scanned the surroundings and roared toward the direction of the arrow. Who did this? In the distance, a tall man strode forward, bow in hand. His expression cold and unreadable. He called out, Temp, the captain is calling for you. Behind him, a woman hurried over, Temp's wife. He had already fallen, never to speak another word. Everyone's attention turned to the approaching man. The man, Li Yi, walked forward with steady steps, his face grave. Golden lightning still crackled on his bow. I'll avenge you. His hand was ready for battle, the bow poised to fire at any moment. Temp, unaware of the tension, turned to look, calling out in concern. Luoxue, what's going on here? Luoxue rushed over, her gaze fixed directly on Li Yi. She shouted angrily, this guy killed Ai, and now he wants to harm my husband. If this weren't a workplace, I would have punched him already. But she still quickly reported to her husband, rushing forward and shouting loudly. Captain Zhao, this is team leader Li Yi, sent by headquarters to assist us. Don't worry, there's nothing to fear. Then, she continued with a sincere look to apologize. Captain Zhao, I'm sorry. I had to use your name to scare him, can't let my husband get hurt. Next time, I'll buy you coffee as an apology. After hearing this, Lin Hao immediately understood his wife's hint. Xiao Xue was signaling that this man was from headquarters, making him sigh inwardly. My wife is really sharp. Lin Hao realized there was no reason to stay any longer. If he wanted to retreat, how could he do it quickly? This Li Yi wasn't easy to deal with, and he didn't know his limits. Let my wife handle the trouble. A plan immediately formed in his mind. And he turned to signal his wife with his eyes. Luoxue instantly understood Lin Hao's intention. She pulled out a small bottle from her side and tossed it to him. As the bottle flew through the air, a dazzling light suddenly erupted. Putting Li Yi on high alert, he was momentarily stunned. Seizing the chaos, Luoxue rushed forward, blocking the light and shouting. Team leader Li, be careful. Her actions protected her colleague, while creating the perfect opportunity for Lin Hao to retreat. As the light faded, Li Yi cautiously lowered his hands. But his gaze swept the area with fury. Ha! Where did that red thing go? Did it escape? Luoxue quickly changed the subject, her tone gentle but meaningful. If uncle keeps harassing us like this, how will my husband get away? Then, she swiftly regained her serious expression, scanned the area, and ordered, medical team, move in. Quickly take them for treatment. Luoxue's words snapped both Li Yi and the healers back to their senses. After looking around, they realized the earlier battle had injured many of their companions, who urgently needed medical attention. Teacher Li Yi furrowed his brow, seemingly blaming himself for letting the creature escape. Luoxue stepped forward with a gentle smile and said softly, we've been monitoring this mutated creature for a while, but so far, no one has been harmed. Letting it escape for now is fine. Hearing this, Li Yi turned to assess the situation around them. Though the injured had received timely treatment, Li Yi still felt embarrassed. After all, as an elite, he had let a monster slip away right under his nose. Just as he was about to speak, a temporarily immobilized soldier interrupted him, leaning on a comrade and nodding at Li Yi while placing a hand on his chest. Thank you, squad leader Li. Seeing everyone stable, Luoxue wore a satisfied smile. Afterward, she and Li Yi helped transport the wounded for treatment. By the riverbank, Lin Hao stood quietly, gazing at the calm lake under the night sky. On the surface, all was peaceful, but his mind was a tangled mess. A voice came from behind, it was the mermaid. Hey, what are you planning to do? You've been standing here all night. Keep it up, and you'll grow mushrooms. Lin Hao remained motionless, his eyes distant, replaying the last words of that guy named Ai before he died. The hunting ground is a massive arena. Weak fighters like you aren't prey, just fodder for them. Those were his final words before an arrow pierced his skull. Hunting ground? Lin Hao furrowed his brow, pondering the phrase. He felt he was beginning to understand. The hunting ground he mentioned is like the royal hunting parks of ancient times, where beasts were raised for the thrill of the kill. Perhaps they awaken those powerful mutated creatures just to chase and slaughter them for amusement. Then, Lin Hao gently tapped the water's surface, sending ripples spreading outward. The more he thought, the more something felt off. Suddenly, he pointed at himself and asked, are all these mutated creatures awakened by them? Then what about me? Am I also being toyed with by this vortex? Just because of Yi's single sentence, Lin Hao now feels it held too much hidden meaning, forcing him to ponder deeply. Watching the mermaid look so clueless, he couldn't help but question himself. She just shrugged, squinting her eyes as if it had nothing to do with her. Whatever, I don't know anyway. All I know is that all three sides are watching you now. Without getting an answer, Lin Hao didn't press further. He just lowered his head to look at his claws, deep in thought, then muttered to himself. I just can't figure it out. The deep-water dragon transformation isn't what I expected, it leads straight to Dragon Mountain. I thought that was just a man-made lake. Recalling when he used that golden orb to create a vortex and pull him in. Lin Hao had no idea where that guy was trying to take him. In his free time, he sat down to cultivate and improve himself. Suddenly, the system notified him that his upgrade was complete. Host, Lin Hao, species, Fire Qilin, level 30, size, 1.5 meters, combat power, 330, 6 super skills, Frenzy, Super Touch, Night Raid. Disguise, Qilin Iron Wall, Powerful Tear, Powerful Tail Strike. Thorny Scales, Mystic Art, Tremor. Lin Hao was surprised to find his passive level and evolution points at 5. Something still felt off. When he clicked on the Frenzy super skill, he discovered he could actively enter a frenzied state for 10 seconds, greatly boosting his combat power. However, after 10 seconds, he would fall into a weakened and severely injured state. Unable to use recovery time. Lin Hao nodded, recalling that this skill was indeed quite interesting. When severely injured, he could re-enter the frenzied state without worrying about cooldown. Not bad, this skill is practically a lifesaver in critical moments. It's amazing. At that moment, Lin Hao was observing his body, sensing some changes. He noticed he seemed to have grown longer, his height increased, his tail stretched out, and overall, he looked more robust than other lizards. Just as he was celebrating his successful upgrade, a beam of light suddenly appeared behind him and merged into his body. Turning around, Lin Hao saw the mermaid holding a magic mirror, its light shooting toward him. The mermaid excitedly shouted, "Wow, what great luck!" Lin Hao widened his round eyes as a pink light pierced through his body, suddenly warming him all over as a blazing energy surged through him. Suddenly, 2 flickering flames ignited in his eyes, glowing in the night. System notification, a distant creature has been detected and scanning initiated. Perhaps we can gather basic intel on them. Looking at the displayed information, Lin Hao smiled with satisfaction, chuckling to himself. With this ability, he could learn about his opponents early and plan his strategy. It was perfect. All at once, the surrounding vortex dissipated, and everything returned to calm, as if the battle had never happened. Lin Hao glanced around and paused in his tracks. The mermaid, seeing the threat gone, let her bubbles slowly fade into the air. Though the vortex had vanished, he had no idea where it had taken them. He was still surveying the surroundings, unable to identify their location. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Even if it costs me my life today, I'll take this beast down with me. Lin Hao looked up toward the source of the voice. The words slipped out, this voice was too familiar, long unheard. Memories of the rescue flooded back into his mind. He stroked his chin, pondering that iron ball. It seemed to have deliberately taken a shortcut, bringing him from the dragon transformation pool straight to Dragon Mountain. What was he doing at Dragon Mountain? Was there something special about this place? Lin Hao's mind filled with questions as he mulled it over. The mermaid, seeing her lizard companion staring blankly like an old man, nudged him and reminded, "Do you remember the hunting grounds and the prey? They might see you as prey on par with the mutated creatures, since you haven't awakened within the ruins." Then, she looked at him seriously and continued, "They want to bring you into the Dragon Mountain hunting grounds." If what she said was true, everything suddenly made sense. Lin Hao and the mermaid both looked up at the sky in unison. He immediately said, "Looks like I'm still part of their game. This entire blue star is part of their game." Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden tremor struck, and the two of them looked up in surprise as a meteor streaked across the sky. Lin Hao watched the meteor vanish in awe, murmuring, "It seems only their underlings are here so far. The real hunters haven't arrived yet." Before long, something appeared in the sky again. Countless streaks of light flashed by like meteors. After observing for a moment, Lin Hao swiftly dashed toward the scene, with the mermaid following closely behind. As they ran, Lin Hao explained, the vanguard are merely servants, sent ahead to prepare the hunting grounds. That's why they finished so quickly. While Ling Hao was still sprinting, the ground suddenly shook violently, and spiderweb-like cracks spread across the earth before the surface split open. The mermaid also felt the intense tremors clearly. Ling Hao steadied himself. What's going on? Are they trying to lift Dragon Mountain? He sensed something was off. Soon, he realized things weren't right. Across the vast water, liquid seeped from the cracks, fully exposing what lay hidden beneath. It was a massive, worm-like creature, constantly emitting eerie red miasma. Its insides, organs or something else, twisted and writhed, sending a chill down the spine. A heavy stomp rang out, like metal striking metal. The sound of clanking chains followed, as Li Yi stepped forward. He was focusing all his strength to stomp on Yi's shoulder. A crunching sound echoed, yet he showed no pain or discomfort, as if the stomped area wasn't even part of his body. Lying on the ground, he tilted his head back and laughed loudly, staring up at Li Yi's towering frame. "Head, human. There's a slumbering creature in this area," Yi sneered with a sinister grin. His words carried a hidden meaning, making Li Yi pause slightly. "What are you really after?" Li Yi asked coldly. Yet he remained unshaken, showing no fear. Ignoring Li Yi's question entirely, he cackled triumphantly. "It will wake soon. You'll all perish." Seeing Yi refuse to answer, Li Yi said coldly, "If you won't speak, then there's no need to say anything at all." With those words, a cold flash sliced through the air, swift and decisive. A burst of crimson liquid sprayed out like a pomegranate splitting open, and Yi's head rolled away from his body. Li Yi didn't even blink. He looked down coldly and said, "Whether I live or die doesn't matter. But you will die before I do." Just then, a howling gale erupted from behind them, and an overwhelming force tore through the air. Another E-rank member swung their blade down, aiming for Li Yi's head. In that instant, he sensed the danger and was about to turn and counterattack. But before he could act, a sharp sound cut through the air. Right before his eyes, the E-rank member was sliced in half at the waist and collapsed. The strike was swift and merciless. Luo Shui had saved him. As she rushed forward, she said, "Captain Li, I don't know what the headquarters combat style is, but fighting alone like this isn't protocol. I'm not sure if your strength is enough to defeat Titan. But leaving you to handle this alone could lead to trouble." Recognizing Luo Shui, Li Yi turned and replied, "I didn't want to fight alone, but I don't agree with the Longyin branch's way of doing things." Hearing this, Luo Shui felt frustrated. She shot him a suspicious glance and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Facing her confusion, Li Yi remained calm as he walked past her, cutting straight to the point. "That mutated creature was released by you, wasn't it?" Luo Shui stayed silent, offering no answer. Meanwhile, the E-rank member Luo Shui had cut in half was still on the ground, barely alive, and spoke up. Noticing the armor on Li Yi, he let out a scornful laugh. "Number 3 armor, ha! Too bad you can only get your hands on low-tier gear like this. Didn't expect someone split in half could still talk." Li Yi cast a frigid glare at him, towering over him. His voice icy, "Seems like you know quite a bit. I've been wanting to capture an E-rank member for interrogation. Now's the perfect chance." He had just taken a few steps toward the E-rank member when a violent tremor struck, warping the surroundings in an instant. A deafening roar echoed, the high frequency rattling their eardrums, nearly shattering them. Amid the chaos, Luo Shui cried out in panic, "Is that the mutated creature roaring?" Yet, in the midst of the turmoil, the E-rank member burst into triumphant laughter. His eyes gleaming with victory, "Ha ha ha. Looks like the summoning worked." In the distance, a massive serpentine beast erupted from the ground. Its roars sent continuous shockwaves rippling through the entire area, its body twisting and spiraling in midair. With agile footwork, Ling Hao continuously evaded the monster's fierce attacks. After thrashing through the dirt and rocks, the beast fully emerged from the ground, opening its massive maw to roar defiantly at Ling Hao. Mutated Earth Dragon, total combat power, 404. Ling Hao stared at the monster, calmly assessing the situation. Under immense pressure, he had already decided what to do. This will be easier to handle, Ling Hao thought to himself. This ability is truly useful. Now he could identify its species and combat power level. He stood below, looking up at the beast's enormous body, its height surpassing the Bitech building. The Earth Dragon was actually a mutated earthworm. Ling Hao had confirmed this. That a worm could mutate into such a massive creature was beyond belief. In the mutated earthworm's eyes, Ling Hao was nothing more than a free meal. The moment it spotted its target, the beast lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Fortunately, Ling Hao reacted quickly, dodging to the side just in time. After retreating a few steps to escape its attack range, he glanced at the spot where the monster had burrowed in, now shrouded in dust. His expression turned serious. Though it was just a worm, its speed was astonishing. He was lucky to have dodged in time. If that massive jaw had clamped down on him, even his scaled armor might have shattered. He had assumed the beast would stay still for a moment, but its jagged maw reappeared, this time even larger and more ferocious. Enraged by its escaped prey, it let out a furious roar, its massive body writhing, moving at a speed that blurred the eye. A worm this long should have been weighed down by its own bulk, yet it moved with terrifying agility. It lunged toward Ling Hao, following his scent, each movement accompanied by a deep thud as it crashed into metal arms, crushing the ground into deep craters. As Ling Hao ran, he observed the earthworm. Fleeing without fighting back wasn't his style. Suddenly, he noticed something odd. It had no eyes. How was it sensing his location? If it could track him this fast without eyes, he'd probably be caught in no time if it had them. But just as he was still thinking of a countermeasure, the mutated crouching beast suddenly appeared right in front of him, blocking his path. Its speed seemed even faster than before. Ha! What's going on? Witnessing this, Lin Hao's expression instantly tensed. Darn it, why did it suddenly speed up? In less than 3 seconds, it lunged downward, trying to devour its prey, but this time Lin Hao dodged just in time. His body was barely a millimeter away from those massive jaws. This is bad. Only now did he truly realize how terrifying the mutated crouching beast's attack power was. Its enormous body loomed right before him, clearly reflected in Lin Hao's pupils. Before he could react, he was sent flying by the beast's massive frame. His body soared hundreds of meters away, crashing deep into the forest, leaving a trail of friction marks for hundreds more meters before finally coming to a stop amid a thick cloud of dust. Lin Hao groaned in pain as he lay on the ground. No way, it's too fast and too strong. If he kept fighting head-on, he didn't know how much longer he could hold out. The other mutated crouching beasts quickly tracked his scent and found his location. One of them clamped onto Lin Hao, excitedly tossing him around like a new toy. Then, it suddenly slammed him into the ground with a deep, muffled boom, sending dirt flying everywhere. A deep crater clearly outlined where he had been smashed into the earth. Lin Hao felt excruciating pain as his body was pinned at the bottom of the pit. Moments later, his mind cleared slightly, and he forced himself up. Flames erupted all over Lin Hao's body. He stood tall before the pack of crouching beasts and let out a furious roar. Ha! Is this all you've got? This speed? No sooner had he spoken than he charged straight at the mutated crouching beast, leaving behind a trail of burning fire. You attack me, now it's my turn to strike back. Lin Hao leaped high into the air, lunging to bite into the beast's body. His entire strength seemed to ignite, flames spreading across his form. He opened his jaws wide and sank his teeth deep into its flesh. A sizzling sound filled the air, along with the scent of seared meat. It was scorching. Lin Hao could feel the searing pain spreading through his body. The mutated crouching beast violently swung its tail, flinging Lin Hao far away. This time, he was sent flying much farther. Rising from the billowing dust, he felt the sharp pain from the impact. What exactly happened? Why was this strike so much stronger than the last two? He wondered inwardly, his face full of suspicion. After careful observation, Lin Hao immediately noticed something. The mutated crouching beast's combat power had clearly increased. At the same time, a layer of purplish-black light enveloped its massive body, merging with its overwhelming aura to create an oppressive atmosphere. System, what's going on? Lin Hao asked silently in his mind. Immediately, the system displayed a message, total combat power 440. His eyes narrowed slightly, barely believing what he saw. Why was its combat power still rising? Enraged by the pain, the mutated beast charged at Lin Hao, determined to crush him and eliminate the threat. But just then, Lin Hao's irritation turned into fury. He closed his eyes and sneered, "You think I'm an easy target?" Then, the system displayed another line of text, Super Fusion Shield. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Hao's gaze widened as he felt a surging power within him, like a tide ready to burst through his veins. A new form began to manifest, his body engulfed in a blazing wall of fire, intertwined with a crimson-purple aura. His expression grew colder, his face filled with an unprecedented bloodlust and madness. He extended his sharp claws and roared, "So what if you have a rage form? I have one too." After activating the new skill, Lin Hao felt an immense surge of power, every cell in his body screaming for release. A dark crimson aura rolled off him, enveloping his muscular frame. Watching the massive beast roar before him, he smirked, "You think only you can roar? Now let me show you what a real roar sounds like." Lin Hao tensed his chest muscles, revealing his powerful physique. Then let out a defiant roar at the beast. Gathering strength in his legs, he leapt forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed astonishing. In an instant, he grabbed the monster's sharp fangs and snapped them off. Finding this ineffective, Lin Hao quickly changed his attack strategy. Using leverage, his bulging muscles channeled all his strength. A surge of power sent the giant beast Zhuan crashing violently to the ground with a single hand. The deafening impact echoed like thunder, and he couldn't resist mocking it, full and satisfied. Zhuan was hurled downward like a meteor, smashing into the earth and carving out a bottomless crater. Dust billowed upward as the monster lay motionless at the pit's bottom, its massive body flattened. Lin Hao took a breath, his gaze icy as he stared at Juan. Now that it was subdued, he stepped forward, his palm outstretched, sharp claws glinting coldly in the firelight. He closed in step by step, exuding a chilling aura that made one's blood run cold. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Lightning-like gashes appeared across Juan's grotesquely swollen body. The stench of blood mixed with a foul odor spread rapidly. Overwhelmed by agony, Juan thrashed wildly, letting out a piercing shriek. Its gaping maw revealed fangs gleaming with a cold light, its wails like torment from the depths of hell. Lin Hao merely sneered, utterly unfazed. Is that all? What's the point now? Do you really think you still have a chance to fight back? You're just my lizard, what hope do you have of turning the tables? He pressed harder, pinning the beast down, leaving it no room to retaliate. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao quickened his pace, relentlessly raking his claws across Juan's mutated body with the bone claw technique. As he struck, a cold smirk curled his lips. Like screaming, do you? Then I'll make sure you scream your fill. Claws tore downward in a flurry, blood spraying and staining his body crimson. Under the crimson moonlight, the scene grew eerily grotesque, sending shivers down the spine. The sky itself seemed to darken, shrouded in a heavy, ominous aura of death. The moonlight appeared to grow more intense, its glow tainted red by the bloody slaughter below. Blow after blow, the stench of blood and raw flesh filled the air, heightening the unnatural horror. Amid this gruesome rhythm, the moonlit night reached its perfect, chilling climax. When the battle ended, he sat down slowly, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. The succulent flesh stripped from the mutated Juan. This beast was the long-awaited trophy he had been hoping for. Time to feast, he shouted excitedly, immediately beginning his post-battle celebration. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Hao lazily sprawled on a rock, looking up at the sky and letting out a long sigh. This thing is really heavy, he chuckled, his body gradually relaxing. With a full stomach, drowsiness soon took over. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep, snoring steadily. The mermaid watched his sleeping form and could only sigh in exasperation. Really now? I have to clean up this mess. She set up a protective barrier to muffle the noise, ensuring Lin Hao's sleep wouldn't be disturbed. Then, she began cleaning up the battlefield. Looking at the scattered corpses, the mermaid opened her system and converted the alien dragon into 120,000 evolution points. Wow, that's a high score. She glanced back at the still sleeping Lin Hao, a faint smile tugging at her lips. This guy, is he lucky or just unlucky? Nearby, by a riverside, Luo Shui and Li Yi continued their journey. Li Yi dragged a captured medic along for interrogation while following Luo Shui. She led the way but couldn't hide her worry, unable to reach her teammates. They've blocked our signals. We can't contact the other teams now. The medic was dragged along like a sandbag, yet refused to yield. He let out a shrill laugh, his tone dripping with mockery. Heh, it's already awakened. To us, it's just an ordinary creature, but to you fragile scholars, it's nothing short of a disaster. Li Yi shot him a disgusted look and snapped, shut up. When he turned back, he saw Luo Shui had suddenly stopped in her tracks, frozen. The sight startled Li Yi. He looked at her back and quickly asked, what's wrong? A few steps ahead, another medic appeared, a long sword slung over his shoulder, blocking their path. A deep purple aura enveloped his body and sword, radiating an ominous pressure. The moment the spy sought his accomplice, a cold smirk appeared on his face. It seemed the other had been waiting here for quite some time. Their eyes met, exchanging silent messages. Without a word, they understood each other perfectly. Both leapt into action, charging at each other in a swift arc from opposite sides. Li Yi swung his sword and shouted, Captain Luo, finish this quickly. Hearing this, Luo Shui immediately shifted into a combat stance, drawing her sharp longsword under the moonlight. The spy standing ahead seemed completely unfazed by their movements. He remained standing there leisurely, as if curious to see what they could do. Then, Li Yi suddenly accelerated, his movements agile, as he slashed straight toward the spy's chest. The blade struck its target, producing a harsh metallic clang so fast it even sparked. Unexpectedly, after such a powerful strike, Li Yi's longsword shattered into fragments. Stunned by the sudden turn, Li Yi stood frozen, watching his sword crumble to dust before his eyes. He muttered in disbelief, what? My sword, broke? The spy seemed highly satisfied with Li Yi's shock, witnessing his confidence crumble into fear. Well done, he thought to himself. With a casual wave of his hand, the spy sent Li Yi flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet he remained unmoved, standing firm without a scratch. Not even Li Yi's strike had left the slightest mark on his armor. Luo Shui quickly ran over to help Li Yi up. Captain Li, she called worriedly, relieved to see his injuries weren't severe. Gripping her sword tightly, she said, you've exhausted too much energy. Let me try contacting headquarters, Li Yi nodded, still breathing heavily. Its armor is more advanced than we thought. Be careful, he warned, pressing a hand to his chest. Its armor and blade aren't ordinary. No matter what, we must hold out until reinforcements arrive. Luoxua nodded, acutely aware of how perilous the situation before her was. She focused her gaze on the medical disciple ahead and began to stride forward, gradually breaking into a run. Her speed increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, she closed in on the medical disciple, swinging her blade down with force. Clang! The medical disciple immediately raised his longsword to block the attack. The two forces collided, sending a reverse gust of wind swirling around them, sparks scattering in all directions. Suddenly, the medical disciple leapt backward, agilely sidestepping before reappearing behind Luoxua in an instant. His speed was so fast that it took her by surprise. She could barely track his movements. Whoosh! A blade slashed down from behind. Sensing the killing intent, Luoxua's eyes widened. Her body reacted purely on instinct. Before the medical disciple's sword could reach her, she executed a graceful flip, putting several meters between them and narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Luoxua raised an eyebrow, her gaze filled with wariness. After just a few exchanges, she realized this medical disciple was far from ordinary. This is bad, she thought to herself, unsure if she could hold out until reinforcements arrived. The man was too fast, too strong, and seemed tireless. While she was still pondering, the medical disciple charged at her like an arrow loosed from a bow, his longsword gripped tightly, his eyes alight with the excitement of a predator. He swung a sharp slash. Then instantly shifted his focus to Li Yi, lunging at him with lightning speed. His intent was clear, he meant to take him down immediately. He raised his blade, aiming a direct strike at Li Yi's head. And sneered, "Perish, you barbarians." The medical disciple's sudden attack left Li Yi frozen in place, completely caught off guard. In that moment, a burst of flames erupted before the medical disciple, the dazzling light obscuring Li Yi's vision. He quickly raised his hands to shield his eyes. Through the gaps in his fingers, he glimpsed the shadowy figure of a mutated creature flickering in the smoke before vanishing into the darkness, as if it had never been there at all. Yet as the flames died down, Li Yi remained rooted in place, stunned. His heart pounded wildly after brushing so close to death. He looked around, trying to find the figure who had just appeared and saved him, but there was no trace of the person or creature. Finally, he turned to Luoxua, asking in a confused voice, "Where did that guy go? What just happened?" Luoxua raised her hand, pointing into the distance, her expression unreadable. "An old acquaintance." Li Yi followed the direction of her finger, his gaze landing on the distant riverbank. All that remained was the quiet of the night, but the mutated creature's blurred figure lingered in his mind. He wondered to himself, it didn't attack us, but instead took that guy away. Why? Li Yi's dazed expression made it seem like he had just woken from a dream, leaving Luoxua no choice but to shake her head in resignation. She didn't want to explain further, but she couldn't help worrying that this incident would bring trouble to her husband. That mutated creature was extremely unusual, she could sense it meant no harm to humans. Still, caution was necessary. She said softly, "I promised that creature had no intention of hurting anyone. I hope you'll keep this to yourself and not rush to report it to headquarters." Who knew if he would really keep his mouth shut? Li Yi understood her meaning, but as he looked at the footprints left on the riverbank, he knew hiding this wouldn't be easy. It would be difficult. He sighed. "Unless we erase all traces, but we can't hide it forever." On the other side of the riverbank, Lin Hao emerged from the water, carrying the alien over his shoulder like a ghostly burden. "These guys fight to their heart's content, then come looking for trouble with me." He tossed the alien onto the stone slab with a single hand, producing a loud crash. Before the alien could even process what was happening, it was flung aside like a sandbag. It looked up at the fiery creature before it and realized it was Lin Hao who had pulled it out of the fight. "You're awake," the alien said. "I thought you were here to save me?" Lin Hao didn't respond to its words. He just thought he had heard a bad joke. The corner of his mouth twitched upward, his eyes narrowing with mockery and disdain. With a cold laugh, Lin Hao didn't give the alien a chance to react before gathering flames in his palm and engulfing it in a raging inferno. The alien let out a piercing scream, thrashing in agony, while Lin Hao remained eerily calm. He watched the scene with a cold expression, as if it were just an ordinary performance. "Don't tell me you're waiting for that worm to be completely dead." Lin Hao let out a cold laugh, the firelight clearly reflected in his eyes. The figure writhing wildly in the flames made the riverside night even more eerie. His agonized screams echoed through the silent space, like a mournful elegy. "Do you want to see that worm?" Lin Hao continued, his gaze icy as he looked down at the struggling figure in the sea of fire. "Sure, you won't have to wait long before you meet it in my stomach." He sneered. "You'll be reunited soon enough." Dusk gradually fell, casting a soft orange glow over everything. Gazing into the distance, the last rays of sunlight flickered through the treetops. Lin Hao and the mermaid quietly admired the magnificent landscape. as if trying to etch this beauty into their hearts. Lin Hao chewed on a piece of meat, frowning. It felt like biting into wax, leaving him annoyed. He ate while complaining. And someone beside him immediately teased, "Are you eating a tire?" Lin Hao finished his last bite, leaned back, and propped himself up with his hands, settling into the most comfortable sitting position. He squinted, relaxing his body, and replied, "If eating tires could upgrade life, Jackie Chan would probably have everyone walking tomorrow." He swung his legs and opened the system interface to check the completed tasks. The screen displayed, "Hard task, defeat a first-stage monster clone. Routine, improve lung and heart function. Completed. Defeat a second-stage monster clone. Routine, improve vision. Completed. Ah, these 2 tasks are done too." The mermaid stood nearby with her arms crossed, silently watching as the system rewards turned into 2 streaks of silvery light and merged into Lin Hao's body. It brought a refreshing, soothing sensation, like eye drops being applied. When Lin Hao opened his eyes again, his vision had become astonishingly clear. When Lin Hao opened his eyes once more, his gaze had become unusually sharp. His eyes gleamed with vitality, sparkling with life. His gaze pierced through the forest, making distant scenery appear as if it were right before his eyes, every blade of grass and every leaf crystal clear. Lin Hao grinned smugly to himself, thinking, with this farsight ability, no demon, ghost, or alien could escape my eyes. Lin Hao closed his eyes in satisfaction, taking a deep breath to savor the fresh mountain air, feeling far more refreshed than before. Seeing him so content, the mermaid smiled and pointed at him, saying, "It seems your lung and heart functions have strengthened. You'll experience the full benefits later. Since the sect master has achieved immortality, the system has upgraded me as well, 2 birds with 1 stone." Amazing, Lin Hao mused, still basking in the cool air, admiring the distant mountains painted in fiery hues by the sunset. But then, his gaze suddenly froze at the foot of the mountain, where the dragon team members were still bustling tirelessly. At the sight, Lin Hao's expression faltered, his earlier joy fading as a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. The mermaid couldn't help but sigh softly. To lighten the mood, she turned and smiled, raising her hand to ask, "What about you? What's the next step?" Lin Hao pondered for a moment, stroking his beard before saying gravely, "I underestimated the dragon team's strength, even the entire organization. Looking back, this matter is far from trivial. My wife still serves that organization, which proves they're no ordinary force. I've changed my mind. I can't let them push themselves to the limit like this." He rose abruptly, his gaze fixed on the mountain's base. His towering frame stood like a pine, and he declared in a deep voice, "I'll help them clear the threat. Change of plans. The hunt begins." The mermaid clapped her hands with a light laugh, wrapping her arms around herself as she gazed into the distance and murmured, "The sunset is so beautiful today." As the 2 admired the view, deep within a nearby cave, a massive dinosaur lay encased in thick ice. Its body was as large as a building. Don't mistake it for a model, it's a real dinosaur. A powerful creature slumbered beneath the solid ice, like a legendary beast. The research team and Luo Shui continued monitoring the cracks and reactions in the ice. A staff member, seeing the spiderweb-like cracks on the ice multiplying, turned to Luo Shui with concern, "Captain Luo, the cracks are spreading. This thing might be waking up soon." Luo Shui remained focused ahead, answering calmly, "Not necessarily." The staff member froze, eyes widening in surprise, "Not necessarily?" Facing his confusion, Luo Shui didn't seem inclined to explain further. "It's not like it'll instantly gain universe-destroying power or supernatural energy the moment it wakes up. Lay off the movies and novels, buddy." She emphasized the key point, the creature had been frozen for too long, and it was still unclear whether it was even alive. She glanced outside, sighed softly, and closed her eyes before saying briefly, "Ice breaking doesn't mean it's waking up. We haven't detected any signs of life yet." Hearing this, the staff member couldn't help but ask, "Should we call the other teams back?" Luo Shui shook her head, signaling no need. "They're waiting for headquarters to deliver new armor and will return soon." But the calm was suddenly shattered by the sound of stumbling footsteps and a loud shout. A member of the dragon team rushed to her, his expression grim. "Someone in the organization is deliberately spreading rumors. The situation is spiraling out of control." Luo Shui blurted out angrily, "A bunch of lunatics." Still, she forced herself to calm down. Li Yi stepped forward from behind, patting the staff member's shoulder reassuringly, "If we can't suppress it, we'll end it quickly. We can't stop the rumors, so we'll have to cut the problem at its source." Luo Shui noticed the backpack on his back. After a closer look, she asked urgently, "Where did the second set of equipment come from?" Li Yi glanced around, ensuring the nearby staff had returned to their posts. Before stepping closer to her, he lowered his voice, "Found it in the mountains." Luo Shui froze for 5 seconds before realization dawned, her eyes lighting up instantly. A small smile tugged at her lips, her expression one of pleasant surprise. So Lin Hao already took care of that equipment. She reached out to open the backpack, and the lid slowly lifted, revealing a sword hilt. She reached out to open her backpack, and the lid next to it slowly opened, revealing a sword hilt. The sword emanates wisps of purple energy, and just a glance makes you feel its overwhelming presence. 3 razor-sharp blades and the oppressive airflow around them prove it could cleave through fire and split mountains with ease. Her round eyes locked onto the long sword in the case, barely able to believe what she was seeing. Until now, she had only seen grade 3 equipment. Anything higher was just hearsay, never seen in person. Yet here it was, right before her eyes, almost close enough to touch. Combat armor can only be obtained within ruins, and the number 3 set has the lowest difficulty. It's said that advanced civilization ruins contain special gear. But even now, the Dragon Roar branch hasn't secured a single grade 1 set. Li Yi nodded in agreement, his expression grave as he stated that only grade 3 sets could be stored in the headquarters armory. To obtain armor above grade 2, you had to rely on passing trials within the ruins yourself. Even he could only use grade 3 equipment, and it had been destroyed the last time he fought a monster. The rules allow unlimited entries and exits for hunting monsters in the ruins, but personal gear upgrades are your own responsibility. Free equipment is limited to grade 3, anything higher requires earning it yourself. The focus remains on slaying monsters, but this game only gives you 1 life. Death means permanent removal. Headquarters doesn't limit the number of people entering the ruins, but those who obtain the number 2 set are extremely rare. After all, the trials are perilous, and many have lost their lives in the process. Seeing the grade 2 gear, Luo Shui seemed to be calculating something and immediately asked Li Yi how many number 2 sets they had found. Li Yi quickly raised his hand, answering solemnly, at least 5. Ha ha ha. My husband really is 5 big pushovers. Luo Shui teased, hands on her hips, chest puffed out as she grinned at Li Yi. See? I told you so. Li Yi narrowed his eyes, nodding with a hint of pride. True. But I have to admit you were right. He crossed his arms, agreeing, this is an exception, but it doesn't mean we can slack off on oversight in the future. Whenever she mentioned her beloved husband, Luo Shui always became unusually serious. Hearing that Li Yi still hadn't given up monitoring her husband, her expression gradually turned serious. She said, I know, but please trust him, just like you trust me. Though she didn't understand why her husband was acting so strangely, her faith in him remained unshaken. Just as the two were talking, a sudden tremor struck. Shaking the ground and the stalactites above, the violent vibrations even making their ears ring. With professional sharpness, Luo Shui immediately realized what was happening. She exclaimed, oh no! There's an entity nearby using low-frequency ultrasound, trying to awaken those things. Lin Hao was playfully greeting his alien friends when he suddenly turned to look in one direction. It seemed like some kind of voice was calling out to him. Why did he feel like someone was summoning him? He wondered to himself before bidding farewell to his alien friends to go investigate. After taking just a few steps, the scenery around him transformed. The once ordinary ground instantly turned into a barren wasteland, bathed in dazzling lights like a nightclub. With every step he took, lights illuminated beneath his feet, stretching out a glowing path like the Milky Way. Yellow lights surrounded him, with headlights and LED beams shining down in bright blue, red, purple, and yellow. Yet Lin Hao paid no mind to the scenery around him, still lost in thought, who was calling out to him. As he approached an LED pole, he saw a blue orb floating in midair. Lin Hao reached out toward the glowing sphere, feeling like he'd seen it before. Wasn't this that strange orb? When he tried to grab it with his hand, he found he couldn't touch anything at all. Oof, great. Is this fake? Or some kind of projection? The mermaid kept calling out to him, swimming around, shouting to wake up her giant lizard pet. Lin Hao, who had been greeting his alien friends, suddenly froze in place, making her heart race with worry. Hey, handsome, you there? He blinked a few times, his vision gradually refocusing as tears welled up in his eyes. Then, he blinked again, watching the mermaid swim frantically around him in panic. Slowly turning his head, he asked blankly, just now, it felt like someone was really calling me. The mermaid looked exhausted, closing her eyes as she refused, listen, I'm a little tired. I don't really feel like finishing this act. Go find someone else. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he turned away before the mermaid could finish speaking. In a fluster, he dashed off without hesitation, sprinting toward the source of the sound waves. The mermaid remained oblivious, standing still with her back turned to him. As he ran, Lin Hao's gaze grew increasingly anxious. Clenching his teeth, he said in a low voice, they deliberately placed that orb near the ruins. They're trying to help that guy wake up those monsters. But by the time he had sprinted 100 miles away, leaving only a trail of white dust behind, the mermaid was still teasing playfully, well, if you want my help. Mid-sentence, she realized there was no response around her. Why is it so quiet today? Her words already out, she reluctantly turned her head and gasped, huh? Where did you go? He was just here. He ran off before I could finish talking. The mermaid looked into the distance and spotted a red figure darting away like the wind. She quickly flicked her tail and chased after him, calling out, "Hey! Where are you going? Wait for me." I wasn't done talking, and you just left me behind. Seriously, how irresponsible can a host be? Should I find a new one? Meanwhile, Lin Hao was hiding in a thicket, cloaked in transparent camouflage. He peered vaguely ahead, assessing the situation. Before him was a stone cave, surrounded by armed patrols pacing back and forth. Lin Hao murmured, "I can't sense the tyrant's presence right now. He might still be unconscious." At that moment, the mermaid beside him held 2 leaves, staring blankly ahead before speaking. "Is there a traitor in their organization?" Lin Hao pondered, gazing forward as he replied, "Someone is helping that guy wake the tyrant. That metal orb is the key." Lin Hao's large eyes locked onto a soldier's hands. The man was walking closer to the bushes where they were hiding. The soldier moved with great stealth, constantly glancing left and right, as if sneaking around. Suspicious, Lin Hao spoke up and asked, "System Carp, do you think this guy is up to something?" "Carp will judge for itself and answer you," came the reply. "His gait looks like that of a lurker." Just then, the soldier seemed to hear rustling from behind the bushes. He paused briefly but then continued on his way. A few minutes later, Lin Hao cautiously approached the cave entrance and hid in the corner. Peering inside with effort. The guard had already entered the cave. He held a small purple spirit stone, examining it while stimulating it. Just one more to awaken, and the mission is complete." Suddenly, a ball of flame shot toward the soldier at lightning speed. It struck his arm, injuring his hand. The spirit stone fell to the ground as the soldier clutched his arm in pain. But before him loomed a shadow 10 times his size, towering over him. His face turned pale, drained of all color. He pulled out a gun and fired repeatedly at the creature. Gritting his teeth as he snarled, "Die, monster!" The bullets rained toward Lin Hao, but he remained unharmed. Slowly stepping forward and saying calmly, "Compared to humans, I am not the monster." His eyes glowed red as Lin Hao vanished in an instant, reappearing to seize the soldier by the throat. He lifted the soldier into the air, his expression terrifying. The guard struggled in Lin Hao's grip, gasping in agony. Gritting his teeth, his face twisted as he barely managed to ask, "Were you awakened by ultrasonic waves too?" Unnoticed, another soldier behind him had pulled out a grenade, ready to use it. With confidence, he shouted, "Ready!" Then, despite being held in the air, he raised the grenade toward Lin Hao. Then, he boldly shouted, "Embrace evolution!" With a deafening boom, the cave erupted in a violent explosion, flames lighting up the area. Amid the flames of the explosion, Lin Hao staggered back. Coughing through the thick smoke, he said, "Cough, what a madman! Trying to take me down with him?" Just ahead, Lin Hao suddenly felt the cave shake violently. The entire surrounding area trembled with it, and the outside of the cave was no exception. Over on Luo Shue's side, everyone was firing relentlessly at a monster. It seemed the human's bullets had no effect on it at all. A shell flew straight toward the beast. The first shell had barely fired when the other cannons joined in. The explosions were deafening, with thick smoke and flames billowing endlessly. Seeing they had expended many shells, Li raised his hand to signal everyone to stop firing. Afterward, all fire ceased, and everyone waited for the smoke to clear to assess the results. Luo Shui was worried. She gritted her teeth and thought, "Is this the end?" The monster's eyes suddenly snapped open, glaring at the humans before it with sheer hatred. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus was still alive, Luo Shui immediately shouted, "It's not dead yet. Keep firing." This was the same Tyrannosaurus that had been frozen earlier, and now it had broken free. At this point, the human's hail of bullets held no amusement for it. It immediately opened its maw and roared, the sound deafening. Li Yi quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow at it, saying, "Normal bullets can't penetrate its skin." No sooner had he spoken than his arrow neared the Tyrannosaurus's eye. It didn't even flinch, just stared at the arrow. Then, with a thud, Li Yi's prized arrow was deflected away. If even its eyes couldn't be pierced, its skin was out of the question. Seeing this, Li Yi's face paled, and he asked shakily, "What's going on? Even its cornea is armored?" Luo Shui seemed to realize something and replied gravely, "It's useless. Its eyes are already injured. Fire a few more shots aimed for its eyes. The eyes are the weakest part of its body." At this, the Tyrannosaurus let out a fierce growl, clearly uncomfortable. Following Luo Shui's command, everyone resumed firing wildly. Most of the bullets were aimed at its eyes. Luo Shui spoke again, "Keep firing. It's already hurt." The Tyrannosaurus raised a foreleg and rubbed its bloodshot eyes. Then, as if enraged, it roared and charged toward the crowd. The people in front screamed in panic, "Run! Get out of the way!" Talking a big game, but their legs couldn't keep up. And the entire squad was instantly sucked in and flung everywhere by it. It tore and bit, sending soldiers flying one after another. Over here, Luoxue had already drawn her sword. She looked up and said, "Bullets can't pierce it, but this blade is forged from alien metal, it might work. We have no choice but to try close combat." Li Yu realized the situation was dire and immediately shouted, "Everyone, fall back now." Luoxue added, "Those in second-gen suits, stay behind. Chengshi, lead the others out of the Longshan blockade. If things get critical, activate the final plan." At that moment, the tyrant turned its attention to Luoxue and Li Yi. It opened its massive jaws and lunged at them like an arrow released from a bow. Luoxue quickly warned, "Careful, it's furious." Seeing his wife in danger, Lin Hao charged forward at incredible speed, slamming into the beast and knocking it off balance. In agony, it let out a deafening roar. Enraged by the sound, Lin Hao lunged forward and clamped his jaws onto its head. Where he bit, flames erupted, but the dinosaur violently shook him off, sending him skidding back several meters. He dug his feet into the ground to steady himself. "Looks like we've met our match this time," he asked. "What is this thing? Feels like my bones are about to fall apart." Though the rage numbed the pain, they had to end this fight quickly. Luoxue charged in as well, and the couple attacked together. When close enough, she swung her blade at the dinosaur's tail, leaving a small wound but distracting it. Luoxue immediately said, "This blade can hurt it." She slashed again and shouted, "Aim for its eyes." Lin Hao grabbed his wife's blade, planted his feet, and leapt into the air, driving the crimson-edged blade straight at the dinosaur's eye. But the beast showed no fear. It opened its jaws wide, as if waiting for him to walk right in. With a sharp thunk, his blade struck, but the dinosaur bit it clean in half. After landing, Lin Hao studied the creature coldly, his eyes calculating. He realized neither teeth, blades, nor bullets would work against it. Lin Hao stood up and spewed a column of fire straight at it. Roar! The fire column struck its eyes, making it open its mouth in pain. At the same time, he taunted loudly, "If you have the guts, try cutting through my flames too." Suddenly, countless danger alerts flashed around Lin Hao, leaving him utterly confused. He looked up at the sky and saw a massive volley of missiles heading his way. He asked in bewilderment, "What is this supposed to mean?" The missiles raced toward their location at an incredible speed. Lin Hao still couldn't understand why humans would strike like this. He was helping them, yet they wanted to kill him too. It was like working a horse to death and then slaughtering it. Roar! 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 The area where Lin Hao and the tyrannical dinosaur stood was instantly leveled by the missiles. Thick smoke and raging flames billowed endlessly. By then, his skill duration had ended, and Lin Hao reverted to his human form. He grabbed the broken blade, leapt up, and slashed at the dinosaur's neck while roaring, "Die!" However, the sword Luoxue had given him only left shallow scratches on its steel-like hide. The attack not only failed to deal meaningful damage but also enraged the mutated dinosaur further. It swung its massive tail, striking him with a loud crack. The force sent Lin Hao spitting blood, his eyes bloodshot from the pain. His body was smashed into the ground, forming a deep crater. Lying helpless in the pit, he gazed at the sky as his vision blurred, wondering, "Am I going to die again?" Just as he was exhausted and defenseless, another barrage of missiles rained down from the sky. A blinding flash of light forced him to shield his eyes. Lin Hao muttered, "Am I really going to die?" Right then, a heavy blow struck his head. He jolted awake and turned to see the mermaid standing beside him, looking displeased. She said coldly, "Did you get hit in the head too hard?" Realizing where he was, he couldn't contain his joy and jumped up. "The heart of the turbulent seas, I'm here." The system explained, "After the storm ends, you will fall unconscious. I could only teleport you back before the explosion." Hearing this, he immediately asked in confusion, "Then what about that mutated beast king? Was it blown to bits?" She continued, "It most likely wasn't killed by the explosion. Its hide is almost as tough as refined steel. To take it down, you'd probably have to stuff a bomb into its mouth." Lin Hao glanced at his body and asked, "How long was I unconscious?" The system calmly replied, "A day and a night." Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel frustrated, but he was still worried about Luoxue and had to go back to check on her. Without hesitation, he used the teleportation array to return to Dragon Mountain. It was the same familiar scene, with Lin Hao swimming upstream below. The system couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are you rushing back so urgently?" Lin Hao snapped irritably, "Ugh, I'm not worried the dragon ancestor can't handle it, I'm just afraid he's already finished it off, and I won't even get a taste." As he swam, he analyzed to himself, though its hide is impervious to blades, under the dragon ancestor's devastating cannon fire, it must be severely wounded. And wounded beasts usually retreat to the riverbank to heal. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Lin Hao's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Found it!" On the shore, the ground was littered with deer carcasses, all bearing deep claw marks in their bellies. At that moment, the Dragon King beast was still sitting by the stream, ravenously tearing into the deer meat. Too focused on eating, it didn't notice Lin Hao observing it from underwater in disguise. His gaze remained sharp, and the heat from Lin Hao's body caused the river water to boil. But when it noticed thick smoke rising around it, the beast immediately stood alert, still holding a large deer in its jaws. From the swirling water, Lin Hao suddenly leapt out. It seemed he had opted for guerrilla tactics this time. The two clashed again in close combat, with Lin Hao biting hard into the Dragon King beast's hind leg, making it roar in pain. Its saliva-drenched maw let out a furious growl, its eyes filled with ferocity. Then, the Dragon King beast lunged, clamping down hard on Lin Hao's body. Even trapped in its jaws, he couldn't help but smirk. His plan had worked. With a burst of the Kirin kick, Lin Hao unleashed a surge of power, startling the beast. Lin Hao impatiently channeled his inner energy, determined to end this quickly. "This is taking too long. Blazing inferno!" Lin Hao shouted. "One-eyed dragon, if attacking from the outside won't. For those who are injured, I'll roast them from the inside out." Immediately after, the Dragon King's entire body ignites from within, burning intensely as thick smoke billows out. Before long, its body begins to sway unsteadily. "So it seems your method is working." Unable to endure any longer, it collapses heavily to the ground. Just then, the system appears. The moment she sees you, she covers her nose in disgust, asking, "What on earth did your brother eat? This is revolting." She looks at you as if you're filthy gutter water. "Lin Hao, I never thought I'd say this to you, but you're making me feel sick." Lin Hao puts on a show of deep thought, saying, "You only see my ruthlessness, not the brilliance of a strategist walking into a trap himself." Then, the system brings over a glass of wine. "Strategist, please have a drink." No more talking. Next, you begin examining the Dragon King's corpse, as if searching for something valuable. The scene shifts to a hospital, where Luo Shui and Li Yi are receiving emergency treatment. The nurse leaves the room, and both their phones ring at the same time. Luo Shui and Li Yi can't hide their nervousness as they answer in unison, "Hello?" Whatever the caller says, their expressions turn grave. Luo Shui quickly responds, "Understood." She turns to Li Yi and says, "Headquarters wants me to provide a detailed report on the other mutated creature that appeared during the battle." He replies immediately, "Same here." "So, Captain Luo, can you tell me the truth now?" She lowers her head, overwhelmed by a wave of sorrow that feels like a knife to the heart. That mutated creature was... Just then, Chen Kong walks in, cutting her off. "A dragon." Chen Kong holds out his phone, saying, "There really is a dragon in Lake Hua." Luo Shui is stunned. "A dragon? Chen Kong, say that again. People in the city have found one?" Staring at the image, she freezes, murmuring, "This body, it really is a dragon." Soon after, news about the dragon spreads rapidly. And everyone is talking about it. Even a girl on the street chimes in, "I was right next to Lake Hua. There really is a dragon. My drone captured it. It's not a dinosaur, but a mythical dragon." The scene of Lin Hao happily swimming in the pool was captured very clearly. Moreover, in the doctor's room, everyone was observing Lin Hao's image on the big screen. Elder Zhang pointed at the screen and turned to Luo Shui and Li Dai, asking, "What do you all think this is?" She speculated that it might be a mutated snake species, but she didn't rule out the possibility that it could actually be a dragon. Regardless, Elder Zhang nodded and said, "You're right. Dragons might be one of the earliest mutated creatures." Luo Shui stared intently at the photo on the screen. "Transforming Dragon Lake, it's always transforming Dragon Lake." Elder Zhang continued, "Our top priority is to calm the public. We can't let the rumors spread further, or Organization L will take advantage of the situation." Li Dai chimed in, "That's easy. We'll say it's a military exercise at Energy Dragon Mountain. And in the city, we'll claim it's a film crew using panoramic projections." Luo Shui added her thoughts, "Then delete all the information online. People will forget about it soon enough. No news means no memory." The scene shifts back to the lakeside, where a few water lilies float on the emerald green river. Lin Hao finally looked up. "There shouldn't be anyone around now," the system said cheerfully. "See? Showing off just got you into trouble." After drinking the blood of that king dragon and seeing his current serpentine form, Lin Hao was very pleased. He never expected that mutated Tyrannosaurus to have 110,000 evolution points. After consuming it, he leveled up instantly. He sighed with regret. "If I'd known, I would have eaten the other Tyrannosaurus in the ruins too, just devoured both at once." The system warned, "Eating too much will make you uncomfortable." Then, as Lin Hao admired himself in the mirror, he sighed, "This is amazing. I've evolved from evolution scales to flood dragon scales. What will I look like when I truly transform into a dragon? Flood Dragon Gate, you're already incredible. No need to seek it out anymore." Suddenly, Lin Hao remembered something. "No need for Flood Dragon Gate, but I have to check out Dragon Mountain." The system shouted angrily, "Do you really enjoy making trouble for yourself?" Despite her words, she eventually accompanied Lin Hao to a cliff near Dragon Mountain. He effortlessly lifted the heaviest boulder there with one hand. After drinking the creature's blood, Lin Hao's strength had increased dramatically. Lin Hao tossed the boulder aside and mused, "If this is a civilization relic left by Yi, destroying it won't be easy. I need to go inside and take a look. By observing who's taking action, I can transform into someone entering and save some energy." The system scoffs at you, exhausted from moving a few rocks? Just then, a black rat with blood-red eyes darted out, startling Ling Hao. Where did this kind of rat come from? A moment later, his expression shifted slightly, as if he sensed something unusual deep within. Right after, hundreds of field mice poured out from the cave, a clearly unnatural sight. Watching the scattering horde of rats, he couldn't help but wonder, were they inside the ruins? The system quickly replied, "Probably." It seems their goal was partially achieved, awakening these mutated creatures. Soon after, Ling Hao finally shifted back to human form and crawled into the small opening. The moment he entered, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. Who would have thought something like this was inside? Ling Hao stared at the object before him, recalling how the two ferocious dragons at the entrance had already been terrifying, yet this place held even more long-extinct creatures. Judging by their forms, these are all mutated creatures. The system replied after observing. That's right. If nothing goes wrong, other civilized areas within the ruins will be filled with such mutations. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Teacher Luo. There's a gap here." Ling Hao immediately shifted back into his dragon form, hiding behind the large containers. Luo Shui looked around. Fortunately, the ruins are extremely sturdy, hard to damage from the outside. The leader added. The interior still holds countless mechanical devices, yet even the world's top scientists have studied them for years without uncovering their purpose. This civilization is far more advanced than we imagined. Then, he pulled out a flashlight and began inspecting the experimental containers. Cheng Kong looked around and couldn't help but speculate. Could these ruins have been left behind by Yi? Li Dai quickly responded, "Probably not." Li Dai explained that, based on their theories, a more advanced civilization might have arrived on Earth before humans and left these ruins behind. These guys aren't attacking the city, they just want to awaken the creatures in the ruins. But weren't those creatures sealed inside by them in the first place? What exactly are they trying to do? The leader immediately cut in, "Stop overthinking. Everyone, focus. Our goal in coming back was to get the equipment." Looking at the girl before him, Lin Hao was suddenly overwhelmed with longing. Watching her figure from behind, Lin Hao silently made up his mind. No matter what, he would protect Xiao Shui. As soon as everyone left, Lin Hao appeared. After scanning his surroundings, he began calculating in his mind. He had just killed a mutated tyrannosaur and gained 110,000 evolution points. With so many mutated creatures here, doesn't that mean he's about to hit the jackpot? The thought made his eyes gleam with excitement. The system quickly caught on and warned, "Don't celebrate too soon. Use your detection skill to check them carefully." Lin Hao immediately activated his skill and scanned the four beasts trapped in the glass cages. A shocking revelation left him stunned. What does this mean? Are these mutated creatures already dead? Lin Hao froze. Without any awakened mutated creatures, how could he earn evolution points? The system appeared beside him and finally said, "You've managed to dodge your so-called destined fortune this time." On the system interface, the mystic yellow prism progress had reached 40%. This reward was a special bonus for slaying the mutated tyrannosaur earlier. Lin Hao still had doubts. All my previous skills were random drops. And now there's a progress bar too. Are both of these special rewards from killing the mutated tyrannosaur? Next, Lin Hao reached out and activated the Sun Jade. A beam of light instantly surged into his body. The reward he received was corrosive claws, and he felt his 3 claws grow even sharper. Excited, Lin Hao raised his hand. These claws are definitely much sharper now. Unable to hold back, Lin Hao immediately wanted to test his new power. Let me try this out. The moment he spoke, he swung forcefully at the cliff wall, and his innate flame roared to life with the strike. Needless to say, seeing the marks of his attack on the rock wall, he was very satisfied. The walls of this ruin couldn't even be destroyed by heavenly fire sharper than they should be, with a corrosive effect. Perfect. If he fought the mutated again, he wouldn't even need to bite. His claws alone would be enough to tear its body apart. Meanwhile, Lin Hao spotted a golden mark. Ha! There's an expansion list here too. Out of curiosity, he pressed the golden symbol with his claw. The symbol immediately glowed golden, startling Lin Hao slightly. Suddenly, a blue light surrounded him. Shocked, he stood still and looked around as a dazzling glow erupted from where he stood. The next moment, he found himself back at Dragon Sea Lake. Lin Hao looked around in surprise. How did I get back here? The system immediately responded, don't look at me. I have no idea either. Lin Hao froze. If the mystic Iron Shilin could only be obtained at Dragon Transformation Lake, then there was only one other place it could be. Afterward, he and the system swam toward the deep water together. He observed his surroundings. When had it become so quiet? Something was off, he needed to be careful. Countless star-like specks of light appeared before his eyes. Lin Hao wondered to himself, had it already wiped out all life in the deep water? Gazing at the mist below, Lin Hao couldn't help but mutter, it's coming. No sooner had he spoken than a loud crash echoed, sending debris flying. Lin Hao instinctively shielded his eyes before cautiously peeking to assess the situation. A massive whirlpool had formed underwater. Lin Hao was stunned, the area below had been breached. A flicker of alertness crossed his eyes. Lin Hao immediately tensed up. This wasn't good. From the whirlpool, a pair of glowing blue eyes locked onto Lin Hao. The beast was one of the 4 mutated beasts, a variant of the 6-horned dragonfish. The two faced off, Lin Hao keeping his guard up against the 6-horned dragonfish. Countless bubbles suddenly surrounded Lin Hao, startling him. Oh no, he couldn't see a thing. Doesn't this thing fear fire? Interesting. Let's see how strong you really are. The dragonfish opened its maw and unleashed a powerful inner force attack at Lin Hao. Lin Hao wasn't about to back down, he immediately countered with a blast of fire. A massive shockwave erupted underwater as the two proved evenly matched. You were flung far away, this dragonfish is definitely not weak. Lin Hao continued channeling his inner energy. He glared at it and roared, is this a hexagonal mutant dragonfish? Let's see who the real winner is. As if understanding Lin Hao's words, it opened its mouth wide and blasted him with a fierce gust. Lin Hao squeezed his eyes shut and braced himself, marveling that this was the first mutant creature he'd seen that could spew frost. The battle wasn't over. The dragonfish charged again, and Lin Hao sneered at it, you're asking for it. The two clashed once more, and another deafening crash echoed through the deepwater zone. He clamped down hard on the dragonfish's limb, its body was so cold. It must have scared off all the other creatures in the deep water. Unwilling to back down, it swung its other clawed limb straight at Lin Hao. Then, in a moment of distraction, a powerful strike landed squarely on his abdomen. Looking at the wound, he couldn't help but be shocked, its claws were razor-sharp. Yet the dragonfish refused to yield. Its eyes widened, and its tendrils crackled with electricity. Its powerful tail lashed out at him. Too fast for Lin Hao to block. Several blows struck his chest, and blood sprayed into the water. He wasn't made of steel, he gritted his teeth in agony. Lin Hao immediately counterattacked, launching another wave of strikes at the dragonfish. But the beast was as tenacious as a leech, even gravely wounded. Its tendrils kept regenerating. Lin Hao thought to himself, good. This black iron Shilin was worth all this effort. At first, I was worried about the side effects of the berserk state, afraid there might be other mutants in the lake. But if I don't use it now, I'll never get out of here. As he channeled a massive surge of inner energy, Lin Hao seemed to make a declaration. A shockwave erupted from his body, sending the dragonfish flying. Only then did it regard Lin Hao with a different look. Even as he severed one of its tendrils, the dragonfish, undaunted, charged at Lin Hao once more. At that moment, he unleashed a massive burst of flame. Lin Hao sneered, ice and fire intertwined, let's see who's stronger. The two forces, one ice, one fire, clashed head-on, triggering a spectacular explosion. The dragonfish was blasted away by Lin Hao's power, only now realizing the danger. Eyes blazing with fury, he glared at it. Let's see how you save yourself now. Rebirth Icebone. If I weren't in this hyper-aggressive state, I might have actually lost to you. Realizing it stood no chance against Lin Hao, the dragonfish immediately turned to flee. But Lin Hao wasn't about to let it escape. He sprang up in pursuit. With a mocking glare, he roared, trying to run. Struck hard, the dragonfish snarled, its eyes burning with rage. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao drove 3 dragon claws into its body, igniting crackling flames. Battered by the brutal strike, the dragonfish roared in pain, thrashing to break free. Suddenly, a radiant light erupted from its body, startling Lin Hao. Its strength yanked his arm away, and the dragonfish finally turned back, eyes wide. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes. This thing is relentless. But the protagonist's aura wouldn't let him falter. Lin Hao roared like a ferocious dragon. After this relentless assault, the dragonfish was utterly defeated, lying pitifully at Lin Hao's feet. Sweat streamed down his forehead as Lin Hao muttered to himself. Finally done. That was closer than I expected, I need to rest. Just then, his vision blurred as a sharp pain shot through his head. In the next instant, Lin Hao lost consciousness completely. The mermaid from South America stood aside, exasperated. She closed her eyes, sighed, and rubbed her forehead. Ugh, always cleaning up someone else's mess. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Team headquarters, an internal meeting was underway in tense silence. After receiving the intel via phone, everyone fell silent. Luo Shui glanced at the screen and immediately recognized the target, a mutated creature. Headquarters had been closely monitoring this being, holding multiple meetings to strategize. In the end, they decided to monitor and capture the creature. The reason was that an image of a bizarre creature appeared on the screen. Resembling a salamander, about 8 meters tall, with bright red skin all over. The second target was a Tyrannosaurus. From the footage, it was clear that the red mutant salamander had defeated the Tyrannosaurus. Seeing that Luo Shui remained silent, Li Yi turned and asked if she had figured out how to report it. At that moment, Luo Shui still didn't answer, her gaze fixed on her phone screen. After a while, she gently set her phone down and slowly replied, "Just report it as is." She straightened up and stood, her confident demeanor taking Li Yi by surprise. Initially, he wasn't sure if the creature would be harmful, but seeing her so determined, he couldn't ignore it entirely. "Actually, I know this mutant creature," Luo Shui said, her words instantly silencing the room. Everyone's eyes turned to her, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. "It has saved us multiple times and never shown any intention of attacking us." Li Yi sat quietly, eyes slightly closed, leaning back in his chair. Though he didn't speak, he still had many doubts. While Luo Shui's words made sense, he didn't believe a single statement would convince everyone. How could one sentence guarantee this creature wouldn't cause problems in the organization's plans? We can't accept something based solely on one person's word. Still, he wanted to tell the truth. Yes. When we were at Dragon Mountain, this mutant creature appeared just in time. And helped us resolve many issues. Luo Shui was surprised to hear Li Yi speaking in her favor. She hadn't expected someone like him to defend her. Regardless, this was beneficial for Lin Hao. However, the man across from her immediately scowled, his gaze sharp enough to cut through the air. If it truly is on our side, that would be great news. But his eyes narrowed, filled with resolve. The creature's instability is too high. We can't gamble everything on it. Hearing the man's words, Luo Shui clearly sensed the tension. It seemed like he was targeting her husband. She quickly came up with a counter-proposal. She looked at him and asked, "What if we just monitor it without capturing it?" Her words stunned him, his face showing utter disbelief, as if he had heard something utterly absurd. What did she mean? He asked in confusion, his face filled with bewilderment. To her, the proposal was indeed unusual. Such a creature shouldn't just be left alone? If it causes trouble, it would be a huge risk. Luo Shui wasn't in a hurry to explain. She calmly placed her sword on the table and spoke slowly. Back in Dragon Mountain, we found many number 2 equipment. We only found them because this creature led the way. It knew what we needed and helped us search. If we work with it, we could find even more weapons. After listening to her analysis, he began to understand. Even so, he knew this couldn't be kept from their superiors. He nodded in agreement. You do have a point. But this still needs to be reported to headquarters for approval. Besides, not just Dragon Roar City, other cities are showing signs of unrest too. You all need to prepare quickly. After hearing him, Luo Shui had already made up her mind. She said nothing, stood up, and left the meeting room. Li Yi watched her go but didn't stop her. Before leaving, Luo Shui softly told everyone, "I'll go check on Captain Zhao." After the meeting room door closed, she couldn't help but sigh. If her actions were too obvious, it would surely raise suspicions. That might do more harm than good. She murmured to herself, "Lin Hao, thank you. But this is as far as I can help you now." At the bottom of Dragon Roar City's waters, after a long slumber, Lin Hao began showing signs of waking up. He stretched lazily, his voice still drowsy but content. Every time after going through a crazy trial, sleep feels so good. Just as he was half asleep, the mermaid suddenly appeared in front of him, startling him. She looked like someone who hadn't slept in ages, dark circles under her eyes. Pale complexion and sunken cheeks. She glared at Lin Hao angrily, demanding an answer. Every time you escape danger, you just fall asleep. What about me? Oh my goodness. Still half asleep, Lin Hao suddenly snapped fully awake because of her appearance. Once his brain caught up, Lin Hao quickly pushed her face away, completely ignoring her pitiful expression. Oh my goodness. What's with all this nonsense first thing in the morning? Hands on his hips, he furrowed his brow, looking somewhat confused. Something about her words sounded off, but I can't put my finger on it. Anyway, never mind that, it's not important. What is important is that pile of stuff. The mermaid could only cover her nose, looking utterly dismayed as she glanced into the distance. This action immediately drew Lin Hao's attention, forcing him to take notice. Alright, dig in already. This stuff smells way too strong. As he spoke, he followed her gaze to the pile of things, instantly understanding the issue. Without another word, Lin Hao stepped forward and began his first meal after waking up. Just as he was devouring his food, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Hao has acquired the Black Iron Qilin skill. Stunned, he read the floating text. Qilin fragments were extremely durable, greatly enhancing defensive capabilities. No sooner had he finished reading than the words transformed into a crimson light, condensing into a floating orb that illuminated the area. In that moment, Lin Hao felt weightless, as if an invisible force were lifting him. The orb's glow enveloped him before diving straight into his body. The sensation was like a gentle purification, gradually making his body feel more solid. Now, his abs and arm muscles were sharply defined, standing out prominently. Lin Hao happily examined his body, chuckling as he ran a hand over his arm. Though he'd lost the effects of the Qilin spikes, he understood this massive boost in defense was a huge advantage. It wasn't as strong as before, but overall, it wasn't bad at all. Just as Lin Hao was admiring his toned physique, the system chimed in again, congratulating the host on a hidden reward. Fuse the Qilin spikes? Proceed with fusion? At the sight of the word fuse, Lin Hao's eyes lit up like headlights. He excitedly shouted, heck yes, fuse it. What are we waiting for? Next, the scales on the ground, the remains of the mountain spirit fish. Changes begin to appear. They gradually turn red, flowing with the suspended power in the water, twisting together to form layers of swirling vortices around Lin Hao. He stands frozen, blurting out in shock, are these two dragon scales fusing? The glowing red scales intertwine, forming a new layer of protection, like a shield with incredibly strong defensive power. Mystic Iron Dragon Scale Thorn, Lin Hao murmurs to himself, possessing an extremely sturdy defense, especially its rebound effect. Once attacked, the attacker will suffer 1% of the damage reflected back. Wow, look at those layers of red scales, so dazzling and imposing. It's amazing. He grins foolishly, lost in his pride, then excitedly shouts, look! Look! Whoever dares to bite me will get their mouth pierced. But just as he's celebrating, a thought suddenly flashes through his mind. Wait, something doesn't seem right. He pats his face lightly, trying to calm down. It's just a rebound effect. 1% damage probably isn't much. With that thought, he stops worrying and, satisfied, claps his hands before casually turning away. But as he swims, his body suddenly senses an unusual change. The water flow below feels completely different from before, and the pressure around him shifts, making him look up at the surface. He can't help but doubt himself, does the water level seem to be rising? He glances around and suddenly freezes, there's that hole. As Lin Hao swims closer, he's shocked to see water gushing from it. A six-fin mutated dragonfish darts straight toward the dark opening at incredible speed. Lin Hao's eyes sharpen as he wonders if this hidden cave might hold treasure. At first glance, the entrance seems small, but as they approach, Lin Hao and the mermaid both freeze in shock. The hole is bottomless, shrouded in darkness, casting a heavy atmosphere over everything. Lin Hao looks down into the abyss, a chill instantly running from his head to his limbs. Taking a deep breath, why does it feel so numb? He mutters in confusion, but as he studies it carefully, an indescribable feeling wells up inside him. This abyss, it feels like it's watching me. Lin Hao was slightly startled but quickly completed the exorcism ritual. There won't be any trouble, he told the mermaid. Go ahead and try, let's see what's hiding in this cave. With that, he gestured to her before swiftly swimming into the deep cavern, his gaze firm and unwavering. After swimming some distance, he turned to look around. This passage was eerily unnatural, nothing like what a six-fin dragonfish would carve. It seemed deliberately dug out. The mermaid nodded thoughtfully, and the two continued deeper, eager to test their suspicions. As they neared the entrance, Lin Hao shrugged and muttered, what's there to fear? Let's give it a try. He extended his sharp claws, lightly scraping the cave floor, producing a harsh grinding noise. Almost instantly, Lin Hao's expression darkened, his brow furrowing. Just as I thought, he murmured in surprise. The wall appeared to be made of metal, and ahead lay pitch-black darkness. So thick even his fingers were barely visible. Suddenly, in the silent abyss, faint glimmers of light flickered to life, starting as scattered specks before spreading like a river of stars. Lin Hao squinted, his brow creasing as suspicion crept into his mind. He muttered sarcastically, here we go again. Just as I expected. From afar, the lights resembled mystical fairy dust, but up close, they revealed themselves to be a dense swarm of toad dragonfish. They surged toward him in a winding formation, like a flowing river, their eyes filled with hostility. Lin Hao crossed his arms, scanning them coolly before sneering, can't win one-on-one, so now you're ganging up? Is this what you call honorable? 500 of you coming to have a chat with me? He laughed heartily, then stretched lazily, cracking his joints. His muscles rippled beneath his vibrant skin, crimson energy swirling around him. making him look like a warrior god stepping onto the battlefield. Fine, if you're so eager, I won't hold back. Let's see my new technique. Lin Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Seeing the toad dragonfish approaching too slowly, he decided not to wait and shot forward with a burst of speed. His body cut through the water like a crimson arrow, startling the fish before they could react. Lin Hao had already pierced their formation. His movements were both agile and powerful, like a deadly dance. And with just a few clean, sharp slashes, the fish were split in two, their eerie crimson quickly staining the entire waters. A pungent odor filled the air, making the surrounding space even more suffocating. After cutting through 500 of his companions, Ling Hao casually stopped in front of the last fish in the school. He gave a friendly smile, raising his hand to gently stroke its head, teasing, "You little ones sure know how to act cute. Let me pet you as a keepsake." However, among the fish, one much larger than the rest, seemingly the leader, saw this and flared up in rage, its eyes burning with fury. It immediately gathered its strength, its belly swelling as it opened its jaws and fired a sharp icicle straight at Ling Hao, as if to crush him on the spot. But none of its movements escaped Ling Hao's notice. Ling Hao smiled faintly, baring his sharp teeth, the corners of his mouth curling up as if molten lava flickered in his breath. Suddenly, he counterattacked, spewing a torrent of scorching lava flames that transformed into a raging firestorm, engulfing everything in its path, while his hand still gently stroked the head of the last alligator shark. In the distance, the flames had reduced a large swath of enemies to ashes, their agonized screams rising and falling before fading into silence, leaving only charred corpses slowly sinking into the depths. But in the next instant, his demeanor shifted abruptly. His sturdy hand crushed the alligator shark's skull with a single squeeze, as if crushing an orange. Fury erupted as he shot forward like lightning, his form slicing through the water with astonishing speed, leaving only trails of crimson in his wake. In an instant, he appeared before the remaining fish. Without hesitation, he extended his sharp claws, gripping each fish by the throat with an iron-like grip, tightening relentlessly. Their pained wails echoed all around, but Ling Hao remained unmoved. "Quiet down. I don't like noise," he said coldly. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he spun and struck out in both directions. The sound of bones shattering filled the air, crisp like the clatter of mechanical joints. The alligator sharks thrashed in despair for a moment before dissolving into a crimson rain, turning the entire waters into a sea of red. Soon after, the battlefield fell silent once more, but the stench of blood and the heavy metallic scent lingered, thickening the air. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations on defeating the Tier 3 mutant boss. 6-scaled dragonfish, gained 80,000 evolution points." Lin Hao saw the numbers appear, his eyes lighting up instantly as a wild grin spread across his face, his mouth nearly splitting to his cheeks. "Ha! Great, just great. Bring me more of these, enough of these little ones could hold off a big one." In his exhilarated state, he pressed forward. With every powerful sweep of his tail, he sent towering waves crashing through the water. But as he ventured deeper into the dark zone, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, forcing him to halt. The intense glare stung his eyes, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Lin Hao raised a hand to shield his eyes and gasped, "Where is this light coming from?" But as his vision slowly adjusted to the brightness, he realized the glow was emanating from a fissure ahead. Driven by curiosity, he swam closer. The nearer he got, the more certain he became this was no natural light. Suddenly, a mechanical click echoed, as if some device had just activated. The light began to spread, tracing intricate metal patterns deep into the structure. Lin Hao froze in place, staring in stunned silence at the eerie sight before him. Every detail around him filled him with awe. He glanced left and right, his brow furrowing slightly. A sense of unease rising within him like a dark current. Though he couldn't explain it, he could feel something off about this place, an unseen thread lurking in the air. The mermaid silently swam closer, pressing her hand against a wall. She tapped it lightly, the sound echoing hollowly. After a pause, as if listening for something, she turned to Lin Hao. Her voice was faint, muffled. "It feels like we're being watched." Lin Hao blinked, his gaze sweeping across the space. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke, "Yeah, that's exactly how it feels." His words made the mermaid's expression darken. She looked ahead, her eyes heavy with unspoken realization, unwilling to acknowledge it. Lin Hao broke the heavy silence with a cold, resolute tone, "This place is under surveillance. We're trapped. A structure this bizarre couldn't be accidental. Someone built this deliberately." He paused, staring intently into the void ahead, his voice growing even graver. An engineering feat this massive beneath the sea could only mean one thing. One thing, this is no ordinary place. The mermaid didn't speak, but her eyes clearly showed agreement. Silence enveloped them again, leaving only the gentle lapping of water, as if whispering secrets. The two of them seemed to be piecing together fragments of a mystery that had never been uncovered. Suddenly, their gazes locked onto something ahead, and they spoke in unison, a civilization's ruins. The words echoed in the icy space, deepening the sense of mystery. Lin Hao and the mermaid looked down. A massive skeleton lay there, buried in thick sediment, as if silently witnessing the passage of time. The bones were staggeringly large, just a glance made it clear how enormous and terrifying the creature must have been in life. Lin Hao swam closer, his focus sharpening on every detail of the skeleton. Then, he spotted something unusual, strange symbols carved into a massive bone, radiating an eerie aura. He carefully placed his hand on it, tracing the unsettling patterns. His heart raced as a sense of foreboding grew stronger. Before he could think further, a shrill mechanical noise pierced the silence, creaking loudly. The heavy, grating sound seemed to freeze the entire space. Lin Hao felt a chill run down his skin. The structure began to tremble as various devices shifted into motion. The mechanical system slowly activated. Lin Hao stood still, eyes wide as he watched the machinery come to life. What unfolded before him was a sight he had never seen before. In the harsh depths of the ocean, a modern mechanical system operated flawlessly, showing no signs of damage or corrosion. It was as if time and the crushing pressure of the sea had no effect on this engineering marvel. Lin Hao couldn't help but recall what had happened earlier. He remembered the two mysterious IT personnel who appeared at Ho Long Tri. Now, the answers seemed to be surfacing. Perhaps this was exactly what they were searching for. He crossed his arms, his expression turning thoughtful. If that was the case, then the IT personnel had a reason for being here. The Dragon Transformation Pool was indeed a place full of surprises. But why wouldn't they let their organization develop this ruin? Or did they not fully trust that organization? Lost in thought, he found himself standing before a massive door. As he neared, the door opened automatically. He pressed his lips into a faint smile. No security system at all? Lucky break. Save me the trouble of forcing my way in. He stepped inside, still cautiously scanning his surroundings. The hallway was lined with containers filled with a pale green solution, glowing softly. As if something was being cultivated inside. Ling Hao looked around, his unease growing. These containers didn't look like ordinary displays at all. But as he passed each one, his gaze suddenly locked onto a much larger container. Inside was an enormous creature. He stepped closer for a better look. Through the layers of solution, his eyes flickered with surprise. A massive, dinosaur-like monster floated silently in the liquid. Information about the creature flashed before his eyes: flame crimson crane, combat strength unknown, towering like a skyscraper, even larger than a colossus. Ling Hao swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly as he imagined how terrifying its power would be if it woke up. He muttered under his breath, thankful it was still asleep. Just looking at it made it seem impossible to handle, let alone its true strength. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and kept moving forward. The hallway stretched on, one container after another appearing, each holding a different bizarre creature. But then, that uneasy feeling surged again. He stopped abruptly, his gaze sweeping the sides with a serious expression. Something was off. Ling Hao stood in the center of the hallway, his eyes darting between two solution containers. Between the two awakened mutated creatures, he had clearly only dealt with one. So where was the other one now? A mermaid stood nearby, one hand on her hip, gently raising a finger to point upward. Her eyes held a warning, as if reminding Ling how to stay alert. He understood the signal. He immediately looked up in the direction she pointed, his gaze sharpening. Ah, right, Ling Hao murmured, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. The scattered, decaying bodies in the hallway were far too. It might all be because the mutated hexagonal dragonfish struck first and killed them. After a few seconds of contemplation, he voiced his guess. It wasn't surprising that the IT team didn't dare awaken all the mutated creatures at once. If they gathered together, they'd likely turn on each other. These two potions, along with that massive skeleton earlier, already proved that much. The mermaid didn't respond, silently following behind him. As the two continued forward, a massive door suddenly appeared before them. Lin Hao stopped in his tracks, his fingers instinctively tapping the thick metal door. The solid echo made him squint in assessment. Ha! What's going on? Is this the first layer? He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion. This door was completely unfamiliar, a design he had never seen in the Dragon Mountain civilization ruins. Lin Hao fell into deep thought, his mind racing. Could this place be beneath the Dragon Transformation Pool, even more dangerous than the Dragon Mountain ruins? The mermaid still said nothing, her cold eyes fixed on the door. As if even she couldn't comprehend what was happening. The space fell into silence, with only the faint sound of flowing water around them. Another mystery, Lin Hao murmured, his expression a mix of curiosity and unease. This civilization ruin clearly existed long before humans appeared. But what kind of beings built this place? And why did they vanish? He recalled the strange creatures he had encountered earlier, those towering, formidable blue beastmen warriors. But in his mind, they could never have been the true masters of this place. A sudden surge of anger welled up inside him, changing his expression in an instant. Those bastards, he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. They were nothing more than servants in the end. The mermaid watched Lin Hao with concern, startled by how quickly his mood had shifted. Before she could figure out what was happening, she asked softly, her voice gentle but full of care. Why the sudden bitterness? Is something wrong? Lin Hao lowered his head, exhaling deeply as he tried to calm himself. He didn't answer immediately, just shook his head slightly, his gaze growing distant and lost. Others may not understand, but this isn't resentment. He forced a bitter smile, it was a feeling even death couldn't shake off. A lingering sensation, one that refused to fade with time. Before he could continue, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The icy sound of shattering glass tore through the silence. Lin Hao jolted, his gaze sweeping the area as he sensed something was wrong. His voice tight, he shouted, "Who's there? How did this crack?" Before his eyes, a blurred crimson mark appeared, thick black miasma spreading outward. The source was a mutated Tier 3 medicine bottle, carnivorous, with unknown motives. From the bottle's direction, a figure shot out like an arrow released from its string. If you want to devour something, try swallowing this first. With a roar, he slammed his razor-sharp claws into the glass, sending golden sparks flying. Strangely, no matter how forceful his strike, it didn't provoke any reaction. The bottle remained unshaken, without even the faintest sign of deeper cracks. Lin Hao took a step back, his eyes wide with disbelief. He stared at the tiny fracture on the bottle's surface, hardly believing what he saw. What in the world is this thing? My claws can corrode anything, yet they can't even scratch this bottle. How thick is this thing, anyway? He mused silently, a creeping dread telling him something terrifying lurked inside. Within the bottle, a pair of golden yellow eyes slowly turned, radiating a cold, vicious glow. Through the crack, a row of razor-sharp teeth flickered into view, sending a chill down the spine. The creature inside thrashed against the glass, the dull thuds growing louder. With a crack, the fracture spread rapidly, spiderweb-like cracks covering the entire surface. Then, with a sharp snap, the thick glass shattered, fragments scattering across the floor. Lin Hao staggered back, his gaze still sharp but his face betraying shock. He exclaimed, so this thing could only break from the inside. In the distance, the creatures in the forest seemed to sense Lin Hao's presence. It instantly burst out of the cultivation fluid at an astonishing speed, lunging straight at him. Its golden yellow eyes widened with murderous intent, razor-sharp teeth bared, as if ready to tear its prey apart at any moment. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, taking in every detail from its escape to its charge. Seeing it rush toward him, he blurted out, "You want to fight right after waking up?" Good heavens, the creature lunged at him, opening its jaws filled with sharp teeth, and snapped at his tail. Lin Hao froze, staring in disbelief at the little fish before him. Though small, it radiated an unusually fierce aura. He raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Seriously? This attack angle is a bit odd, isn't it? Something about it just feels off." The fish seemed to sense his disdain and bit down even harder in fury. No matter how hard it tried, its sharp teeth failed to cause any harm. Lin Hao tilted his head, shrugged, and said, "You look fierce, but your damage output is 0. Pathetic." Then, with a sudden flick of his tail, he sent the fish flying into the air. It soared like a shooting star piercing the night sky. Lin Hao chuckled, his tone playful, "Go have some fun up there." The poor fish was flung in an arc, smashing violently into other cultivation flasks due to physics. The sound of bang, bang, bang echoed continuously, like a ping-pong ball being tossed around. Finally, it crashed to the ground, limbs splayed, unconscious. Lin Hao strolled over and scooped up the knocked-out fish with his paw. Looking at its fierce appearance but feeble strength, he couldn't help but mutter, "Kid, you're useless." Without hesitation, he stuffed the fish into his mouth, chewing as he grumbled, "Dissolves the second it hits my tongue. So boring." The moment he swallowed, a prompt sounded in his mind, devoured a level 3 mutant piranha. Gained 70,000 evolution points. Lin Hao grinned, his eyes crinkling into slits as he chewed the tender fish meat. He couldn't resist adding, his tone cheerful, "Not bad at all. You're quite plump yourself. Soft, juicy, gentle, and adorable." But before he could savor the joy for long, the sound of shattering glass came from behind. Lin Hao jolted in alarm and immediately turned toward the noise, his eyes flashing with caution. He and the mermaid both looked in that direction at the same time. "Hey, what was that sound?" Lin Hao muttered as he hurried over to check. When he reached the spot, he couldn't help but frown, his face full of suspicion. Examining the bottle closely, he noticed clear, winding cracks on its surface. He tapped the bottle lightly and muttered to himself, "Huh? Earlier, I smashed it with my claws and nothing happened, but now it cracks from a light touch? Hey, wasn't this supposed to be unbreakable from the outside?" His eyes were filled with doubt, as if his entire worldview had been upended. Lin Hao turned to the mermaid, his tone full of questions. Could it be something special about that fish's body structure? Those bones on its back, or maybe something else? The mermaid rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed as she thought carefully. She replied, unlikely. Its hardness isn't even a tenth of your claws. Then why did the bottle crack? Her answer only deepened the confusion. Lin Hao pondered, stroking his chin, when a spark of insight flashed in his eyes. He looked up at the floating metal sphere. No, that's not it. Isn't there something like this metal sphere in Longshan too? He murmured, his eyes gradually brightening. If that sphere can stimulate the awakening of the creature inside, then the bottle breaking isn't so hard to explain. But that fish's body was too weak. There's no way it could have broken the bottle on its own. The two fell silent again, scanning their surroundings and checking the remaining bottles. Suddenly, the mermaid seemed to recall something, her gaze sharpening instantly. She turned to Lin Hao and said seriously, could it be because of you? Lin Hao looked utterly bewildered, like a drenched chicken, blinking his round eyes at the mermaid, completely clueless. The mermaid gently raised her finger and pointed at him, leaving him even more confused. Just me? Lin Hao hesitated, his eyes widening. In an instant, he began to ponder, then slowly cupped his fists in a salute. With a grave expression, he looked at her, his tone thoughtful, perhaps awakened by sensing a kindred presence. But wasn't such a guess too one-sided? After all, it was just one possible explanation, with no solid evidence to back it up. He shrugged, unable to find a precise answer, so he decided to set the matter aside for now. He thought to himself, I'll consider it later. He unclenched his hands, and a small flame flickered to life in his palm, casting a shimmering glow. His gaze shifted to the medicine bottle before him, lingering on the cracked one. Not for a kindred spirit, just for myself, he murmured. Then he opened the system panel, and a teleportation circle instantly appeared, enveloping them both. Lin Hao blurted out, we need to leave here first. He pressed the button, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the spot. The scene shifted to Dragon Transformation Lake. When the two appeared by the shore, Lin Hao immediately sensed something odd about the ruins' location. Not only was it underwater, but it was also right in the middle of a bustling marketplace. This made him uneasy. If it were a deserted place, things might be easier. But with so many people around, it would inevitably cause a huge disturbance. As he pondered, a voice suddenly came from the lake's surface. What's going on? The water level in Dragon Transformation Lake has risen this much? The plants here are so beautiful. Wow, the carp here are huge. Lin Hao and the mermaid looked up simultaneously, turning toward the source of the voices. On the surface, a man stood by the railing, gazing gently down at the lake. He said to his daughter beside him, Dad told you before, there's spiritual energy here. Every time I pay respects to the Dragon King, my luck gets much better. The little girl stood by, watching the lake, then turned to her father with an excited smile. Does the Dragon King really appear here? It wards off misfortune and brings good fortune across a wide area while speeding up the evolution of nearby plants and animals. Lin Hao's eyes widened as he stared at the father and daughter for a long moment, frozen in place. His expression hesitant. He couldn't help but ponder what he had just heard. The mermaid beside him stifled a giggle, covering her mouth with her hand before turning to Lin Hao. Oh, business is booming, huh? Did the Dragon King show up? She teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lin Hao blinked in surprise, then snapped back to reality, scratching his head as he opened the system to carefully check his skills. His eyes narrowed slightly as he finally understood, so that's what auspicious quake meant. He had been wondering about this skill earlier, but now that he got it, he let it go. He waved his hand dismissively, though his mind couldn't help but wonder. But now it seems I'm not so auspicious anymore. Was that six-boned mutated dragonfish awakened so quickly because of me? Or should I leave the Dragon Transformation Lake? He hesitated, muttering to himself that if staying here caused too much trouble, maybe moving away would be best. The mermaid, unable to contain her amusement, looked at him and said, It's just speculation for now, there's no solid proof. There's no evidence that you affected the creatures in the ruins. Even if you wanted to move, where would you go? Lin Hao crossed his arms and thought for a long while before replying, I really don't want Dragon Transformation Lake to end up like Dragon Mountain. The battle at Dragon Mountain was already a headache. And now this lake is turning into another mess. It's exhausting. Just then, the system chimed, and a new quest appeared. Ultra-difficult quest, devour the eggs of a level 5C mutant loach. Reward, pink essence of vitality. Lin Hao's eyes lit up like stars the moment he heard it. Pink essence of vitality. He couldn't help but exclaim, his voice brimming with excitement. Just the name alone made it clear this reward was extraordinary. On the sea, a fishing boat glided smoothly over the waves, searching for the right spot to cast its net. The fisherman pulled up the net and cheered, This haul is huge. These fish will sell for a fortune. The entire fishing net was filled with fresh fish, clearly a bountiful catch this time. The man immediately brought the net of fish to his little daughter. The little girl burst into a radiant, flower-like smile and excitedly ran forward, jumping with joy. Great! When we get home, I'll pick a big fish and ask Mom to make braised fish. The father happily patted his daughter's head and said with a smile, Good, my daughter is amazing. As the father and daughter chatted happily, the little girl suddenly froze, her eyes widening as she stared fixedly behind her father. The surprise in her eyes quickly turned into sheer terror. Trembling with fear, she pointed behind him and cried, Dad! Dad, what is that? Before the man could understand what she meant, he turned around and let out a terrified scream, Oh my heavens, Buddha, gods, and all the deities above. Right before their eyes, a massive tentacle emerged from the sea, tightly coiling around the boat. Other tentacles quickly followed, instantly covering the entire vessel. The man shouted in panic, Monster! There's a monster! Dad, in his frantic state, was completely at a loss. In an instant, the enormous tentacles had wrapped tightly around the boat, dragging it into the sea, as if determined to erase all traces of it. The man rushed forward and scooped up his daughter, Run with the child. The girl burst into tears, crying out repeatedly, Dad! Dad! Seeing the approaching tentacles behind her, the girl grew even more frantic, screaming, Dad, save me! With no time to think, the father quickly placed his daughter in a clear spot on the boat, then grabbed an iron rod and shouted, Go to safety! He turned and used the rod to fend off the tentacles, trying to keep them out of the cabin. Only after seeing his daughter run into the cabin did he let out a small sigh of relief. But that moment of peace vanished instantly as soon as she entered the cabin. Suddenly, a tremendous force seized the girl by the waist and lifted her high into the air. Terrified, the girl dropped her oil lamp and let out a desperate scream. Help! Save me! Dad, save me! Seeing his daughter lifted into the sky, the man was overwhelmed with panic, his fear reaching its peak. Before he could react, another tentacle shot out from the sea at lightning speed, wrapping around him. In an instant, father and daughter were trapped, helpless like lambs to the slaughter. In despair, he could only let out a long sigh. This sea voyage will be the last one. Child, a fisherman's life ends here. Just then, a terrifying force of unknown origin struck, shattering the tentacles. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a surge of power that shot into the sky, slicing through the tentacles and sending them plunging into the sea. The little girl lost her balance and began to fall, but a dark figure leaped from the water, catching her and gently setting her down in the cabin. Lin Hao, who had just saved the girl, stood firmly on the boat, scanning the surroundings. The repelled tentacles immediately released the man and the boat, then swiftly retreated back into the depths. The boat settled once more, waves gently lapping against its sides, as if the tentacles had never appeared at all. The little girl joyfully rushed into her father's arms, laughing and shouting, Dad, it was a dragon! A dragon saved us! Lin Hao and the mermaid stared at the massive tentacles together. Their movements and attacks stirred a familiar feeling within him. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He murmured to himself, as if questioning, Why does this attack feel so familiar? Could it be an old acquaintance? But the thought had barely crossed his mind before his expression turned sharp and cold. Lin Hao swiftly cleaved through the waves and leaped out of the water. The mermaid was stunned by his sudden action. She hurried after him, calling out, Master, what are you doing? Though he heard her, Lin Hao didn't stop. He only glanced back and replied briefly, I'll be back after I take care of this. His speed increased, and Lin Hao shot toward the rocking fishing boat like an arrow. The mermaid paused in the water, watching his retreating figure with growing concern. On the boat, the fisherman still held his daughter tightly, his soothing voice trembling. It's okay now. Dad's called for help. Let's keep moving forward. The father and daughter exchanged glances, unease rising in their hearts. The man frowned and muttered, Could those tentacles be back? The little girl trembled, tears welling in her eyes as she clutched her father's clothes, her voice fearful, Dad, what's wrong? The boat drifted onward, with no one at the helm. The man quickly set his daughter down and rushed to the stern. But when he leaned over to look at the water, the sight before him left him frozen in shock. The dragon-like creature he had glimpsed earlier was now pushing the boat forward with all its might. Its eyes were cold and sharp, its scales reflecting the shimmering light on the sea's surface. The creature stirred up a powerful wave, propelling the boat toward safety. The fisherman took a deep breath, his tension slowly easing. He let out a relieved sigh, turned, and tightly embraced his daughter, stroking her head with a voice full of trust and comfort. It's all right now, child. That voice came back to save us. Hearing her father's words, the little girl hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. But this time, not from fear, her heart was filled with joy. She giggled, her voice clear and sweet. Daddy, it's the real voice, the kind voice that saved us. Then, the boat continued cutting through the waves, leaving the dangerous area behind. After putting a safe distance between them, just a little farther and the father and daughter would reach land. Lin Hao gradually slowed down underwater before coming to a complete stop. The boat also stopped moving, gently rocking on the calm sea. The father and daughter looked down at the water, their eyes filled with curiosity and gratitude. In the distance, Lin Hao surfaced, his gaze deep and warm as he looked at them. Unable to contain his joy, the father shouted excitedly, his face beaming with gratitude, "You're a true hero. Thank you, we'll never forget you." The father and daughter's radiant smiles warmed Lin Hao's heart, but he quickly remembered he had to keep it a secret. He made a subtle gesture and simply said one word, "secret." The father and daughter immediately nodded, their eyes still filled with admiration. In the distance, the mermaid, hidden underwater, had witnessed everything. She flashed a bright smile before teasing Lin Hao. "How'd you get called a hero just by going out for a bit?" She giggled, her eyes full of mischief. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh in response. He crossed his arms, puffed out his chest, and laughed proudly. "With someone as handsome and kind as me, doing good deeds is only natural. If everyone were like me, the world would be in chaos." The mermaid burst into laughter, nearly doubling over, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Truly the most conceited person in the world. After confirming the father and daughter were safe, Lin Hao and the mermaid returned to the dangerous waters where the massive tentacled creature had appeared. The two of them dived underwater, trying to track the strange creature's trail. Yet strangely, the sea was so calm it was as if nothing had ever happened. Lin Hao scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes, missing no shadowy corner, yet still found no trace of the creature. He furrowed his brow, his expression thoughtful. Part of him wanted to continue the chase, but another part hesitated, unsure if pursuing something so dangerous was worth it. Seeing his hesitation, the mermaid teased, "What's wrong? Don't tell me my master is scared." Lin Hao remained silent, his gaze fixed on the bottomless depths of the sea below. Memories from the past flooded his mind. He recalled his battle with a giant crab long ago. Its destructive power had far surpassed that of an orca. The way it tore through the ocean with its attacks, the overwhelming pressure. How could he ever forget? Every moment replayed vividly in his mind, as if it had happened just yesterday. Lin Hao replied to the mermaid, his tone contemplative, "I am a little afraid. If even someone as strong as me can't stand against it, what then? Before, I always relied on my teleportation ability to handle everything, but down here in the deep sea, it's beyond my limit. It seems my last resort escape plan is useless here. If something urgent happens, I might not make it out alive." Understanding her master's concerns, the mermaid gently reassured him, "If you don't dare go, then let's leave. For now, let's go find the mutated sea eel." Finding her words reasonable, Lin Hao nodded and began swimming upward. But before he could get far, massive tentacles erupted from the lightless depths below. Before he could escape, the tentacles lashed out at blinding speed, coiling around his body and blocking his path. Caught off guard, Lin Hao felt momentarily disoriented. The icy tentacles tightened, dragging him backward. The discomfort made him frown. Lin Hao turned his head, his gaze cold as he snapped, "You think you can stop me?" Between the tentacles, a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth emerged, swaying ominously. The massive tentacles coiled around him, creating a chilling sight. As the tentacles tightened, pulling him toward the terrifying maw, Lin Hao swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful kick with his black iron leg technique. In an instant, the tentacles binding him were severed. Shredded into meat scraps, it quickly sank to the ocean floor. Just as Lin Hao was about to catch his breath, he suddenly noticed new tentacles regenerating at an alarming speed from the severed stumps, as if they had never been harmed. Stunned by the bizarre sight, Lin Hao widened his eyes, realizing this was far more complicated than he had imagined. He stared helplessly at the eerie mass of tentacles, muttering to himself, "Regenerating again? Can't cut them, can't burn them, can't kill them." In this critical moment, Lin Hao quickly devised a final plan. He channeled all the energy from his dantian, unleashing a fierce blast of flames straight at the troublesome tentacles. A molten red pillar of fire swept through, sending the temperature soaring instantly. He roared with full force, "Let's see how you regenerate after being roasted." The burning tentacles sizzled loudly as they cooked, and a savory aroma filled the air. Lin Hao seized the moment to tear off a piece and took a big bite. Chewing, he remarked, "Freshly grilled is the best, crispy outside, tender inside. It's delicious, just needs a bit more seasoning." After dealing with the annoying tentacles, Lin Hao immediately swam upward, observing the situation while studying the strange creature. The massive tentacles continued regenerating endlessly, filling the entire sea with their sprawling mass. Lin Hao activated his mystic iron bone leg technique, each kick sharp as a blade, slicing through the relentless tentacles. Growing more confident, he looked at the tentacles inside. "My brother's disciple is way too ordinary." Then, Lin Hao switched to his corrosive claw skill. The next moment, a horrifying sight appeared before him, making his eyes widen in shock. Before him stood a massive mutated crab, its body enormous, its shell crimson like red armor. This creature was one of the 5 mutated beasts, its size dwarfing even a killer whale by 100-fold. In the distance, the mermaid urgently waved at Lin Hao, shouting, "Come over here, quick!" Lin Hao glanced over and cried out in terror, "What in the world is that? What kind of monstrosity is this?" In the pitch-black depths of the ocean, Lin Hao and the mermaid were confronted with a grotesque and unsettling sight. It was a massive and bizarre creature, its upper body that of an octopus, with a pair of eerie blue eyes glowing with an unnatural light, while its lower half resembled a crab, its flat yellow eyes radiating a cold, lifeless gaze. In its eyes, Lin Hao and the mermaid were nothing more than tiny plankton drifting in the vast ocean. A deafening roar echoed through the seabed, shaking the surrounding currents. Lin Hao froze in place, his eyes wide with shock, his mind racing with one question: was this thing a crab or an octopus? The mermaid was just as flustered as he was. Though she wasn't sure what this creature was, she remained calm enough to assess the situation. She turned to him, her tone deadly serious, "You're in big trouble." Lin Hao didn't respond, his gaze locked onto the monstrous creature. Without hesitation, he shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, lightning fast, charging straight at the mutated beast as he shouted, "Quick battle, quick victory!" A burst of searing red light erupted, carrying a furious force with it, slamming into the mass of giant tentacles. Sensing the approaching threat, the tentacles lashed out from all directions, forming a thick wall of flesh to block his path. They writhed as if sentient, tightening their grip from every side to encircle him. The space around them fell into a suffocating silence until, in an instant, a violent explosion erupted from within the encirclement. A deafening crash reverberated as the massive tentacles shattered, their fragments scattering through the water. Lin Hao emerged amidst the debris, his body wreathed in an unquenchable red blaze. He tore through the encirclement at blinding speed, charging straight toward the half-crab, half-octopus abomination. Lin Hao swept aside the water with a wave of his hand, his gaze fixed on the creature's massive form and those dangerous flat eyes. He quickly assessed the situation, murmuring under his breath, "In martial arts, speed is unbeatable." This created such an unbelievable sight. He blurted out in disbelief, "What? No way, I must be seeing things." Yet the truth was right before his eyes. The giant crab opened its maw, slowly exhaling a thick column of fire. Lin Hao froze instantly, his close-quarters assault abruptly interrupted. Lin Hao stared unblinkingly at the flame, a strange sensation suddenly welling up in his heart. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he muttered in disbelief, "This felt too familiar. Isn't this my crimson flame?" The fire drew closer, its scorching heat threatening to consume the surrounding waters. In the soft glow of the lamp, inside a tidy and cozy little room, Luo Shui sat leisurely on the couch, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the keyboard. Her gaze was fixed on the laptop screen, her lips moving slightly octopus. Lin Hao passed by and glanced at her focused expression. He paused, curious, and looked at the screen, which clearly displayed a wriggling octopus. The information on the screen was striking. 3 hearts, 9 brains, and 2 memory systems. Lin Hao leaned in, blurting out in surprise, 3 hearts, 9 brains, and 2 memory systems? This octopus is way too impressive. Hearing him, Luo Shui gave a soft smile. She gently caressed his handsome face, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Not only that, its structure is far more perfect than humans," she said softly, a hint of pride in her voice. Then, Luo Shui began to analyze the octopus's traits in detail. She explained that each tentacle had a secondary brain, allowing the octopus to detach one to confuse predators when threatened. She added that their outer layer of light-sensitive cells could analyze light. Thus, octopuses perceive the world through their skin. Lin Hao listened, wide-eyed, like a child discovering something new. He exclaimed excitedly, "Then they're practically invincible. Why haven't octopuses taken over the world after all these years?" Luo Shui laughed at his innocent question. She patiently explained that octopuses have genetic limitations. In short, their lifespans are too short, and they live alone. Though they're highly intelligent, their solitary nature means they can't pass down their knowledge to the next generation. Lin Hao nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see." With his question answered, Lin Hao grinned happily. He suddenly reached out and pinched Luo Shui's cheek, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Octopuses are really terrifying. Let's have grilled octopus for dinner tonight." Luo Shui let out a soft laugh, her eyes tender and full of affection, then gently nodded. But this moment of peace didn't last long. Lin Hao dodged like lightning, evading the monster's sudden attack. The monster spewed a fierce blast of flames. Lin Hao immediately sensed something was off. He mused to himself, wasn't this the same flame technique he had used against it before? He never expected it would turn the move against him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. His sharp gaze locked onto the monster's every move. Lin Hao called out, "Xiao Shui, you were right. Octopuses really do have terrifying learning abilities. It only took one use of that move for it to master it." If it weren't a mutated creature, I'd think it was a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. But after careful observation, Lin Hao soon noticed something unusual. He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately activated his scanning system. The radar displayed the monster's information in front of him. He blurted out in surprise, "Wait, that wasn't an octopus attacking me, it was a mutated red crab." The flames had shot out from the crab's mouth. Yet as the radar continued scanning, the truth unfolded, shocking him. The creature before him was actually a mutated octopus parasitizing a giant red crab's body. The crab's every move was being controlled by the octopus. So it was that octopus causing trouble, Lin Hao muttered, his expression growing grave. He couldn't help but sigh. "Oh man, this is bad. If I keep using the same moves, it might learn them and counterattack, then I'm really in trouble." He quickly assessed the situation, his eyes gleaming with determination. In short, this is a mutated octopus parasitizing a mutated crab, now fully controlling it. An octopus and a crab? Lin Hao groaned inwardly. Before, dealing with just one was a headache, now it's two. Neither of them is easy to handle. This is practically a death wish. He no longer had time to complain. He reminded himself that he could only rely on himself to break the current deadlock. Lin Hao raised his hand, and a sharp blade materialized, radiating dazzling golden light as if all his strength had converged into it. He channeled all his power into a single strike, aiming straight for the electric array. The mutated red crab didn't hesitate, it immediately raised its massive claws to block. The two forces collided, triggering a violent tremor. The air shuddered violently, swirling gusts scattering in all directions as a blackish-red energy explosion tore through the night like thunder. The red crab let out a pained roar as Lin Hao's blade pierced its concrete-like claw, leaving a deep gash. But the crab retaliated instantly, flinging him aside and trying to crush him with its massive claws. Lin Hao shouted, his eyes flashing with intensity. "Too fast? Not fast enough." He swiftly locked onto the crab's attack, rendering it immobile. Within just a few moves, Lin Hao had already seen through his opponent's weakness. He smirked, his eyes filled with disdain. "I overestimated you. You've only scratched the surface." The taunt enraged the beast. It roared, gathering its strength before charging at him with full force, as if determined to crush him on the spot. "Good. Come at me." Lin Hao stood his ground, composed, his eyes locked onto his opponent. The massive crab claw swung down at terrifying speed, mere meters away from him. Lin Hao remained unmoved, focusing intently on the creature's every move. A thought flashed through his mind: if the mutated white silkworm had regenerative abilities, could it apply that power to the crab it had parasitized? If so, this battle would become far more difficult. Especially with the claw now so close. With its size and strength, one squeeze would reduce him to nothing. Lin Hao immediately channeled his energy, his inner power erupting violently as his aura surged like wildfire. His eyes turned crimson, burning with ferocity. He pressed his lips together, his tone dripping with mockery. "Do you just love being the teacher's pet? What will you learn today?" With a flick of his claw, Lin Hao brushed against the crab's claw, making it shudder violently. A wave of palpable fear instantly engulfed the beast. In one swift motion, he raised his hand and flung the crab far away, sending it crashing heavily to the ground in a cloud of dust. The entire sea seemed to tremble from the impact. Giving his opponent no chance to react, Lin Hao's razor-sharp claw energy carved a perfect arc through the air. In an instant, the octopus's tentacles were cleanly severed. And a spray of foul-smelling blood created a grotesque and terrifying scene. At that moment, Lin Hao's entire body seemed to descend into a berserk state, his skin flushed crimson. His eyes burning with a ruthless intensity, as if a demon had emerged from hell. He said coldly, "Rebirth awaits. Let's see what you're truly capable of." The red crab roared in agony and fury, its tentacles severed into pieces. Refusing to yield, it spewed clusters of eerie purple foam like venomous projectiles straight at Lin Hao. Yet he stood his ground, showing no intention of dodging, his eyes filled with disdain. As the purple foam closed in, he suddenly burst into laughter, his body erupting in searing flames like a volcano. Spitting bubbles? How pathetic. Without hesitation, he lunged forward like an arrow released from its bow. His hand striking toward the crab's claw. With a single blow, the massive claw was torn clean off the creature's body. Its pained shrieks echoed across the sea as the red crab staggered back, searching for an opening to counterattack. This time, it spewed a torrent of fire toward him. The raging flames threatened to consume everything, but Lin Hao remained unfazed. "This fire is child's play to me." He charged straight into the inferno, weaving through the flames like a fish in water, the scorching heat unable to harm him in the slightest. As he closed in, he laughed loudly, his voice dripping with mockery. "Ha ha, you dare use my own techniques against me? Who taught you that? This is the greatest joke under heaven." Do you really think copying my moves makes you a master? How laughable. Facing the giant crab's relentless assaults, Lin Hao remained calm and composed, handling everything with ease. It seemed to realize that in the face of absolute power, all resistance was futile. The crab's eyes began to shift, hesitation flickering in its gaze as if it were plotting a new strategy. But how could Lin Hao give it that chance? He struck like lightning, grabbing one of its tentacles, then yanked with astonishing force, flinging the parasitic creature off the red crab. The octopus was hurled far away, crashing heavily into the water, drifting like a weightless sack from inertia. Once freed from the parasite, the red crab's body underwent a strange transformation. It let out a frantic roar, its eyes shifting from ferocity to emptiness and dullness. Its previous strength vanished in an instant. The red crab began to sink slowly to the seabed, like an empty shell drained of life. Lin Hao watched the scene, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He mused to himself, never expecting such a bizarre parasitic relationship between mutated creatures. Good heavens, there are parasitic fungi on land, and parasitic monsters in the sea. This crab was nothing but a puppet, while that octopus was the real brain-eating menace. It controlled its host like a marionette. In the distance, the parasitic octopus was desperately fleeing. Its 8 legs thrashed wildly as it sped away. Lin Hao smirked, his eyes gleaming sharply. Trying to escape now? Weren't you just full of yourself? Fine, let's see how far you get. No sooner had he spoken than he gave chase, moving as fast as lightning. The octopus sensed the danger closing in, as if it understood Lin Hao's words, and redoubled its efforts to escape. But against Lin Hao's overwhelming power, the distance between them shrank rapidly after just a few exchanges. You think 8 legs make you faster than me? He smirked again, continuing the pursuit. Where do you think you're going? The faster the octopus fled, the more relentlessly Lin Hao chased, never falling behind. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had closed to a dangerous degree. Lin Hao struck, 2 razor-sharp claw shadows slashing through the water, severing its tentacles into pieces. Dark fluid scattered in the current. He pressed the attack like a storm, moving through the depths like a war god of the sea. Just as he was fully immersed in the fight, a familiar figure suddenly appeared beside him. The mermaid had swum over at some point and urgently warned, "Stop chasing it. Your berserk state has a time limit. If it exceeds, there will be danger." Ling Hao had less hair now, his eyes still filled with regret. He looked at her, speaking in a low, measured tone, as if calculating something. This was the second time. Who knows what kind of even more terrifying monster it will become the next time we meet. This octopus monster is truly overbearing. If we just let it escape like this. His gaze still followed the fleeing octopus monster, filled with unmistakable scrutiny. The mermaid grabbed his hand, her tone growing more urgent. Ling Hao let out a long sigh, gazing into the distance as he murmured sadly. Will we ever meet again? When we do, will you still be the same? The mermaid's face flushed with anger. She crossed her arms and glared at him fiercely. If I had known, I should have just let you die back at Dragon Mountain. Just then, the system's voice rang out, announcing an ultra-difficult mission. Level 5 Red Mutant Crab Leader completed. Reward, high-quality random skill. Ling Hao's spirits instantly lifted, grinning like a child who just got their favorite gift. Full of dreams, he muttered to himself, my dream is a rapid-fire gun. One that can shoot magnificent blue flames. Only something like that would match my grand ambitions. The mermaid was left speechless, crossing her arms as she stared at him like he was a fool. She sighed and said, you should go pray at the temple first. Maybe it'll help. Ling Hao didn't take her words seriously at all, immediately pressing the system button in excitement. When the screen displayed the content, he cheered loudly, la la la. Fortune has smiled upon you. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining a pink quality skill. Looking at the new skill on the system screen, Ling Hao blurted out, this name sounds so cute, what even is it? He was just about to curse the system's ancestors when suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot straight into his mouth. Before Ling Hao could react, the light vanished, leaving him standing there, stunned. The mermaid immediately pointed at the system screen. Look! Following her finger, he saw the words on the screen, Fortune has smiled upon you. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the pink quality skill, Bieber's Echo. Ling Hao scratched his head. It's still that one. What's different about it? Let me check the details. He opened the description for Bieber's Echo, a passive skill that listens to others' speech, begins mimicking, and gradually masters it. Communication applies to all forms of language. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Was it about mimicking others' languages? Like copying them? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He whipped his head toward the mermaid, eyes gleaming, and imitated her. This was a skill of the white molting mutant. This reward had a mimicking nature. Could he learn the abilities of other mutants too? If he could, that would be amazing. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He clenched one fist and struck his other palm, exclaiming eagerly, exactly. This way, I can learn her language. Ah, this is incredible. The mermaid watched him, as if observing a child who had just discovered a fascinating new toy. But before she could react, Lin Hao had already shot off like an arrow. Where are you going? She asked curiously. He swam forward while shouting back, I'm going to figure something out for us. I want to get into the Dragon Clan's laboratory. With this skill, I'm sure I'll find a way to make it incredibly useful. Ha, let's go. The mermaid raised an eyebrow and shook her head helplessly at his retreating figure. Are you trying to get yourself in trouble? She yelled. Under the night sky, sparse clouds veiled the faint moonlight, casting the entire space in a hazy glow. From above, towering buildings stood silently in the city, with only a few scattered windows glowing in the darkness, making the stillness even more pronounced. In an advanced laboratory, an elderly scientist with white hair, dressed in a lab coat, was intently reading a document. Neatly arranged equipment surrounded him. The laboratory lights highlighted the serious expression on his face. He turned to look at the girl in the corner of the room, who was diligently taking notes. It was Luo Shui, still focused on her work, her eyes barely leaving the microscope. The old scientist asked softly, his voice tinged with concern, Xiao Shui. Is the swelling still there? Luo Shui still stared intently into the microscope, her hands constantly jotting down data in her notebook. She paused her work, her expression resolute, as she continued her previous research. Jia walked up to the scientist, flipped through her notes, and asked, You're still trying to find a way to boost the GL virus's activity through cultivation? I've already said it's impossible. Luo Shui turned to look at him, her gaze unwavering. She replied firmly, the virus's activity is the key to enhancing abilities. Right now, those who want to increase their activity levels can only risk injecting high concentrations of the GL virus. But if we can enhance its activity through cultivation, we'll save countless lives. This is the right path. She turned back to the microscope, completely absorbed in her observations. Unshaken by her teacher's advice. Her face showed unwavering conviction in the path she was pursuing. She believed that once this research succeeded, it could be applied to many fields and save countless lives. Seeing this, her teacher could only sigh, realizing his advice would never change his stubborn student's mind. He turned away helplessly, preparing to leave the lab. All right, don't work too late. Take care of yourself. Luo Shui looked up with a faint smile but remained resolute. Don't worry, I'll be fine. In a secluded corner of the building, where few people ever went, Lin Hao stood quietly, his face full of displeasure and irritation. He scratched his face and muttered in complaint. Ha, so this is your so-called great idea? Look at me, just look at me like this. Is this even presentable? He glanced dejectedly at his clothes and continued, pretending to be a janitor? What's there left to say after all this time? Despite that, the outfit was tight and uncomfortable, making Lin Hao feel ridiculous, so much so that the word weirdo flashed through his mind. The mermaid, however, didn't see it that way at all. She thought the outfit looked fine and kept covering her mouth in admiration. Hearing Lin Hao's complaints, she giggled and leaned in, saying, Oh, why so petty? Petty where? Oh, this style is great. What's wrong with it? She kept praising this and that. Even without a score, it's still passable, right? Lin Hao grew increasingly angry. After glancing at her, he said, If you dare touch me again, I feel like things are already beyond saving. Finally, he decided to stop worrying and tried moving his limbs to test if the outfit allowed for easy movement. But the moment he moved, he realized the suit was really cumbersome, making it extremely difficult to move around. He had to borrow a broom, walking around while observing his surroundings, and checking the sensor system to determine where the Dragon Clan had imprisoned him earlier. The mermaid scratched her head, her voice lacking confidence. The signal here is too weak. I can't detect anything, and the connection is unstable. Hold on, host, Lin Hao said impatiently. Of all times, this has to happen now. Seriously. Running around and then the connection cuts out. Did someone chew through the network or something? Just then, a loud shout came from the distance, freeze. Lin Hao quickly glanced back, his brow furrowing as he realized the situation had turned critical. He thought to himself, great, I've been spotted. Luo Shui, holding a firearm, swept her sharp gaze over Lin Hao's back before shouting, There's no hulking janitor here. With that build, sneaking around in the hallway in the dead of night? Yeah, right. The mermaid stood in front, her tail swishing back and forth as she covered her face, giggling happily. She took a deep breath and said cheerfully, Oh, it's your girlfriend. Lin Hao glared at her, utterly annoyed, not understanding what was so funny. He was so embarrassed he wished he could sink into the floor, snapping, Quiet. Luo Shui still gripped her gun tightly. Seeing Lin Hao standing still but muttering under his breath, she immediately barked, Don't move. I've already sent out an alert. She continued, hands up. Turn around slowly. Lin Hao knew things were bad, but he followed Luo Shue's orders, turning to face her slowly. His tall frame and handsome features became clearly visible under the light. Luo Shue stood frozen, her gun still raised, her eyes never leaving Lin Hao. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. His figure clearly reflected in her eyes. This was the man she deeply loved, the one she had been searching for. And yet here he was, standing right in front of her. Her body trembled slightly, her grip loosening as the gun slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor. Tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. She whispered his name in her heart, Lin Hao, and the air around them grew still intense. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a distance. Team leader Lu, where are you? Are you okay? Lu Shui rushed to Lin Hao's side, suddenly remembering she had already called the police to watch for suspicious individuals. She realized the situation had become extremely complicated. Oh no, the police I called are coming. In her panic, she forced herself to calm down, grabbed Lin Hao's hand, and pulled him away. Come with me. The group arrived at the scene, but when they appeared, the hallway was already empty, no sign of anyone. The group exchanged confused glances. One of them raised his gun and scanned the area but found nothing. He muttered, "That's weird. I clearly heard something just now." Another looked at the door beside them and quickly pushed it open, saying, "Maybe they're hiding in here." The group immediately tensed up, their eyes fixed on the room, suspecting it was highly likely. Another spoke up, "We already got the signal. Let's check inside anyway." At that moment, Lu Shui and Lin Hao were hiding in a corner of the room, their hearts pounding. They could both feel the danger closing in. The mermaid was hiding in another corner, nervously glancing at them. All three were on edge. The footsteps grew louder, and the mermaid clutched Lin Hao tightly, shouting, "They're almost here, they're almost here." Lin Hao turned to her, his face full of helplessness. "What does it matter? They can't see you anyway. I was originally a system. Who could even see me?" The mermaid hesitated slightly, but her unease lingered, her eyes darting anxiously around. Lin Hao grumbled in dissatisfaction, unsure who was truly afraid. Clearly, it was the two of them trembling. Just then, a strand of Luo Shue's hair accidentally brushed against Lin Hao's nose. In that instant, his nose itched unbearably, as if it might explode. "I can't hold it in much longer," Lin Hao whispered under mounting tension. Footsteps drew closer, now just a meter away from their hiding spot. Those people were about to discover them. Noticing Lin Hao's odd expression, Luo Shui quickly steadied him. "Stay calm." But in that life or death moment, she hastily pressed her lips to his. Lin Hao was stunned, instantly forgetting the danger around them. Time seemed to freeze, his mind going blank. After scanning the area, the searchers found nothing. And eventually left. One of them said, "There's really no one here. Let's check over there." Luo Shui and Lin Hao exhaled in relief, slowly pulling apart. She gazed at him, their eyes locking. Neither could speak for a moment. Once composed, she pressed, "Who are you really? Why are you here? Were those people after you too? What secrets are you hiding?" Lin Hao looked at her nervously. "It's a long story. I came here to see the person you just captured. As for the rest, I was about to tell your wife." Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his body, nearly paralyzing him. The agony was suffocating, as if his body were being torn apart. The mermaid giggled beside him. "You only have 5 minutes left in human form. Hurry up." Clutching his chest, Lin Hao collapsed to one knee, his body numb from the pain. He couldn't understand why she hadn't warned him sooner. Seeing him mutter to himself, Luo Shui rushed forward. "Who are you talking to?" With time running out, Lin Hao could only say to her, "It's nothing, Xiao Shui. You just need to remember." He gently pressed a kiss on her lips. The sudden kiss left her no time to react, and she could only accept it silently, listening to his words in that moment. In this brief moment of happiness, hearing his words filled her heart with joy. Especially since she could finally see him again. Suddenly, Ling Hao reached behind him, as if about to do something. Then, like lightning, he struck the back of her neck, knocking her unconscious into his arms. The mermaid stood there, completely confused about what had just happened, immediately turning to ask why he hadn't told her the truth. While propping Luo Shui against the wall, Ling Hao explained that his situation was very special. If the dragon group found out, they would take him away for dissection and research, and even Xiao Shui couldn't protect him. He gazed intently at Luo Shui, gently stroking her hair, his eyes full of affection. "Once I grow stronger and can protect both myself and Xiao Shui, I'll definitely return to her side." Afterward, he and the mermaid quickly left the room, leaving Luo Shui alone. While unconscious, Luo Shui suddenly felt a strange change in her body. She furrowed her brows, feeling discomfort all over, and kept calling out Ling Hao's name. It seemed her body had undergone some kind of transformation. A surge of power quietly flowed through her before settling down, making her feel as if everything had returned to normal. When she woke up and opened her eyes, she found Ling Hao was no longer there. Her body felt different, both lighter and stronger. She raised her hand, sensing the change, and wondered if she had grown stronger. When she realized something, her eyes widened. She suspected the activity of the GL virus in her body had suddenly increased. Could it be because of the intimate contact between them earlier that caused this change? The next morning, Luo Shui stood with the scientist and Li Yi in front of an ancient cultural relic site. The surrounding scenery was solemn and mysterious, the atmosphere growing tense. Before entering, the scientist solemnly reminded her, though this civilization's relics hold technology far beyond ours and are invaluable research material, you are the most precious, be careful. Li Yi stood beside her, his voice heavy with concern. The cost of obtaining this second set of equipment was a life. It's not something an ordinary person could acquire. Hearing these words, Luo Shui's eyes filled with determination. She stared at the third dark gate before her and firmly said to herself, "Don't worry, I will definitely get the number 2 set." She placed her hand on her chest, feeling the surging new power within her. Her small hand clenched into a fist as she silently thought, "Because I now have new strength." Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Shui stepped into the ruins, her slender frame unwaveringly resolute. She marched forward without looking back. Outside, the scientist and Li Yi remained still, quietly watching her figure gradually disappear into the darkness. The scientist looked into the distance, his tone tinged with regret. "If only we could fully control this ruin. Every ruin has a highest control authority called the key, but we can't grasp it at all." She continued forward, the surroundings filling her with awe, both mysterious and somewhat eerie. She looked around, her mind still on high alert. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted before her, thick smoke billowing up, instantly obscuring the space around her. Luo Shui took a step back, her heart pounding. A massive system appeared in front of her, displaying a list of combat items and their details on the screen. A system prompt sounded, "Welcome. Please choose your preferred weapon." Luo Shui examined the options for a moment before her gaze settled on a revolver. She hesitated. While the gun looked powerful, she realized it wouldn't be advantageous against mutated creatures. She scanned the area and finally fixed her eyes on a giant kite. Luo Shui stepped forward, gripping it, and thought to herself, "This giant kite can both attack and defend. It's the perfect choice." The moment she made her decision, the system announced, "Weapon selected. The challenge will begin shortly." Luo Shui tightly gripped the kite, feeling energy flow from it into the weapon. Next, 2 large start words appeared on the screen, followed by a blazing red magic circle materializing before her. The oppressive aura from the magic circle made Luo Shui instinctively bend slightly in defense. Before her, 2 red laser beams shot out instantly, followed by more, weaving into a barrier of light. At that moment, her eyes locked onto the oncoming beams. Without the slightest fear, she narrowed her eyes, her resolve clear. With years of honed skill and agile movements, Luo Shui gracefully twists her body and leaps through the diamond-shaped gaps in the laser grid. Every jump is precise, avoiding all beams. Her body and weapon never touching them. She has complete confidence in her abilities. These traps are no longer a challenge for Luo Shui. With her current cultivation and sharp reflexes, such trials are nothing but a walk in the park. However, after clearing the barrier, she realizes that even a successful jump doesn't make landing any easier. Suddenly, the ground beneath Luo Shui is no longer the stone tiles from before. She lands on a pile of black charcoal, and the ground trembles violently as flames erupt behind her. Luo Shui's eyes widen in shock, realizing the situation is far more dangerous than she thought. She feels a surge of unease and fear rising within her. Suddenly, the ground beneath her gives way, dark soil and rocks crumble, swallowed by a bottomless pit. Luo Shui is dragged down, plummeting into the abyss in freefall. She quickly uses her massive pickaxe as an anchor, hooking the edge to steady herself and regain her balance. Something feels off. Luo Shui looks around and mutters to herself, sensing something isn't right. Finally, she lands lightly, one hand pressing against the ground as the dust settles, revealing the massive form of an ancient dragon. The beast is covered in thick, layered scales stretching from its head to its thighs, making Luo Shui seem as small as an ant in comparison. She faces the creature alone, with no backup in sight. The monster lets out a deafening roar. Looking up from beneath it, Luo Shui focuses on its belly, searching for a weak point. She slams her giant pickaxe into the ground, analyzing the situation. After careful observation, Luo Shui confirms its weakness is indeed its belly. She takes a running start, leaps into the air, and swings the pickaxe with all her might toward the beast's underbelly. But at the last moment, she changes tactics. Luo Shui shifts her aim to the dragon's side and thigh. Yet when the pickaxe strikes, the energy radiating from it fails to harm the creature at all. Despite the attack, the dragon only roars deafeningly, showing no signs of injury. The strike had none of the effect Luoxue expected. Luoxue thought to herself, this guy's body has been enhanced. The giant sword dragon suddenly whipped its head, smashing into the tree staff and flinging Luoxue away. Her body slammed heavily into the wall, and before she could react, the monster's tail swept across again, sending her flying once more. Luoxue fell freely, her head and back crashing hard against the ground. She lay sprawled on her back, feet pointing skyward. Beneath the giant sword dragon's feet, Luoxue struggled to her feet. She used the tree staff as a support, gritting her teeth as she glared at the massive beast, determined to find its weakness. Her gaze locked onto the monster's towering tail. Luoxue was certain the creature was about to unleash a devastating strike. But she couldn't keep playing defense. After a few seconds of thought, Luoxue decided to strike. She rushed forward and grabbed hold of the monster's thrashing tail. Despite feeling dizzy, Luoxue refused to let go. She closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and held on tightly. The giant sword dragon, sensing danger, thrashed its tail wildly to shake her off, but she clung on. The monster's eyes widened as if it had seen something terrifying. Luoxue gripped the tail with one hand, while the other swung the tree staff in a fierce attack. The giant sword dragon thrashed even more violently, the wind whipping Luoxue's long hair into a frenzy. But she refused to give up. Suddenly, she released the tail, gripping the tree staff with both hands and swinging it with all her might. The staff unleashed a powerful force, causing the air around them to tremble. Luoxue spun once before leaping onto the base of the giant sword dragon's tail. The monster sensed something amiss and whipped its head around, letting out a piercing, furious roar. Luoxue quickly ran along the giant sword dragon's spine, vaulting over its tightly packed, massive scales. With this structure, the monster could hardly shake her off. It thrashed and roared, but Luoxue held on firmly, unwavering. She used the monster's thick hide to gain momentum, leaping high before swinging the tree staff straight at her only target, the giant sword dragon's head. Then, with a defiant leap, Luoxue's gaze turned icy as she gripped the tree staff tightly. She gritted her teeth, recalling the day she first sensed the heat within her. Though she lacked brute strength, Luoxue's mind was exceptionally sharp. She quickly found a way to defeat this massive monster. Now was the decisive moment. Luoxue channeled all her power into the bow in her hands, merging the weapon's energy with her profound inner strength. With a mighty shout, her bow erupted in a blinding radiance, illuminating the entire space. The thrill of nearly defeating the beast filled Luoxue with excitement. Seeing the giant dragon's sword struggling to resist, she wasted no time, focusing all her strength to deliver a final, decisive strike. The bow slashed down, leaving a long, glowing gash on the monster's skull. The giant dragon's sword lost its balance, stumbling and kicking up clouds of dust. Her attack sent violent tremors through the beast's head. A system prompt congratulated her on successfully completing the challenge. The colossal giant dragon sword crashed to the ground, and Luoxue stood atop its remains, striding proudly like a true victor. Another prompt appeared, inviting her to claim the second piece of equipment. From the prompt, a dazzling light burst forth. After completing the trial, Luoxue examined her rewards with a satisfied smile. She grinned, her heart swelling with pride. Her relentless efforts had finally paid off. The scene shifted to the dragon transformation pool, where a flood dragon and a fish returned to a more ordinary pace. Both glided through the water, but Lin Hao's expression was tinged with melancholy. His sleek body swayed as he swam, muttering that he had tried to learn her language but failed miserably. He sighed, glancing back at the mermaid, his heart heavy with disappointment. Confused by his attitude, the mermaid asked how he could say he had accomplished nothing when he and Luoxue had made progress. Lin Hao's mind was still tangled in thoughts, his demeanor growing increasingly erratic. He snapped at her to stop talking, losing his composure. The mermaid froze, her luminous eyes filled with sadness as she stared at him. Then something unexpected happened. As they swam, Lin Hao's head accidentally brushed against the mermaid's chest. The mermaid instantly flared up, spinning around to slap him hard across the face, calling him a pervert. The force of the slap sent Lin Hao spinning, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He stuck out his tongue, trying to explain it was just the system's fault. But the mermaid was too furious to listen, turning away without another glance. Lin Hao feigned innocence, scratching his long snout in confusion, mumbling that she was acting more and more like a human. He didn't notice what was behind him. A few dark tentacles were gripping a small, wriggling fish. Hearing a disturbance nearby, Lin Hao immediately turned to check the situation. When he looked back, he saw an enormous sea clam behind him, its thick black tentacles stretching out. The creature was much larger than Lin Hao and moved with eerie calm. Lin Hao instantly realized the danger and panicked. "Is this some kind of mutated giant sea clam?" he shouted. Suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded before Lin Hao's eyes. A strange liquid dripped from the creatures, creating an atmosphere that was both terrifying and mysterious. Lin Hao's eyes widened, and he stood frozen for 5 full seconds. To make matters worse, each sea clam extended 3 legs at once, making him blurt out, This is absolutely ridiculous. But his shock faded quickly, and Lin Hao snapped back to focus, shifting into battle mode. A surge of scorching energy erupted from his body, flames swirling around him. And his gaze sharpened. When the sea clam's tentacles were just centimeters away, they suddenly froze. Its entire body stiffening as if paralyzed. What's going on? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Were they just showing off those long legs? As he studied them, he caught a whiff of a strange, sweet fragrance. Lin Hao sniffed the air, the scent was overpowering. This smell can't be wrong. How is there such a sweet aroma, he muttered in surprise. Underwater, the scent of fresh seafood was even stronger, and the fragrance seemed to emanate right in front of him. Staring at the suspended tentacles, Lin Hao suddenly felt ravenous. Such fresh, delicious meat, it would be a waste not to try it. Without hesitation, Lin Hao clenched his fist, his arm instantly engulfed in crimson flames. One punch, he roared, his flaming fist hurtling toward the creature. The blaze flared brightly. A wave of intense heat and force crashing over him. Lin Hao laughed as the seafood practically served itself. The moment the mutated clam meat touched his tongue, a rich, savory sweetness flooded his senses. Just then, a system notification chimed, consumed mutated seafood. Evolution points acquired. Lin Hao's excitement surged as he took another large bite, savoring the tender, juicy meat that filled his mouth, compelling him to take yet another bite. With his cheeks stuffed full, he glanced at the system panel. His eyes widening as he blinked repeatedly, unable to believe what he saw. He suspected these mutated clams were second-stage beings and muttered in surprise, focused on his system panel when he suddenly sensed a killing intent behind him. What's going on? Lin Hao immediately turned around, but before he could react, a flurry of system notifications flooded his vision. Absorbed mutated second-stage clam. Evolution points gained. Absorbed mutated second-stage clam. Evolution points gained. Absorbed mutated second-stage clam. Evolution points gained. Meanwhile, Lin Hao quickly blocked with his hands, still muttering excitedly. Eating one gives 20,000 evolution points, and they taste amazing, this is incredible. Bring more, call all your relatives and friends, I'll prove it. He continued his intimate conversation with the clam family, devouring them one by one. Step by step, he greeted every member of their family. After greeting the last member of the clam family, Lin Hao suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Why is it suddenly so cold, he muttered, turning around only for his eyes to widen in shock. Right in front of him, a massive clam leg swung violently, its size dwarfing all the others. But what was even more terrifying was behind it. Beneath the giant leg, a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth gaped open, roaring as if ready to tear him apart. What kind of monster is this? Lin Hao shouted, his mind racing. He quickly activated his system, trying to identify the creature before him. Mutated 5th stage sea clam. Comprehensive combat strength, 1675.000. The moment the data appeared, Lin Hao's eyes nearly popped out, leaving him speechless. He stood frozen, utterly stunned. Lin Hao stared at the system panel, then at the imposing clam king in front of him. Oh my heavens, such high combat strength, he exclaimed. Its legs were several times thicker than his body, and its power was overwhelming. Lin Hao broke out in a cold sweat. But in the split second he was distracted, the giant clam leg struck like lightning, coiling tightly around his body, preventing any escape. The iron-hard legs first wrapped around his tail, then slowly slithered upward, encircling his waist before finally locking around his shoulders. Yet Lin Hao didn't struggle at all. He stood perfectly still, his calm gaze following its every move, as if watching an amusing performance. At the sight of the plump flesh before him, his eyes clearly betrayed hunger. Lin Hao reached out to touch the tentacle coiled around him, even muttering under his breath. The meat would taste delicious if sliced off, but the tightening grip was starting to feel unbearable. Lin Hao immediately activated his spiritual flame. In an instant, his entire body erupted in flames, transforming into a molten being wreathed in fire. Let's see if you can take this, he roared, radiating scorching heat as if determined to roast the giant sea snail alive. But nothing happened. The sea snail's tentacles remained tightly wrapped around him, seemingly unaffected by the intense heat. Lin Hao stared in disbelief at the scene before him. How is this thing so heat-resistant? His face darkened like a charred pot, nearly gasping for air. Realizing the danger, Lin Hao channeled all his strength into his claws and unleashed a sudden burst. With a swift slash, his razor-sharp claw severed a section of the tentacle as easily as cutting tofu. If you're so tough, then take this, he panted, glaring at the enraged sea snail king. Its power far exceeded expectations even in his hyper-aggressive state. Lin Hao wasn't sure he could handle it easily. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly calculated, maybe he could dismember it. But its combat strength was terrifying, one wrong move, and he'd be vulnerable to a counterattack. Lin Hao immediately assessed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the violently thrashing sea snail king. Squinting, he spotted an opening in his field of vision. Without hesitation, Lin Hao propelled himself forward with all his might, slicing through the water like an arrow. For him, survival was the only priority now. Ignoring the deafening roars of the sea snail king behind him, Lin Hao focused solely on escaping, desperate to avoid those massive tentacles wrapping around him again. Just as he was sprinting at full speed, a massive object suddenly appeared in front of him. Damn! What in the world is that? Lin Hao bellowed, nearly losing his balance and falling. Coming back to his senses, he realized he had just bumped into a mermaid. Oh Buddha! I was sprinting like crazy just now, how did I suddenly stop here? He shouted, rubbing his head in frustration. The mermaid wasn't much better off, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Before she could speak, she quickly swam over, placing a hand on Lin Hao's shoulder to soothe him. It's okay, we've escaped now. Don't worry. Wait, how dare you say that? Lin Hao spun around, his eyes practically burning with fury. If you hadn't been captured, I wouldn't have been forced to run until I lost my pants, he grumbled. Letting out a long sigh as his gaze shifted to the struggling giant sea snail in the distance. Yet, instead of fear, Lin Hao's expression was more determined than ever. His brows furrowed, his face stern, he gritted his teeth and declared, "A gentleman must avenge this." The mermaid gasped, quickly grabbing his hand, her voice full of concern. "You're not thinking of going back for that mutated sea snail, are you? It's too strong, you can't beat it." Lin Hao didn't even glance back, his gaze fixed ahead. "No," he said confidently. "We already have a plan." With that, the two continued toward the depths of the sea, heading for a place called the Dragon Transformation Lake. Passing through a dim corridor, they moved past several experiment zones, each filled with massive containers holding various mutated creatures in slumber. Lin Hao paused, his sharp eyes scanning every corner as he quickly assessed the situation. According to the data, the strongest creature here is only level 5, with a combat strength slightly over 1000. Defeating them isn't impossible. Lowering his voice, he continued, once we gain enough experience. That mutated sea snail won't be a problem anymore. Lin Hao carefully navigated past the containers, his eyes constantly observing every detail. He was searching for something, but even in his intense focus, he couldn't stop the mermaid behind him from teasing him. Hearing him muttering calculations, she couldn't help but laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Kali is here," she cheered, suddenly darting toward the door, waving excitedly. Her face glowed with a radiant smile, bright as sunlight. "Good job, keep it up." Seeing the system so happy, Lin Hao felt like he'd been played. His body stiffened, cold sweat trickling down his back as he snapped. "Hey, can you be serious for once? Stop messing around." Ignoring the playful girl behind him, after careful consideration, he stopped in front of a massive glass container, his eyes gleaming with determination. He took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. The glass bottle instantly cracks like a spider web, spreading across its entire surface. Lin Hao squints, focusing intently on the changes before him, his mind analyzing the information. "In my Super Night Battle mode, my combat power reaches 1150. With one swipe of this claw, everything will end swiftly." Suddenly, the containers around him emit cracking sounds. Crash, crash, crash. The sound of shattering glass erupts like fireworks, and the water inside the bottle surges out, quickly turning the area into a small flood. Right before Lin Hao's eyes, the mysterious tentacle from afar suddenly lunges at him with astonishing speed. Damn it, Lin Hao curses under his breath. Though he had anticipated something might go wrong, events unfolded too quickly. Catching him off guard for a split second, a massive shadow charges from the distance, gradually revealing the shape of a monstrous fish. Its sharp teeth gleam with a cold light, ready to bite down on his head. Yet Lin Hao remains calm. As the creature closes in, he grits his teeth and slams a fierce punch into its face. Boom, boom, looking for trouble? Lin Hao roars. The blow is so powerful that the creature recoils in pain, blood scattering in the water. Before he can catch his breath, Lin Hao feels a chill run up his spine. He turns around, his sharp gaze scanning the darkness, immediately spotting a giant eel staring him down. "Want to give it a try?" Lin Hao clenches his lips, his eyes glowing with crimson light. He swiftly channels his flame chi, and his entire body erupts in countless red flames. The flames spread like a storm, engulfing the giant eel's body. The red fire dances on the water's surface, waves of scorching heat radiating outward, forming a sea of flames that surrounds Lin Hao. He senses the eel refusing to back down, still coiled tightly around him. This time, its arrogance has met its match. Without hesitation, Lin Hao unleashes his full power, making the flames even more ferocious. In just a second, the air around him seems to burn away, as if a collapsing volcano, whipping up a firestorm. Amidst the raging inferno, Lin Hao stood like a defiant Azura, towering over the sea of flames. Everything around him was incinerated, leaving only charred remains of creatures. The giant eel was roasted black, the air filled with the sizzling sound and aroma of cooked meat, mixed with the scent of the massive catfish. He quickly opened his mouth, devouring every piece of fish and eel meat in large gulps. The golden system lit up with another notification. Earned first stage mutated 3-striped fishbone evolution points, second stage mutated 3-striped fishbone evolution points, and third stage mutated 3-striped fishbone evolution points. Lin Hao chewed vigorously to savor the flavor. Savoring the tender, delicious meat. He couldn't help but grin in satisfaction, his eyes narrowing into slits like a child who had just tasted his favorite food. Too easy. As easy as eating candy. Lin Hao thought to himself, utterly content after his meal. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual behind him, as if someone was stealthily approaching. He didn't let his guard down for a second. A soft yet menacing voice echoed in the air, and Lin Hao instantly turned around. This time, his gaze fell upon a giant eye, as large as a plate. The eye gleamed, its pupil locked onto him, unblinking. Upon closer inspection, he noticed its massive crimson body and sharp teeth, causing him to pause slightly. Lin Hao confirmed to himself that while the creature was terrifying, he felt no fear. The beast before him was clearly a 5th-stage mutated beast, with a combined combat strength of 1262. The tension was suffocating. The two opponents stood off in the corridor, their gazes clashing, neither moving an inch. Lin Hao flexed his wrists, cracking his knuckles as if ready for battle. He grinned confidently and muttered, "Heh heh heh, you're just in time. I was looking for someone to take a beating." He let out a hearty laugh as a crocodile lunged at him with lightning speed, its attack fierce. Even with the naked eye, Lin Hao could clearly see the beast charging at him. He raised an eyebrow, narrowed his eyes, and coldly spat out 2 words, "Looking for trouble?" At the last moment, he used his tail to block the attack. The two forces collided, sending out a massive shockwave that seemed to tear the space around them apart. Boom! The instant they clashed, a deafening explosion echoed. Right after, Lin Hao continued swinging his tail to ambush its massive body. Facing this sudden and swift attack, the crocodile had no time to react, and was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently. The crocodile roared in pain as it fell, and just before hitting the ground, it slammed into an experimental container, triggering a chain of explosions. Sparks flew everywhere, screams echoed, and flames surged before quickly dying down, leaving thick smoke to obscure the view. Lin Hao remained calm in the distance, carefully observing the situation. Suddenly, a row of blood-red, razor-sharp teeth and glowing eyes like searchlights emerged from the smoke, roaring as it lunged at Lin Hao. Sensing the danger, Lin Hao immediately crouched down, gathering his strength to charge at his enemy. As the smoke cleared, crimson-purple light flickered across its body, with eerie flames covering it entirely, coursing along its form. It gnashed its teeth and snarled, glaring fiercely at him. Lin Hao, watching from the side, was surprised to see the crocodile could also use flames. Wasn't this the same move he used? But after facing countless enemies, a fire-wielding crocodile didn't surprise him anymore. Seeing his opponent unleash its attack, Lin Hao began channeling his power, igniting flames within him, the air around him distorting from the intense heat. He looked up at the swirling embers and the smoke before him, shouting, "Let's see whose fire is stronger." 2 waves of fire launched from opposite directions, colliding in a rare clash. Amid the continuous dull roars, the flames intertwined, as if trying to tear each other apart. Thick white smoke obscured the view, making the battle unclear. Both locked eyes, staring each other down. The crocodile's searchlight-like eyes fixed on Lin Hao. Its gaze filled with intimidation. Lin Hao remained unafraid, calmly meeting its stare. Frowning slightly, he said, "You think this is over?" From his lower abdomen, energy surged, the flames burning fiercer than ever before. His movements were so fast they left afterimages. Black lightning crackled around his body, while flames engulfed Lin Hao's entire form. He narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on his enemy. Crouching low, he suddenly thrust his hands forward, power gathering in his palms. With a roar, he declared, "Now the real fight begins." Both sides charged, one a massive figure glowing with heart-like radiance, the other our protagonist, wreathed in crimson flames. They clashed violently, evenly matched at first. But as the battle wore on, the crocodile began to falter. Seizing the advantage, Lin Hao pressed forward, channeling all his strength into a strike aimed at its head. A deafening crash echoed as its skull seemed to be struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. Exploiting its momentary lapse, Lin Hao landed a punch square on its head, catching it off guard, and leaving it stunned. It was as if that single blow had shown it a sky full of stars. Who knew stars could pack such power? Lin Hao grinned, noticing the crocodile's weakened state. He flicked his tail and unleashed his next move, bringing it down with force. Smirking at its dazed expression, he muttered, "Strike while it's down." Blue light shimmered across his scales, flowing with his movements. directly targeting the crocodile's head. Locked on, he delivered a crushing blow. This should finish it. Time to rest, he thought. A smug smile spread across his face. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Something felt wrong. Lin Hao stood frozen, puzzled. Why isn't it reacting? He realized it was staring at him with disdain, as if mocking him outright. Unease crept over him. He gasped, its hide is way tougher than I expected. Facing such a resilient foe, he quickly gathered his strength again, focusing it into his scales. His crimson eyes locked onto his target, and he roared. If 1 strike won't do, then 3, 4, however many it takes. He refused to believe its hide was that impenetrable. There had to be a limit. If ordinary moves couldn't break it, then it was time for something new. He gradually came to a stop and began spinning, faster and faster, until his figure nearly vanished, leaving only a small whirlpool. The whirlpool accelerated, surging straight toward the crocodile. Witness the power of my wind-style corrosive claw. Just as he lunged forward at breakneck speed, his attack was suddenly blocked. Only after Ling Hao reacted did he realize it was the crocodile's claw. It effortlessly deflected his strike, as if swatting away a ball. This proved its reflexes were nothing short of extraordinary. Facing such a fierce assault, it only needed a single claw to completely neutralize it, leaving Ling Hao stunned by its impeccable defense. Despite its massive size, which would normally hinder movement, this crocodile showed no such weakness. Its perception and defensive skills far exceeded its bulky appearance. Seeing his attack deflected, Ling Hao quickly retreated, circling behind to find a weak spot. Spotting a vulnerable point on its arm, he swiftly maneuvered closer and sank his teeth into its limb. No luck with biting, his strength was no match for the beast's. A single swipe of its claws sent him flying several meters away. As he was flung back, shock and panic set in. He hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Before he could steady himself, he looked up to see its razor-sharp teeth right in front of him. It lunged forward, swallowing him whole. Ling Hao immediately braced his hands against the crocodile's upper jaw, then unleashed the skilled mystic lizard golden claw Qilin. A burst of golden energy erupted, radiating brilliant light. Before the crocodile could react, excruciating pain shot through its mouth, forcing it to spit him out. Seizing the moment, Ling Hao broke free from its gaping maw. He glared at it with disdain and smirked, "If you don't roar, you might think this is Hello Kitty." He quickly gathered his trump card power. Flames reignited around him, as if he had just emerged from a hellish battlefield. His muscles bulged, veins throbbing, while his eyes burned with deadly fire. And dark crimson lightning crackled around him. "Supreme Tyrant, awaken within me." The pain in its mouth slowly faded. When the crocodile looked again, it was shocked to find the fiery figure had vanished into thin air, as if he had never been there. Its flattened pupils immediately scanned the surroundings. Lin Hao suddenly launched an attack from below, darting forward at lightning speed, charging straight toward it. At the same time, the crocodile sensed his movement, its yellow eyes locking onto him like searchlights, as if issuing a threat. This sudden ambush from below had it pinned. Lin Hao swiftly opened his jaws and clamped down, the force growing stronger, sinking deep into its flesh. The unexpected bite sent the crocodile into agony, letting out a furious roar. Its body erupted in blue flames, hoping to strike or burn its enemy, forcing them to let go. But the crocodile was wrong, its opponent was Lin Hao. He glared at it with contempt and said, "I have fire too. Why should I fear you? Not a chance. Besides, I'm the protagonist and a fire type at that. You're basically asking to be roasted." Lin Hao pressed closer, intending to use the flames to consume the massive beast. Just as he predicted, the fire spread rapidly, engulfing its skin in flames. Sensing its counterattack, he quickly released his grip and retreated. He launched another assault, speeding toward the spot he had just bitten. His fists rained down like a barrage, treating it like a punching bag. His punches were so fast they left after images. The wound expanding with each strike, the pain overwhelming it before it could react. A dark, crimson gash formed, fueling its rage. Seeing the wound was large enough, Lin Hao channeled all his strength into one final punch at the same spot. With all his might, he drove his fist down, shaking the massive body violently, yet it still stood defiantly. Lin Hao watched calmly, sensing its resistance fading. He said, "Stop struggling. You're done for." Then, he tore the enemy apart with his bare hands. The crocodile was instantly split in two, the air thick with the scent of blood. It looked like a torn ragdoll. Blood and gore mixed in the water, turning everything crimson. After the battle, Lin Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he stood over the bisected corpse. The atmosphere of slaughter and death seemed to freeze in that moment. Lin Hao grabbed a chunk of flesh and slowly brought it to his mouth. He put the meat into his mouth, savoring every bit of its delicious flavor. Not bad at all. Satisfied, he looked at the meat in his hand and said, "This chicken is so tender and crispy, it's a bit tough on the teeth. It would be great if I could evolve sharper teeth next time." As he ate, a strange noise suddenly came from behind him. Lin Hao immediately tensed up, his gaze sweeping toward the sound. "Ha! Did that noise come from the pile of test tubes?" Lin Hao stayed calm, his eyes locked on the source of the sound, and shouted, "Who's there?" He yelped in surprise in the lab, and as he swam closer, a series of dull thuds echoed. Turning his head, he saw a door labeled Floor 1. In that moment, Lin Hao furrowed his brow, his expression filled with confusion as if deep in thought. He exclaimed in surprise, "Floor 1? Then what floor am I on now?" The thuds continued, dull and urgent, as if rushing something. With a flick of his tail, he swam to the door of GL1. After observing, he found the door unusually sturdy and heavy. He muttered cautiously, "With such a racket, could there be an even stronger mutated creature inside?" He reached out to touch the door, feeling it shake from the vibrations within. He stared at the door gap, frowning deeply, and let out a low groan. The heavy door slowly creaked open, grinding as it moved. Light seeped through the gap, illuminating a dark corner. Before him was a strange machine and a fallen wire on the ground. Lin Hao's crimson eyes peered through the gap. His brow furrowed as he tried to make out the scene inside. The relentless noise had come from here. What on earth was that sound? His eyes scanned the darkness, but it was still pitch black, with only a faint glimmer of light. Nothing was visible yet. Suddenly, his body stiffened as he sensed an overwhelming force rushing toward him. The energy was too powerful, too dangerous, far beyond safe limits. His body reacted faster than his mind. Driven by instinct, he immediately recoiled, slamming the door shut with both hands. A deafening crash echoed as something massive and powerful struck the door. Though he hadn't seen what it was, he knew that if he had been even a second slower. I held back for just a second, and the creature inside must have already escaped. That's right as you shut the door, there was an explosion and rapid gunfire-like sounds from inside. If it had gotten out just now, I might not have been able to stop it. Lin Hao stared unblinkingly at the door, his mind filled with shock. He could hardly believe it was that powerful, thank goodness he hadn't released it. Glaring at the door, he clenched his fists, his gaze icy as he tried to gauge the abilities of the creature trapped inside. Judging by the commotion behind the door, he concluded it must have at least 2,000 strategic points. "I'll come back for you when I'm stronger," he muttered before turning his attention to the system. "Let's see what I gained this time." 100,167 evolution points accumulated. 3 lines of info displayed: Host Lin Hao, Species Unicorn Fire Dragon, Level 39, Strategy 1000. Skills include Linguistic Mastery, Super Rage, Super Detection, Supercharge, Super Night Combat, Super Camouflage, Super Fire Scales, Powerful Tear, Powerful Tail Sweep. Steel Scale Armor. The Divine Ability Multi-Shock Barrier passive was at level 11. Lin Hao blinked his big round eyes, barely believing what he saw. He checked again, sure enough, he hadn't misread it. This time, he had gained 400,000 evolution points. Just as he was stunned by the numbers, a force suddenly struck him from behind. It was the mermaid. She raised her hands excitedly, her face glowing with joy as she cheered. "This is enough for at least 2 consecutive evolutions." Meanwhile, Lin Hao felt a little uncomfortable with her reaction. "Good thing my wife isn't here, or I'd be sleeping on durian shells tonight." Lin Hao could only sigh at her, but seeing his flustered, chili-eaten monkey expression, she giggled and said, "Don't sweat the small stuff." He let out a breath. "I beat you, time to head back, right?" With that, he took a few steps forward, deliberately keeping his distance to avoid another surprise attack from behind. He glanced back cautiously. This one was too fast and dangerous to let his guard down. Looking at her smiling face, he said, "Move aside. I need to prepare for evolution." The mermaid watched his retreating figure, giggling as she nodded. All around, a surge of power began to rise, gradually enveloping Lin Hao's body. The glow of flames flickered and pulsed, slowly coalescing into a fireball. The fireball expanded slowly, then spread like wildfire before burning fiercely and suddenly extinguishing. As the flames receded, a towering figure gradually appeared, with 700,000 evolution points. His eyelids twitched slightly before his eyes opened again, scanning the surroundings. The sensation within his body had changed dramatically, every cell felt ready to burst, with a powerful force surging inside. After this awakening, Lin Hao would reach level 40, undoubtedly triggering a new transformation. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Group's laboratory, various machines and equipment were in operation. 675-inch screens displayed footage of mutated creatures the organization had previously encountered and battled. A bespectacled man rested his chin on his hand, staring thoughtfully at the screens. He replayed the scenes in his mind, his face filled with confusion. Why had such mutated creatures appeared in the long mountains? From towering ancient trees in mutated forests to massive red flowers with human eye-like stamens densely clustered. The footage then shifted to a giant mutated boar with blood-red eyes and a bloodthirsty nature. A man in a white lab coat watched the screen before turning to the bespectacled man and sharing his theory. Perhaps the emergence of E had triggered something, causing all the flora and fauna in the mountains to mutate. Just as everyone was discussing, footsteps suddenly sounded from behind. Hearing the noise, everyone turned around. It was an acquaintance. Luo Shui and her teacher had arrived. Luo Shui's teacher stepped forward and said, "The energy there seems quite unusual." Luo Shui followed her teacher into the room. The bespectacled man stared at Luo Shui's teacher, his expression one of utter shock. He blurted out, "What do you mean by energy here?" The bespectacled man remained utterly baffled. Seeing his astonishment, Luo Shui quickly stepped forward to explain, "Energy is a special force from the depths of the universe." To clarify further, she continued, "When our bodies accept the CT virus and evolve, the primary resource is energy. It grants us unique abilities. Just like injecting active substances into our bodies to boost energy and strength, enhancing our inner source power, more source power means greater abilities." Luo Shui's teacher stepped closer, hands in his pockets, and after closing his eyes gently, continued, "We've been researching how to help warriors better absorb source power from the air to strengthen their bodies. But the results have been very limited. Warriors can only absorb source power to advance their cultivation in places where it's extremely dense." Luo Shui fell silent after hearing her teacher's words. When she heard about cultivation and advancing her realm, her mind involuntarily flashed back to the moment her lips touched Lin Hao's. Her face immediately flushed bright red, and she spoke shyly. Actually, about cultivation, just as they were discussing it, a loud notification suddenly blared, and headquarters sent a message. The announcement immediately grabbed everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the light source in unison. A man in armor hurried toward the group, saying as he walked, "Headquarters suspects the surge in source power near Dragon Mountain is linked to this creature." No sooner had he spoken than the large screen displayed a dragon-like beast. Its body covered in red scales, engaged in battle. Surrounding it were fallen creatures. Everyone in the lab stared wide-eyed at the screen, instantly silencing the room. The moment Luo Shui saw the creature on the screen, she felt a surge of unease, her gaze locked onto the footage. She remained silent, but her heart raced with worry. Had Lin Hao been discovered? The armored man looked at the screen and pointed at the red creature, saying, "It devoured the mutated Earth Dragon and the mutated Tyrant King Dragon. It even injured 2 members of Organization L." Hearing this, everyone turned in shock toward the armored man. After multiple battles and analyzing key location data and related events, headquarters experts concluded this mutated creature operates from Dragon Transformation Island, systematically eliminating other mutated beasts. Moreover, the periodic surges in source power align with its appearances. It's highly likely this is connected to it. A bespectacled man fell into thought, resting his chin on his hand, and looked up at the screen, saying, "It almost sounds like it's helping us, doesn't it?" Everyone stared in astonishment at the screen. Hearing the bespectacled man say this, the blond man immediately turned his head to look. The armored man furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, then said, "It's not just similar, it's clearly helping us. It even spared the lives of 2 of our organization's members." After hearing this, the blond man raised his eyebrows and blurted out, "Could it have the same kind of thinking consciousness as humans?" Hearing this, the armored man crossed his arms, looking uncertain as he said, "I can't be sure. It might be some kind of mutated creature controlled by a powerful figure from the civilian world." Meanwhile, the more the blond man thought about it, the more excited he became, his face showing uncontainable thrill. Staring at the creature before him, he laughed wildly as if he'd discovered treasure, shouting, "Capture it and dissect it for research, then we'll know for sure." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Shui immediately shouted, "No!" Faced with her firm and decisive attitude, everyone turned to look at her, their eyes filled with confusion. Luo Shui was always calm, but now she was clearly acting out of character. This made everyone's gaze lock onto her, the atmosphere turning unusually quiet. Realizing her reaction had been too intense, Luo Shui quickly composed herself. She immediately came up with a counterplan. She raised her hand to stroke her chin, pretending to ponder something. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she said, "I've gained some insights in cultivating spiritual energy, but I still need a place rich in spiritual energy as a testing ground." At that moment, Luo Shui's master suddenly exclaimed, "I've found a cultivation method." Once again, everyone's eyes turned to him, then shifted back to Luo Shui. In that instant, the silence was so profound you could hear a pin drop. Luo Shui quickly stepped forward and solemnly explained to her master, "This mutated creature can enhance the density of spiritual energy around Dragon Mountain. Therefore, I propose sealing off Dragon Mountain and leaving it here to assist in testing my spiritual cultivation method." Her master was taken aback upon hearing this. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "All right. A mysterious organization is collaborating with alien beings to try and stimulate the awakening of mutated creatures. Our warriors must enhance their strength to prepare for potential emergencies in the future. If my student's idea is correct, then cooperating with the mutated creatures could indeed yield better results. Hearing the teacher's words, Luoxue immediately let out a sigh of relief. Lin Hao was safe for now. Fortunately, this group showed their weakness, or I wouldn't have been able to guarantee my husband's safety. I had no choice but to come up with this plan. Luoxue stared at the image of the crimson creature on the screen, her hand slipping into her pocket. Lost in thought. Taking this opportunity, I must uncover Lin Hao's secrets and his source power cultivation method. Suddenly, a bespectacled man in the back shouted, the global leaderboard had updated. The global leaderboard has been refreshed. His voice echoing through the entire lab. I wonder which country uploaded the mutated creature data this time. The bespectacled man immediately called out, quick, pull it up. The screen switched instantly. Luoxue and the bespectacled man stared intently at the display. She glanced over and said slowly, the leaderboard is ranked by threat level. Let's check if the top spot has changed so we can prepare accordingly. The operator swiftly typed a response. Its gaping maw and razor-sharp fangs sent a chill down the spine. Number 01, Dark Kraken, threat level 3S. The mutated creature lurks in the ocean depths, currently in a dormant state. Traits, over 100 meters in length, movement patterns and attack modes remain unknown. First recorded appearance, 1999, discovered in the Bermuda Triangle. International joint forces deployed multiple submarines for reconnaissance, all of which vanished after being attacked. Number 02, Needle Flame Sparrow. After reviewing the information, Luoxue exhaled softly, her expression easing considerably. Fortunately, number 01 is still in a dormant state. The footage of that monstrous creature from back then resurfaced vividly in her mind. The memory of that event is still vivid in her mind, as if it had just happened. Because of it, countless lives would be lost. And from the moment it appeared, Lin Hao vanished without a trace. It truly is a monster, a threat level rated 2S. Its traits include, when it spreads its wings, its body can reach 120 meters in length, with surface temperatures as high as 2000 degrees. And it can release a special yellow energy, generating unimaginable scorching heat. First appearance, 1. On May 25, 2023, it emerged in the ancient city of Lin Tian, and the moment it appeared, the entire city was consumed by raging flames. 2. On June 12, 2023, it appeared near the Mediterranean, its body radiating intense yellow heat, making its true form impossible to discern. After reading the related news, Luoxue rested her chin on her hand and pondered for a moment. She sighed, wondering how long it had been since she last heard from Nuwa. It seemed like the top ranks of the leaderboard hadn't changed at all. Indeed, the top ranks of the leaderboard remained unchanged. But when the bespectacled man saw the lower rankings, he suddenly shouted, noticing a change at position 100. On the screen, the 100th spot revealed a figure engulfed in flames, its form completely obscured by fire. 1. Its threat level was rated B, with its first appearance recorded in June 2023. Emerging in the Great Rivers of Longyin City. After the disappearance of the mutated Tyrannosaurus leader, it vanished mysteriously as well. The bespectacled man immediately pointed at the screen and exclaimed, isn't this the mutated creature we just mentioned? Luoxue remained silent, offering no response. This couldn't possibly be a coincidence, it was almost certainly him. Lin Hao. Or, more accurately, 100% her husband. Luoxue could hardly believe her eyes and reviewed the information again. She hadn't misread it, her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Hao had appeared on the global leaderboard. He really had her worried sick. This guy had been hiding so well, and now he was pulling something this big. She had no idea how to keep it a secret anymore. In the laboratory, everyone stared in stunned silence at the screen after seeing the change at position 100. The man beside him furrowed his brow slightly, watching the screen intently as he mused, the updates are coming in so fast. The bespectacled man raised an eyebrow thoughtfully after listening, scanning the screen before saying, this is, of course, a special website established through global cooperation. Only warriors who have merged with Virus GT can have an account. The armored man also showed concern and said, once it appears on the global leaderboard, many will come looking for this mutated creature, even organizations won't be an exception. As soon as he finished speaking, the bespectacled man and the others looked stunned before falling into deep thought. Based on current analysis, this creature has appeared in multiple incidents recently, providing significant advantages for Dragon Team's operations. However, now, this creature's situation will likely spiral into a crisis as multiple forces hunt it down. This is frustrating. Just listening to everyone discuss it, Luoxue realizes this situation is far beyond what she expected. You've really gone too far this time, honey. I've done everything I can to protect you, but now I'm powerless. You'll have to rely on yourself. I'm so worried. She said softly, this mutated creature has been friendly to me. It must not be harmed. Please issue an order to seal off the dragon transformation pool immediately. Honey, this is all I can do. Otherwise, Lin Hao will be in danger. Luoshua's master continued listening quietly to everyone's discussion. Upon hearing Luoshua's words, he immediately understood how urgent the situation was and what needed to be done. He reached into his pocket, glanced at the others, and said, "I'll report this to the higher-ups right away." Just then, the phone rang, and the armored man quickly answered it. After hearing the news on the other end, he froze in shock, his face filled with disbelief as he blurted out, "Aunt?" He nodded quickly and hung up the phone. Under everyone's gaze, he immediately said, "The dragon mountainside has already discovered the mutated creature." This statement instantly silenced the room. Everyone raised their eyebrows slightly, their expressions growing even more solemn and serious. The bespectacled man noticed his cautious demeanor from answering to hanging up and asked, "You seem so serious, is that creature really that powerful?" With him acting like it's a life or death situation, what on earth is going on now? The armored man turned to face the large screen ahead, prompting everyone to follow his gaze. The screen displayed a massive mountain peak, with a scaly foot and sharp claws visible at the summit. "It's still unclear how powerful it is, we've only seen a foot so far. If he really knew how powerful it was, he'd probably have won the lottery and retired by now. We've only seen a foot and haven't even made out its full shape. How could we possibly know its strength?" To get a clearer view, he immediately asked the technicians to zoom in on the image. After zooming in, the scaly foot with razor-sharp claws became clearly visible to everyone. The problem is, this photo was taken by an ordinary civilian and has already spread widely online. Photos like this, taken by civilians, often go viral because curiosity and the urge to spectate always win out. Luoshua gasped in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief and panic, at a loss for words. Her teacher quickly realized the severity of the situation and immediately said this would cause panic. The bespectacled man was also deeply anxious, sweat beading on his forehead. After glancing around, he asked if they could dismiss it as a movie special effect. The armored man furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he told everyone that rumors had been spreading about the Dragon King Temple there being highly efficacious, with many civilians going to worship. Many witnessed the incident firsthand, and the news hasn't died down yet. This time, it might be impossible to keep deceiving people. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Luoshua's teacher frowned, peering seriously at him through his glasses, and said, "Why keep lying? The impact of the GT virus will only grow, and sooner or later, the entire planet will undergo mutations." He slipped his hands into his pockets, gazing calmly at him, and said, "This can't be hidden forever." The armored man immediately turned to him and asked urgently, "Do you mean we should reveal the truth?" He didn't explicitly say whether to disclose it, but given the current situation, the number of mutated creatures is increasing day by day. Related incidents are becoming more frequent, and it may already be impossible to conceal the truth. If one thing like this can't be hidden, how can 10 or 100 things stay secret? With a grave expression and a slight frown, he said, "Let them adapt gradually. I believe humanity will uncover the truth sooner or later." After hearing her master's words, Luoshua couldn't help but fall into deep thought, questioning silently. She lowered her head, her master's words echoing in her mind. Was the moment when she revealed the truth about the era of mutated creatures finally about to be known by all? Meanwhile, at the scene of the incident, the crowd buzzed with chatter and excitement. Countless phones adjusted their angles, the sound of shutters clicking non-stop. Just 1 foot is this big, its entire body must be over 30 meters tall. The crowd surged forward, eager to get a closer look, turning the place into the hottest spot of the moment. People chattered excitedly, some rushed to take photos, while others started live streams. This is terrifying. No exaggeration at all. In the depths of the deep-sea laboratory, the lava-like liquid gradually thinned, revealing a familiar figure. After a brief moment, the evolution process ended. Lin Hao looked around, then down at his body, clearly sensing a massive change. His facial features had sharpened, his body now resembling someone who had spent years in the gym. Muscle definition was clear, and his frame was far more imposing than before. He flexed his claws slightly, the joints appearing unusually refined. After admiring his perfect form for a moment, he looked at his golden claws and said with satisfaction, "Feels great. I'm much stronger now. Too bad I haven't evolved into a divine dragon yet. I thought I might transform this time." A system notification popped up, "Congratulations, host. You've reached level 40 and obtained the purple sun." A radiant light instantly appeared in the void below, gradually coalescing into a dazzling purple treasure. No need to keep everyone waiting, even our protagonist is eager to open this gift box and see what's inside. Let's open the young treasure first. Its lid barely lifted before a blinding light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire area. Lin Hao squinted slightly, focusing on the bed inside. He clasped his hands together, nervously looking up to the sky and murmuring wishes. Under the mermaid's watchful gaze, he ensured the purple sun would bring the best fortune, preferably golden. This is all I could ever ask for. At last, what everyone had been waiting for finally appeared. The sharp fangs are corrosive, inflicting corrosive poison on attack, capable of breaking through some defenses. After opening the bag, Lin Hao's expression twisted as if he'd eaten something spicy, while the mermaid just looked helpless, too exasperated to say anything. The more Lin Hao looked at it, the more it seemed like a cruel joke. Corrosive fangs paired with corrosive claws, it was almost too ridiculous to believe. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of blue light shot from the bed, streaking straight toward his mouth. It happened too fast, he had no time to react. Before his mind could process it, he felt his teeth falling out. His eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a word. Panicked, he cried out, "Are these corrosive fangs going to eat away at me?" Before he could even mourn his lost teeth, new ones began growing in at an alarming speed. He could feel the immense power surging within each tooth, their destructive force nearly reaching its peak. He ran his claws over them, pride swelling in his chest as he admired their razor-sharp edges. With these fangs, taking down the crimson flame crocodile would have been much easier. Ding ding ding. System data updated for host Lin Hao, single-horned fire dragon species, level 40, 21 meters long, 20 tons, combat power 1100. Skills, Babble, Super Rage, Scouting, Supercharge. Super Feint, Super Camouflage, Super Fire Scales, Powerful Entanglement. Powerful Tail Whip, Reinforced Steel Scales. Ability, Multi-Quake Wall, Passive, level 11. The mermaid cheered after reading it, shouting, "Your power increased." While it was an increase, it was barely a drop in the bucket. Lin Hao checked the stats inside, only 100 points? Clearly, level 40 wasn't enough for a real breakthrough, he'd need at least level 50. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Hao quickly pressed the evolution button. Without hesitation, he evolved again, a blinding light suddenly engulfed him, finally enveloping his entire body. After the second evolution, he looked down at himself once more, looking around from head to toe, but it doesn't seem like much has changed. Could there be some change I didn't notice? This can't be possible. I absolutely refuse to accept it until I check the system panel. Maybe it's just some changes too subtle for the naked eye. Host, Ling Hao, species, Unicorn Fire Dragon, class level 41, length 22 meters, weight 21 tons, combat power 1181. Skills, Babble, Super Rage, Scouting, Supercharge. Super Simulation Battle, Super Camouflage, Super Fire Scales, Powerful Convulsion. Powerful Tail Whip, Steel Scales Armor. Divine Ability, Multi-Quake Wall, Passive, level 11. Honestly, it's more disappointing than exciting. Just as he was worked up, an echo suddenly came from nowhere. "Hey, don't push. That's my phone, wait, what's happening?" From above, an object plummeted, slowly sinking until it became clear it was a smartphone. Ling Hao swam toward where it was sinking. When he got closer and saw the screen, he was stunned. He actually recognized this place. The screen displayed the hottest photo in the Bibu Gulf right now. The picture had everyone rushing to Long Mountain to take photos because a strange creature had appeared on Intua. Is the end near? The photo also showed a massive foot with horn-like skin. He gasped, a mutated creature has appeared at Long Mountain. He had just left, and now something like this was happening on shore. The photo showed what looked like humanity's evolutionary predecessor, a giant foot extending from the mountaintop, witnessed by many. If that's true, could the mutated creature be hiding in the mountain? Since it's a trending event, we can't just let it fade away, right, folks? With that unyielding spirit, our protagonist wholeheartedly agreed. Frowning, he said gravely, "We can't just let this go. I have to investigate tonight." Tonight, under the bright moon and gentle breeze, soaking in a hot spring, admiring the mountains and forests, reciting poetry, and sipping tea, what a beautiful scene. Our protagonist surfaced from the lake, his sights set on the giant foot atop the mountain. After carefully examining the giant foot, he muttered, "This thing is real. But what kind of creature is it? Something like this appearing on the mountain would definitely draw attention." Suddenly, a streak of light like a shooting star flashed across the night sky. Lin Hao immediately exclaimed in delight, "A shooting star? Wait, something feels off about this. If I remember correctly, the last time was just like this. No, that can't be right." Lin Hao took a running start and leapt into the air, trying to chase the streak in the night sky. In an instant, he vanished into the darkness. While flying, a car suddenly appeared on the mountain path below. Driving up a mountain in the dead of night, hard to believe they're here for stargazing or poetry. This road leads to the peak over there. Lin Hao watched for a moment, muttering to himself, an acquaintance? Unsure if it was someone he knew, the car drove a bit further before screeching to a sudden stop. Lin Hao quickly hid behind a large boulder by the road, deciding to observe first before making a move. The car doors opened simultaneously, and a man's voice rang out. "According to the latest intel, the spaceship will land nearby. The organization has ordered us to prepare for its arrival. Then, an excited young man stepped out of the car, proudly declaring himself a fourth-generation hyperpulse warrior. He looked like a kid waiting for his idol to appear, brimming with anticipation. The man glanced at him, exasperated, but said nothing. Lin Hao recognized the people who got out. They weren't acquaintances, but members of that organization. How do these guys always get the news faster than we do? These jerks are really getting on my nerves. Peering through a crack in the rock, Lin Hao spotted a familiar figure. That man looked awfully familiar, like he'd seen him somewhere before. Squinting, he studied the distant figure and suddenly realized it was indeed someone he knew. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Isn't this the guy who tried to take me out before? Poof. Now that he's in my sights, let's see who gets the upper hand this time. Suddenly, a massive spaceship descended from the sky, slowly landing. The two men immediately approached the landing ship as strong winds whipped around them. Lin Hao kept his eyes locked on the ship. Just as expected, they finally arrived. The young man, seeing this for the first time, looked visibly tense. Seeing this, the man quickly stepped in to stop him, saying, "Step back, let me handle him." The young man complied and retreated. The spaceship's hatch opened, and a set of stairs slowly descended. A tall figure emerged from within. The man hurried forward, bowing respectfully as he said, "Welcome to Earth, sir. I am here on behalf of the organization to receive you." Through the hazy mist, a figure clad in blue steel armor strode forward, exuding the authority of a warrior. Then, he spoke slowly. "Humans." Like a deity, he descended the stairs and approached the man and the young man. He sized them up, hands clasped behind his back, and asked, "Have you found the ruins of this city?" The man dared not delay and immediately replied, "We have located a ruin. Additionally, a massive mutated creature has appeared across Long Mountain." Hearing this, the young man nodded in agreement, remaining silent. From a distance, Lin Hao listened, and a long-standing question was finally confirmed. Watching the two men and the armored figure, he thought to himself, just as I suspected, the mutated creature last time was awakened by them colluding with aliens. Could these alien beings really be turning Earth into their hunting ground? Darn it, what did Earth ever do to deserve this? These aliens and their organizations keep awakening mutated creatures, treating it like some kind of zoo. Upon hearing the information he wanted, especially the news of the giant creature, the armored man said, "After I destroy these ships, take me to see it." With that, a self-destruct button appeared in his hand. One press, and everything would be reduced to ashes. The man smiled on the surface. But inwardly, he lamented the loss of the ship. Despite his regret, there was nothing he could do. He could only smile and nod in agreement, "Yes, sir." After all, he couldn't defeat the armored man, and as a representative of the organization, he couldn't afford to offend him. At the mention of destruction, Lin Hao immediately tensed up, his body going rigid. He looked at the group. This couldn't just be destroyed so easily. If it were, too much information would be lost. He had to stop them in time. Without hesitation, he shot forward like an arrow, lunging at the armored man with terrifying speed and precision, catching him off guard. By the time they realized it, it was already too late to react. Unexpectedly, the man in blue armor reacted swiftly, dodging Lin Hao's ambush with a light sidestep. Clearly, his skills were no ordinary feat. After evading the attack, the man in blue armor immediately counterattacked, gathering energy in his hands and firing ice arrows straight at Lin Hao. The arrows whistled through the air, carrying a gust of wind as they closed in. Lin Hao quickly used his hands and body to block. The mystic scale technique activated, and the scales on his body crackled as they deflected the attack. Fortunately, his scales were tough enough. This guy's attacks were nothing to fear. Seeing his move fail, the man in blue armor instantly fired a laser electric sword from his wrist. Lin Hao's sharp eyes caught the man in blue armor charging at him like lightning, swinging the sword down at blinding speed. Luckily, Lin Hao dodged the blade just in time, missing it by mere millimeters. This guy's strikes were ruthless. After evading the sword, Lin Hao swiftly retaliated with his agile body, his tail transforming into a whip that struck the opponent's abdomen. In an instant, the man in blue armor was flung back by the force, his longsword slipping from his grip. Momentum carried him several meters forward before he crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the man beside him, Xin Dao, screamed in terror at the sight of the crimson creature. The young man nearby was equally panicked. The man in blue armor quickly got back up after being thrown, activating his helmet to scan the creature before him. As the electronic data flickered, he muttered, "Combat power, 1001. Finally, he shouted in shock, "Combat power, 1245? How is that possible?" Stunned by the displayed data, he immediately retrieved his long sword. Lin Hao, full of fury, charged forward and roared, "You dare lose focus while fighting me?" The man in blue armor refused to back down, leaping into the air and switching to a high-altitude melee attack. This strike will finish you, he bellowed, swinging his sword down. Don't be so arrogant. Lin Hao remained calm, watching his charging opponent. Then, he opened his mouth and spewed a ball of flame straight at the man in blue armor. Seeing the flames approach, the man quickly retreated, shouting at Lin Hao. This temperature doesn't affect me at all. I didn't expect this monster to breathe fire, but no matter how high its combat energy level is, its attack power is nothing special. Seizing the moment while Ling Hao wasn't paying attention, he leapt up and swung down with all his might at his head. Let me teach you some manners, how dare you attack me with fire? He slashed straight at the mutated creature's head. But it seemed to cause no damage at all. The instant he sensed the blade coming, Ling Hao swiftly activated his mystic kick of the startled unicorn skill. You think your rusty sword can split my head open? In your dreams. Ha! I put everything I had into that jump and swing. How is he completely unharmed? Realizing he couldn't hurt Ling Hao, he immediately leapt back to put distance between them. This thing is too dangerous. I didn't expect it to take my attack without a scratch. The blue-armored swordsman was filled with confusion, as if 1,000 whys flooded his mind. Ugh, why is this mutated creature's body so tough? Normally, one swing from me would finish the job, but today, nothing. Seeing his frustrated expression, Ling Hao smirked. Was that meant to snap me out of it? Worked pretty well. It's not your slash that's the problem, it's just that I'm too strong. Noticing the mocking look on the mutated creature's face, the blue-armored swordsman gritted his teeth in anger and activated his armor's maximum output mode. Then, he charged at Ling Hao at top speed, muttering, Ugh, why is this thing's body so tough? Maybe I didn't go all out last time. He leapt up again at full speed, swinging his sword from above, trying to replicate his earlier move, still aiming for Ling Hao's head. Ling Hao was surprised by his actions, he didn't expect him to reuse the same move in the same fight. After observing closely, Ling Hao noticed something off. His body reacted instantly, his gaze sharpening as he saw the opponent's speed and strength had increased. Ling Hao immediately shifted into a serious combat stance, his body engulfed in scorching flames. A spherical glow roared, shaking the entire area. The blue-armored warrior had never seen such a sight. Terrified, he stood frozen for a full 5 seconds before shouting, What is this thing? The blazing firelight made it impossible for him to open his eyes wide, but just then, Lin Hao swung his tail, unleashing a powerful attack. A blast of flame breath struck the blue-armored warrior, turning his own tactic against him and sending him flying. In that instant, the blue-armored warrior, having already experienced this move before, seized the opportunity to counterattack. He gripped his long sword tightly and swung fiercely at Lin Hao. You think you can send me flying again? Not a chance. To prevent him from swinging his sword at his head again, Lin Hao immediately raised his claws and struck hard at the warrior's head. Crimson flames rushed forward like a gale. Facing this powerful blow, the blue-armored warrior's long sword was knocked away, burying deep into the ground. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Hao stomped on the warrior's body, glaring at him with fiery red eyes as he warned, Fight back or stay down forever. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Hao leaned in and demanded, Tell me, what exactly are you all up to? These monsters come to the earth all day long and wake up some kind of creatures. It's arrogant and annoying. The blue-armored warrior was horrified to realize the creature before him could speak. He frowned and shouted, Why you can talk? Didn't I just say a lot? Too busy fighting to listen? Lin Hao impatiently struck him, Answer my question. Just answer what I ask. Why so much nonsense? Who even wants to ask you? Are you crazy? He let out a pained grunt. Are you here to serve your master and upgrade the hunting grounds? Just answer already. I want to go home. All this trouble, so annoying. The blue-armored warrior still hadn't recovered, staring in terror at the creature before him, remaining silent. Didn't expect this guy to actually think. Better to stay quiet. Can't fight back anyway. Seeing his silence, Lin Hao frowned but thought to himself, Got it right. Usually, if someone doesn't answer, it's because they're lying. His reaction was spot on, which is why he's so quiet now. After defeating Blue Armor, his silence to every question is as good as an admission. Blue Armor collapsed to the ground, eyes wide as he stared at the crimson-scaled blade dragon before him. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he roared, So what if you know? Lin Hao merely glanced at him without a word. Seeing the blade dragon's silence, Blue Armor grew bolder and immediately started shouting. All you inferior creatures will be hunted down by me eventually. Before he could continue, the blade dragon's claws suddenly lashed out. In that instant, Blue Armor shrieked in terror as his body was lifted off the ground, his face twisting in agony. He frantically grabbed Lin Hao's arm, trying to break free, but it was futile. Facing the creature before him, panic surged through him, nearly suffocating him as he thrashed and screamed. What do you want? Through the gaps, searing flames erupted violently. engulfing the blade dragon's arm and claws. The heat rose steadily, inching closer to his face. At that moment, blue armor broke into a cold sweat, drenched from head to toe. He shed his earlier arrogance, replaced by sheer terror as he stammered for mercy. Let me go, and I can help you evolve. If this creature had the capacity to think, it would surely crave evolution to grow stronger. Now, blue armor could only offer this as a bargaining chip, desperate to save his own life. By now, Lin Hao's entire body burned like molten lava. Lin Hao curled his lips, baring sharp fangs as he echoed blue armor's words. Let me go, and I can help you evolve? This superhuman thought a lowly being like me needed his help. You don't even think before you speak, your own words could mean different things. Enraged, Lin Hao hurled blue armor into the air, taking a deep breath. Then unleashed a massive sea of fire from his mouth. He roared, "Who are you calling inferior?" It was infuriating, he hadn't even had a chance to speak before being insulted. Then let him witness firsthand the power of this so-called inferior being. After a few seconds of flame spraying, the pungent smell of charred meat filled the air. And as the smoke cleared, a piece of crispy, golden-brown roasted meat appeared on the ground. By then, he could no longer curse or do anything else. Lin Hao stepped forward and began enjoying his meal. He opened his mouth wide, tearing into each piece of meat, blowing on it as he ate since it was still scalding hot. Drenched in sweat. Just as he was savoring his meal, a system panel suddenly appeared before him, displaying the completion of a high-difficulty task, slaying 1/6 of a 4th-rank beast, earning evolution points and a purple treasure as a reward. Still chewing, he glanced at the notification and muttered thoughtfully, a bit of a waste, but evolution points are evolution points. After swallowing the last bite, Lin Hao walked toward the treasure, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He rubbed his hands together, ready to open the treasure, his grin stretching ear to ear. 200,000. Evolution points and a purple treasure, mission accomplished. Just as he excitedly opened his storage bag, 2 men from Organization E witnessed the entire scene. The dramatic turn of events in just 5 minutes made them instantly reconsider their plans. Their footsteps were nearly silent, terrified of drawing the monster's attention. Though elated by his victory, Lin Hao remained highly alert to his surroundings. The moment the 2 men thought of fleeing, he immediately sensed it. His gaze sweeping over to see if there was anything else worth taking. Before they could escape, the flood dragon behind them had already noticed. And no matter how desperately they ran, they couldn't evade the monster's flames. Seeing them attempt to flee, Lin Hao took a deep breath and exhaled a burst of searing flames. The scorching fire surged forward like molten lava, engulfing them before they could react. A single blast of flames left them writhing on the ground, unable to move. By the time Lin Hao approached, they had already passed out. He had planned to interrogate them for more information. After all, it was rare to capture a live target, and letting them go would be a waste. Just then, the roar of engines echoed from afar. He looked up to see blinding headlights speeding toward him. This won't do, I still have so many questions for you. Forget it, I need to leave before anyone arrives. No sooner had he spoken than he walked over to where the blue mecha had fallen, reached out, and took the blue crystal from its chest. Then, he turned to look at the spaceship in front of him and smiled. Too bad I can't take the people with me. Want to destroy the ship? You'll have to get through me first. Seeing the convoy approaching, he quickly played his escape card to avoid being spotted. Having the mecha isn't a bad deal. Consider it my spoils of war. As for the ship and those 2, let the incoming convoy handle them. When the convoy stopped, they immediately pinpointed the reported location, a massive UFO in a clearing in the forest. From inside the vehicle, Luo Shui quickly recognized the object before her. She pointed in its direction, signaling the armored man to look. Excitedly, she said, "Over there. That's the spaceship mentioned in the intel, right?" Following her gaze, the battle-hardened man nodded. Luo Shui, full of anticipation, swiftly opened the car door and stepped out. She slipped her hand into her blue coat and stepped forward with long strides to inspect the scene. The man also got out, scanning the eerily quiet surroundings. A warning came from afar, "Careful, something's off." This silence felt like the calm before a storm. Better stay alert. After approaching without any resistance, Luo Shui looked around and said, "Seems like there are no aliens here." The man found the situation suspicious. Aliens don't just abandon their ship like this. Are they playing some kind of trick? These losers came to Earth to destroy the spaceship. But now the ship is intact. Why did they vanish without a trace? He looked around again, no sign of anyone. Luo Shui pondered for a moment, narrowing her eyes. Maybe the ship's already damaged internally, so they can't show themselves. Just as they were discussing, a subordinate picked up a remote control from the ground and turned to shout, "There's a remote here." Hearing this, the 2 immediately turned to look. The subordinate quickly handed the remote over. The armored man examined it curiously. Still unsure how it worked. This is the first time I've seen something like this. What's it for? Luoxue stood to the side, watching for a while. She crossed her arms and remained silent. Then, as if she had guessed something, she looked at the man and spoke. This might be a detonation device. This answer immediately snapped the two stunned men back to reality. Ah, I see. We almost accidentally triggered the self-destruct button. Seeing their surprised expressions, Luoxue continued sharing her thoughts. If the detonation device is intact, this spaceship might still function normally. The exterior looks undamaged, and the device hasn't detonated yet. Isn't it obvious? Why don't you two generals understand? The man was shocked and immediately turned to the unidentified flying object, exclaiming, "Are you serious?" But his subordinate found the reasoning questionable and turned to Luoxue, asking, "You mean they didn't have time to press the detonation button before fleeing? That's impossible. It doesn't make sense. They usually press the self-destruct button the moment they arrive. Now they suddenly didn't have time? Were they planning to grab a bowl of beef noodles before coming back to destroy the ship? Or were they waiting for an auspicious day to blow it up?" Luoxue didn't answer. She took a few steps forward and slowly said, "They didn't flee. They were attacked." Luoxue observed again and said, "There are scorched marks around here." Seeing she wasn't moving, the two quickly ran over to check. Sure enough, there were traces on the ground. She turned her head and said, "They were attacked by a mutated creature." If that's the case, everything makes much more sense. The man stroked his chin, looking enlightened. Judging by the footprints, that creature might be over 10 meters tall, maybe even close to 20. With feet that big, its body must be massive. What kind of creature is it? Luoxue observed again and said, "There were burnt marks around. If it wasn't caused by A's special device, then this mutated creature might have fire-breathing abilities." After hearing her analysis, the man panicked. This area might have such a powerful mutated creature? We've never heard any reports about it before. He added, and there are no footprints showing it has left this area. Hearing this, Luoxue also quickly realized something was wrong. Like the man's deduction, Luoxue looked down at the footprints on the ground. Her eyes widening instantly. A thought flashed through her mind, could it be? Two men lay nearby, and he quickly stepped forward to check on them. After confirming they were still breathing, he immediately turned and shouted, "These two are still alive. We can ask them what happened." The man's face lit up with joy, as if he'd struck gold. Excitedly, he yelled, "Great! Take the ship and these two back with us." Luoxue remained silent, saying nothing more, leaving the matter to the man to handle. After ordering his subordinates to take the two away, the man happily turned to Luoxue and said, "This is a huge gain. Let's head back quickly." Unlike the man's excitement, Luoxue stood with her arms crossed, deep in thought. Then said, "Wait." After observing for a while, she turned to the man and said, "This form, still emitting golden flames, doesn't it seem familiar?" The man seemed to realize something and said gravely, "You mean the mutated creature from before? If that's the case, it does make sense." After further analysis, Luoxue mentioned the two unconscious men again. They must be members of the organization, right? They were left alive, the ship is intact, and only AI is missing. Nothing comes for free. This luck didn't just fall from the sky. It must be my husband's doing. After hearing Luoxue's analysis, the man was stunned. And blurted out, "Right? From this angle, it seems the mutated creature is helping us, but according to records, it was only 13 meters tall." No sooner had he spoken than the man fell into an eerie silence. He muttered, "No way." Luoxue didn't let him hesitate for long. After examining the footprints, she said directly, "It's evolving." The man cried out in shock, "No, that's impossible. Official business is one thing, but if it evolves this fast, how will we explain this to our superiors?" Hearing Luoxue's words, the armored man felt as if he'd heard something unbelievable, as there was no precedent for this. He immediately turned to Luoxue and said, "There's never been a precedent like this. Mutated creatures can't evolve." Faced with the man's reaction, Luoxue just widened her round eyes in astonishment. Watching him, her small hands hid in her blue and white pockets, clenched tightly from excitement. After hearing those words, she hurried forward a few steps, flustered, wanting to explain how could it be impossible. Clearly, he had stopped mid-sentence, as if suddenly remembering something, the rest of his words stuck in his throat. If she revealed her identity now, her beloved husband would be in danger. She had been too impulsive. The man, who had been listening intently, suddenly noticed her pause, looking as if she had something more to say. Puzzled, he reached up to stroke his chin, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at her, clearly asking what was wrong. Only then did Luoxue snap back to reality, realizing how she had lost her composure. She stayed silent, not answering right away. After a moment, memories flooded her mind like a tide. and her cheeks flushed as red as winter embers. She lowered her gaze, staring into the distance, raising a hand to cover her girlish shyness, her thoughts racing. He could even help strengthen her spiritual energy. Seeing the man's confused expression, Luoshua quickly came up with a reasonable explanation to smooth over her earlier half-spoken words and avoid suspicion. Luoshua's mind raced, and she chuckled, saying, "Well, he's gained wisdom now, so evolving isn't that strange." The man found the explanation somewhat reasonable, though Luoshua still seemed a bit off today. He didn't say much, just nodded. That makes sense. It's a reasonable explanation. After dealing with the immediate situation, Luoshua quickly sank back into her own thoughts. She fell silent, her eyes narrowing slightly as a worried look crossed her face. Her lips pressed together. Cultivating her spiritual energy was a serious matter, and she needed to find a chance to verify it properly. All right, this matter was settled. This trip had been so fruitful that it was more than enough to report to her superiors. Luoshua turned toward the carriage, her voice carrying as she said, "Let's head back to the nest. Today's events need to be reported to the higher-ups as soon as possible." The man watched her retreating figure and started walking toward the carriage, replying, "All right." Somewhere hidden in the mountains, the night was deep, the moon bright and the wind clear, a full moon hanging high in the sky. At the foot of the mountain, a figure stood like a blade, its body radiating a crimson glow. Making some adjustments on the electronic system panel. "Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a purple treasure chest. Open it now?" One of life's greatest joys is the moment of unboxing, especially a purple mystery box, and even better, a reward from the system. Excited and full of anticipation, he read the prompt, "Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a purple treasure chest. Open it now?" His finger slid toward the open button and pressed it gently. Lin Hao chanted, "Drink the banana talisman, open sesame." Like the moment of New Year's Eve, the chest lid burst open, and a crimson-purple light shot out, blinding him. Lin Hao squinted through the gap, muttering, "Red, red, red, let it be red." Lines of text gradually appeared before Lin Hao. Hyperperception, passive ability. Grants an extremely strong perception, allowing you to sense things invisible to the naked eye. The text appeared word by word as his eyes scanned it quickly. Once all the text was displayed, a crimson-purple light rushed toward him, enveloping his entire body. The familiar sensation returned. Lin Hao calmly watched the light swirling around him and said, "Enhanced perception? Not bad." As the orb of light faded, the massive form of a dragon became clearly visible. He closed his eyes and slowly sensed his surroundings. Every part of his body felt purified, his pores unclogged, and an indescribable lightness filled him. He could even hear the sound of distant falling leaves. The rustle of dry leaves touching the ground, usually inaudible in such a forest, now reached his ears with perfect clarity. His entire body felt unusually refreshed. After a moment, he adapted to the change and clenched his fist. Excited, he looked around, feeling as if his body had grown countless eyes and ears, no more worrying about ambushes. Just as he was celebrating like it was New Year's, a sharp system alert suddenly blared, overwhelming his senses. His head felt like it had been struck hard. Lin Hao's eyes widened. Once his senses settled, he calmly looked over. Only to find the system had issued a new task. He sighed in surprise. "So the system alert is that loud? Enhanced perception isn't always a good thing. I didn't think much of it when the system notified me before. But now every notification blares so loudly, it's terrifying. Is there any way to turn off the notification sound? Let's check the refreshed task list for any new missions. Good heavens, why is it this long? It looks like an imperial decree. Standard task, slay approximately 1,000 mutant creatures. 508/1000. Reward, enhanced desert defense capabilities. Standard task, slay approximately 100 pulsewise fish. 0/100. Reward, slightly enhanced perception. Standard task, slay approximately 200 blue crabs. 0/200. Reward, sharpened horns. Challenging task, slay approximately 100 mutant eels. 0/100. Reward, blazing horn. Challenging task, slay approximately 6 of the 3 great warriors. Reward, significantly enhanced defense. Challenging task, slay approximately 6 of the 5 great warriors. Reward, random skill. Extreme task, slay the mutant 5 great clams. Reward, significantly enhanced desert defense. Extreme task, slay the mutant 5 great marsh crabs. Reward, red treasure chest. August 8th. Reading the last line, Ling Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. What did August 8th mean? It seems the task list can only display up to 8 missions at a time. The tasks are limited, but the rewards are decent. If I can complete them, I should hurry up and do so. After reviewing the task list, Ling Hao suddenly remembered something. He immediately took off running, sprinting forward. If he remembered correctly, there was something he needed there. Dragon Roar Lake, he recalled there were pulse-wise fish there. The night was deep, the lake's surface as still as a mirror, with only gentle ripples. Embracing the moon's reflection beneath the water. Footsteps echoed near the lakeside, a dim flashlight beam sweeping across the clearing. A voice spoke up, "Wasn't it dangerous to be out this late?" A golden-haired young man emerged from the bushes, Long Gu, a well-known adventure streamer. He strode forward, sneering at the person who had spoken. "What's there to be afraid of? People say the sea monster footage is just CGI. I'm live streaming, my fans are waiting for me to explore Dragon Roar Lake." Hearing this, the man holding the flashlight still looked worried, but he could only reluctantly follow behind Long Gu. After hearing Long Ji's words, the chubby guy next to him immediately pulled out his phone from his pocket, ready to start a livestream. Long Gu turned to the man with the flashlight and smirked, "You're right. We've been to so many so-called haunted places, and they've all been fake." Only then did the man with the flashlight let out a sigh of relief, scratching his head as he agreed, Yeah, I'm just too jumpy." The livestream began immediately. Long Gu tidied his hair and struck a cool pose in front of the camera. Giving a military salute with his hand and greeting with a smile, "Hello, everyone. Tonight, Long Gu will take everyone on a nighttime exploration of Dragon Roar Lake." The comments and viewership skyrocketed in seconds. Comments flooded the screen, buzzing with excitement. "Isn't this Dragon Roar Lake? Long Gu is amazing. So many people have been here, and there's no monster at all." After greeting his fans, Long Gu moved the phone farther away. Smiling kindly at the camera and saying, "Last time, my senior brother said he was attacked by a water monster, and he hasn't dared to come back since. If everyone hits follow, today I'll take you all to uncover the truth." With that, Long Gu started walking around, letting everyone observe along with him. As he neared the lakeside, he pointed the camera at the nighttime lake for his fans to see. "Now we're by the lake. Let's show everyone what it looks like here." The comments below remained lively, with interactions soaring. "Long Gu, go into the water. If you go in, I'll send a rocket." "Oh wow," a fan said, "they'll send a rocket." Just as he was celebrating, a strange sound suddenly rang out. What was that? All three turned toward the source of the sound, exchanging uneasy glances. It was late at night, and aside from the three of them, there was no one else around. Isn't this the kind of thing that happens when you walk too many dark paths at night? Something seemed to appear before them. Squinting for a closer look, darn, was that a spaceship? The object ahead gradually came into view, its shape and style resembling a UFO from a sci-fi movie. The screen was instantly flooded with comments. "Darn, is that really the water monster? Doesn't it look man-made? Is Long Gu messing with us? Let's go check it out." Looking at this thing, it seemed fake. Once again, countless online comments urged him on. Long Gu instinctively bent down to pick up a rock at his feet and shouted, "Who's the creep messing with us?" After a moment's thought, he swung his arm and hurled the rock toward the lake where the UFO image had appeared. "There must be some thief trying to scare us off. We've got 3 people here, what's there to fear?" Long Gu roared angrily, "Get out here." The rock followed Earth's gravity, arcing through the air before splashing into the lake. Only then did he notice some creature's tail had shattered at mid-flight. Right before his eyes, a bizarre creature burst from beneath the lake, shattering the water's surface and soaring into the air. Massive in size, with razor-sharp teeth, horns on its head, and long, deadly claws. Its roar echoed like something from the depths of hell. Long Gu and his friends turned pale, their faces drained of color as panic set in. A monster. We're seeing a monster right in front of us." The live streaming phone was tossed aside without a second thought. Who cares about streaming when our lives are on the line? The phone hit the ground, its screen going dark. The comments exploded again. Did the lake monster appear? Why's the screen black? Stop messing around. Is Long Gu okay? What was that sound, like a wild beast? The comments kept flooding in, but the streamer gave no response. Lin Hao surfaced from the water, still clueless about what had just happened. Who's causing trouble here in the middle of the night? In the blink of an eye, everyone had vanished. They ran fast. His gaze shifted to the side toward the spacecraft. "I remember you. Let me take a closer look." Lin Hao stared at the ship, his expression turning serious as he declared, "No matter what you are, I won't allow you to disrupt my territory. Just when I finish one problem, another pops up. Can't I get a moment's peace?" He sprinted forward and leaped, charging straight toward it. "I will keep evolving until the day I wipe you all out." That night, inside a high-rise building, in the Dragon Team's laboratory, Le Shui's teacher skimmed through a densely packed report, processing the information before frowning. Has Hu Longyin's ship appeared again? The more he read, the darker his expression grew, his brows furrowing so deeply they could crush a cockroach. Overcome with worry, he forced himself to speak. The situation is growing increasingly dire, yet our combat capabilities aren't keeping up. Just as he was lost in thought about humanity's future and the turning point of their fate, a knock echoed knock, knock, knock and he called out, "Come in." Luoshua pushed the door open and, upon seeing her mentor, quickly stepped forward, saying, "Elder, I have something extremely important to report. It concerns the cultivation of primordial energy." Her master was stunned upon hearing this, never expecting his disciple to mention a cultivation method. This was like a gift in the snow. Just as he was struggling to find a solution, a possible method had appeared, like rain in a drought. He hurried forward and asked, "Do you have a way to cultivate primordial energy?" Hearing her master's question, Luoshua wasn't sure if her method would truly work. She lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, and said, "It's just a few leads. But they might be of some help to us." The moment her master heard there was a method, he was overjoyed even more than a blind man regaining his sight. Even a small lead was better than being completely helpless. He looked at her excitedly, smiling, and said, "That's wonderful. Tell me about it. If it works, I'll grant you anything you ask for." Hearing her master's words, she didn't think she needed any reward. Everything was for the sake of the nation and humanity. With an utterly serious expression, Luoshua looked at her master and said, "I ask for nothing in return. I only wish to join the battlefield and help resolve our nation's crisis as soon as possible." Thinking of someone who had always cared for and supported her, a contented smile rose in her heart. She thought to herself, "I know you'd agree with this. Let's meet again on the battlefield, then we can fight side by side. Wait for me, Lin Hao.